said hunting in these woods was illegal, and it wasn't even hunting season anyway. He seemed really concerned that they were out here. Ryan joked that he was taking it too seriously, and we went back to our random conversations. A few more hours later, we agreed to call it a night. The sun had been down for a while at this point, and the hike had really worn us out. We all went into our tents, but not being used to it, I found it really hard to fall asleep. Something about being out in the open, in a tiny tent, and laying on a thin blow-up mattress just had me feeling off. I must have laid there for a whole 2 hours, and at that point, I was just hoping I could at least get a few hours of sleep. But then something instantly made me wide awake. Footsteps coming toward our tents. At first I thought it had to be Ryan or Jamie, probably coming back from using the bathroom, but I swear I would have heard them unzipping their tent and walking out. Only a few seconds later though, I realized there were more than just one set of footsteps. There were 2 or 3, maybe even more, all walking in a line. I looked at the thin wall of my tent, thinking I should be able to see their lights coming toward us, but there weren't any lights at all. Surely whoever was out there had to have seen our tents set up in the middle of an open field, and nobody in their right mind would just walk past us like this. I didn't know what to do though. I just pretended to be asleep, quietly listening to them getting closer. The line of people came probably just a few feet from us, walking right past our tents. As soon as they were far enough away, I quietly unzipped my tent and looked out. Just when I did, Ryan unzipped his tent too. We both looked at each other with alarmed faces, then looked out at the group. They were barely visible, but definitely still walking away. I slipped out of my tent and opened Jamie's, waking him up. Both of us explained what happened, and surprisingly, he seemed even more horrified than either of us, likely because he'd been camping plenty of times and knew how odd this was. We started packing up our stuff, feeling way too uneasy to stay the rest of the night. While packing, Jamie suddenly told us with a shaky voice to hurry. We looked up at him, then followed his gaze. In the tree line, the group of what now looks like 5 or 6 people were standing and looking over at us. My adrenaline was pumping now, and I shoved everything into my bag, and we all sprinted for the trail. We left our lights off to hopefully not be seen, so the rest of the walk, we were barely able to see anything.
I was actually the second one to get off the first one.
Luckily we made it back, but what that group is doing out there is unknown. Based on everything though, I don't think our encounter with them was any sort of accident.
And then I was the first one to get offloaded by a crane, which is good. I wanted to get offloaded so I can get moving.
This was a long time ago, when I was 13. It was summer. I spent pretty much all day playing on my PS3 or watching whatever was on TV. Sometimes I'd go outside or hang with some friends, but it was raining this day, so I was hunkered down inside. My dad always worked until 10, and my mom was a nurse, so her schedule was all over the place.
No, I'm very
Most of this day, I was playing on the PS3, but around 7-ish, I went to the kitchen to make food.
They hung up.
While I was in there, a knock came at the front door. I didn't really want to answer, and as a kid, I was always nervous when someone was at the door.
Yeah, you heard that.
So I waited a minute and tried to just be quiet
it's not really
until they
book,
left.
It's just horror
After they
stories
knocked
on
several
YouTube.
more times though, I snuck over to the door and looked out the peephole to see if maybe it was a neighbor or someone else I knew. I was really confused though, and kind of alarmed
That's his name
to
on
see a
YouTube,
police officer.
Whispered Diaries.
He was standing on our porch, looking around and waiting for me to answer, and now I felt like I had to. I opened the door. It was still cold and rainy outside, and the officer was drenched. Being a kid, my eyes were immediately drawn toward the gun on
They
his
just pull
hip.
right in front of a semi-truck.
Overall,
Great
I
idea.
just felt scared, or like I was in trouble. He asked my name, then reassured me that everything was okay, and I didn't have anything to worry
looks
about.
short.
He then smiled, as if trying to keep me calm,
Jeez Louise,
but
that looks
his
real
teeth
short.
were noticeably rotting and yellow, which
And I
then
don't
got
see
me
any
to
markings.
notice how overall unkempt he looked. Like, usually cops were well put
barely.
together, so this was really off-putting. He definitely noticed my hesitation, though,
Like maybe
because he
2
tried
inches.
to speed up the conversation, saying he needed to search the home. I was terrified and confused, but I knew something was wrong. And that's when I noticed that there was no police car by my house. Especially with it raining, all these red flags piled up, and just as he was starting to step forward, I slammed the door and locked it. He didn't even try to say anything else. He immediately slammed something against the door, hard enough to shake the entire door and push me back a little. Thinking the door would give out, I ran to the home phone and dialed 911. I was freaking out so much, I'm surprised the operator even understood a word I said. The guy outside didn't give up the whole time though, and was even there still, banging on the door when the actual police showed up. I heard him trying to convince them he was a real cop, but obviously that didn't go well. He was taken in, and initially my parents didn't tell me much about the charges, probably for my own safety. But a few years later, they told me that during the interrogation, the man admitted to attempting to kidnap me. Had I been any more trusting, I don't know where I'd be right now.
Very siren. Okay, next story.
I work at a gas station. I'd been there for several years, and this night was one that I assumed would be like all the rest. I came in at 8 and took over for the day worker, who went home right away. The first couple hours went by quickly, as there were still customers coming in regularly to buy a few things or to pay for gas with cash. Between 11 and 12, it slowed down to where it began feeling like the shift was dragging on. I kept myself busy for another hour, or at least tried to, with stocking whatever I could find. But then I was left with the dreaded second half of my shift. It was always slow, boring, and just not enjoyable.
Hold on.
Around 1, though, a car pulled in and parked in the spaces by the entrance door. A few other cars had come through recently, but just to get gas real quick. Very rarely would someone actually park in the spots and come into the store this late into the night. I stood up straight and tried to rub the tired look off my face, expecting them to come in. A couple minutes went by though, and they didn't. I leaned over the counter and looked out the glass door, but couldn't really see anything. The reflections on the door were blocking any way for me to see inside their car. Maybe they were just taking a break from a long drive. I didn't bother caring too much about it. I sat back and pulled up my phone. I spaced out, reading through random articles and whatnot for probably 20 or so minutes. During that time, I never heard anything or saw anything. But eventually I looked up from my phone and my heart almost stopped. There was a guy inside the store, standing in one of the aisles and looking right at me. His eyes darted away as soon as I saw him. This guy looked like he was mid-40 with a dark jacket on and a scruffy beard. I never saw or heard him enter, so how the hell did he get in? While my mind was racing, I just watched as the man kept walking around, glancing over at me a few times to see if I was looking, like he was planning to do something as soon as I looked away. Then, after just 30 seconds, he suddenly hurried toward the front door and ran outside. I got up and ran to look out. This was when I noticed the car was still there, but the guy walked right past it and just out to the road until I could no longer see him. I immediately went to the cameras to see how he got in and figure out what was going on. It only took me a minute to find the footage of him slowly and quietly getting out of the car, then going to the back of the gas station. There were no cameras back there, but those doors were never locked since the gas station was technically always open anyway. What's really odd is that there were 15 minutes between the time he went around to the back to the time he walked out onto the sales floor. Police came to help me investigate, ultimately finding the car he left to have been a stolen vehicle from months ago. They didn't know anything about the guy or his motives. Sneaking around though, he clearly had something else intended for that night, and I think I was really lucky that for one reason or another, he decided not to go through with it. I was off of work this night and relaxing at home. My roommate was out of town for a couple of days visiting his parents, and I was somewhat of a night owl, so I enjoyed staying up late. It was around 12, and I was sipping on a beer while watching TV when a faint sound came from above me. At first, I didn't even process it, like my body just ignored it. But after a few seconds, it kind of hit me as I realized it couldn't have been my roommate, like it usually would have been. I looked up at the ceiling and muted the TV to try and listen for it again. A few seconds went by, and there was nothing. The sound was so soft though, and with the TV being on when I heard it, I really had no idea what it could have been, or even where upstairs it came from. Although this sounds pretty dumb of me, I really didn't feel like getting up and wasn't worried enough about it to feel the need to check it out. I opened the mini fridge I had next to the couch and grabbed another beer, cracking it open and taking a few sips to get back to relaxing. But before I could even unmute the TV, I heard that same thump sound above me. I looked back up at the ceiling, and after a moment, I could hear subtle footsteps slowly walking in the room right above me. My whole body felt like it went numb. I got up from the couch and went over to the stairs. I stood at the bottom and could hear a thumping sound resonating through the hallway.
Where's your thumb?
I called out my roommate's name. I knew it couldn't be him, but I was just hoping that somehow it was. After there was no reply, I started scaling the stairs and flipped on the lights to the upstairs hallway. It was empty, but the door on the far end was open. It was to my roommate's room, but I was 100% certain that I'd closed it the day he left, and I never went in there since, so there should be no reason it was open right now. My heart was pounding as I walked through the hallway and looked inside the room. It looked the same as it did when he left. Everything was clean and nothing was out of place. I then went around and checked every room upstairs and still found nothing. I didn't sleep that night and spent the next couple days on edge as I waited for my roommate to get home. I never heard those sounds after that night, or had any doors randomly open like that. At this point, I don't know what the hell happened. Maybe someone found a way in and out without me knowing, or maybe it was something else. To this day, I still don't know. Leo. I work for a pizza shop in my small town. I don't do deliveries or anything, but I do mostly everything there is to do inside the shop. I make pizzas, organize the stations, clean, and get all the closing tasks done every night before I leave. My interactions with customers is usually pretty minimal, since we have a few high school kids to take orders and everything, but they're only scheduled until 11 on weekdays. The shop closes at 12:30, so any orders or customers that come in after that, I have to take care of. This was a regular Monday shift. Everything went smoothly for the most part, and at 11 my coworker left, so it was just me to close up. It's usually really slow, so I started the cleanup process. About a half hour before closing, a call came in. Praying it wasn't for a last-minute order, I picked up the phone. I said my generic "thanks for calling, how can I help you" line, and right after I finished, there was a quiet pause. Then they hung up. I put the phone down and said a few choice words, thinking it was a prank call from a couple immature kids. I went back to the kitchen where I was cleaning, but not even 30 seconds later, I heard the bell ring by the door. The timing was annoying, but I put everything back down and walked back to the front. A guy was standing at the counter. He had a heavy coat on and a black beanie over his shaggy hair. His eyes were what really put me off though. He had dark circles and bags, like he hadn't slept in days, yet his eyes were wide open. How can I help you?" I said, standing a couple feet from the counter. "I'd like to place an order right now." The way he said it was odd, and it very obviously told me that something was wrong with him. I said okay, and asked what he wanted, but it almost seemed like he wasn't expecting me to say that. His eyes just continued to hold this disturbing stare at me as he struggled to respond. I looked away out of uncomfort, but my eyes fell on his hand that was partially out of his jacket pocket. He was holding a knife, like a typical kitchen knife. I think he was trying to hide it, but I could see the handle in his hand, and part of the blade was sticking out of his pocket. I felt my stomach drop and blood rush from my face, almost like I was gonna faint. I looked back up, and his eyes were still staring at me, but his face was stiff and emotionless. The sound of the door opening made both of us jump, and both of us looked over. It was some other random customer walking into the shop. They immediately seemed to realize something was wrong. They stopped in place, stumbling over a few words, before the guy by the register suddenly walked past him and out the door. I used the phone to call 911 and tried to explain to the other customer what had happened. We also watched out the window as the guy got into his car and sped out of the parking lot. That was the last we saw of him though. What I think happened was he parked outside the shop and watched in the window as he called us. Once he saw that it was me answering the phone, I guess he knew I was alone, so that's when he walked in. If not for the random customer walking inside in that moment, I don't know what would have happened. He was clearly insane and armed with a kitchen knife, so it couldn't have been good. Since then, I still haven't seen him come back, and I really hope I never do.
Next story. Stories like this help me relax.
I was 17 and living in my parents' basement. It wasn't a trashy basement or anything. It was probably similar to what would be considered an in-law suite. My parents traveled for work all the time, so I usually wouldn't be in the basement unless I was sleeping in the bedroom down there, or playing video games, or whatever. This was during one of my parents' work trips. I was alone for a whole week. This night was a Saturday, so I didn't have school, or really anything to do. I knew it was supposed to storm later in the day though, so before it was too late, I took my parents' car out to the store and got some food to make. While driving back, the storm rolled in. The roads weren't busy, thankfully, because even with the windshield wipers going at the fastest setting, it was still difficult to see. I pulled into the driveway and ran to the front door, getting inside and drying off. I then went straight to the kitchen and turned on the oven so I could make dinner. But almost right away, I heard something below me. It sounded like something falling over in the basement, like maybe a box or something. My first thought was that there might be a leak down there, and I got really worried about a possible flood, so I quickly went to the basement. I opened the door and flipped on the light, and as I walked down the steps, I didn't hear anything. No running water or any other sounds, and when I got to the bottom, everything looked okay. I walked through the main area, where I had a small couch and TV set up, and then I went to the storage room. This was the only unfinished part of the basement, where we just stored a bunch of boxes and stuff. I opened the door and looked in. At first, it all looked normal, and I was actually really confused at what I could have heard. All the boxes were stacked up still, and nothing was on the ground. But after a quick walkthrough, I noticed something really strange. One of the boxes sitting on top of the stack was open, and when I looked inside, everything was scattered all over the place. It was full of old trophies that my parents kept, and almost all of them were broken. It looked like the box had fallen and broken everything inside, and then someone quickly tossed everything back in. I felt a surge run through my body as I just stared at that box and realized what this meant. I looked up and started scanning the room. It felt like suddenly, all I could think about was how loud the storm was outside, making me unable to listen for anything, which only got me more panicked. I started to back up, and just as I did, one of the boxes in the back of the room was knocked onto the ground.
Like that? I think
Behind
you like this
it,
one.
a guy came running right at me. I booked it for the stairs. I have to say, there was nothing more terrifying than hearing his footsteps climbing the stairs just a few feet behind me. The fear really got to me, and on the last step, I slammed my foot on the stairs and fell straight on the ground. Every horrible scenario just rushed through my head in that moment. But when I turned around, the guy came up to the top of the staircase and immediately ran for the front door, running out of the house. I got up and locked it behind him, then called the cops. They found an unlocked window that he climbed in through, but as far as why he came into the home, there really isn't any answer. I was getting out of work late due to a recent security issue at our company that had everyone working overtime. I would usually take the train to and from work, but since I knew I'd be out past the train's running hours, I had to drive. It was nearly an hour to get home. As I was getting out of the city though, I saw that my gas was almost empty. I didn't remember it being this low before work, but I could have been too tired to have even noticed it. I knew there was a gas station by my house though, so I was just gonna fill it up there. But 10 minutes later, an alert came up on my dashboard that I was extremely low on fuel. It had gone down way more than it should have in such a short time, and within a minute, my car was stuttering and barely running. I pulled over and just as I put it in park,
I know what else
the
is
engine cut
stuttering
out.
me. Fucking nuts!
I tried to start it again, but it didn't budge. I was both worried and frustrated. Like, how the hell was this even happening? I took out my flashlight from the glove compartment
Normally Mickey's
and
all
got out.
innocent like.
Well, I can turn
The
it into a
issue
fucking
took
turtle,
less than 5
yeah.
seconds to find. There was gas clearly leaking. I had no idea how this could even have happened, since everything was fine earlier. But before I could do much thinking, a truck pulled up behind me. Their headlights were off, and they parked unnervingly quickly, like there was no hesitation. I stood up and looked at their windshield, seeing a couple figures moving around in there. "I'm okay, guys. Don't need any help," I called out, but they didn't pay any attention. They kept moving around until one of the doors opened. A guy got out, while the other, or others, stayed in the truck. Ironically, he asked if I needed help as he started walking toward me. The way he said it was weird though, with a smirk and a strange tone to his voice. Again, I said I didn't need anything. He kept walking though, until he was right in front of me, standing uncomfortably close. "Why don't I give you a ride home? It's the least I could do," he said, giving a creepy, forced smile. I declined his offer and quickly got into my car. Disturbingly,
no.
he stood there for a while, like
I
an
wouldn't take a ride
entire
from some
minute,
creep either.
just looking at me through the window and not saying anything. I just looked forward and called the police for help with my car. But the whole time, I could see him in the corner of my eye, standing right outside my window and just staring at me. During the phone call though, he walked back to his truck. I watched in the mirror as he got in, then slowly drove past me. We made eye contact as he passed by, and for a brief moment, I saw someone in his back seat. They were pressed up against the window with wide open eyes, and although I couldn't get a good look at them, I knew something was wrong. I don't think that person was inside that truck willingly. When he drove off though, the license plate was missing. Police showed up and I told them everything. There was a bit of an investigation where they found my gas tank was stabbed purposefully by someone. Likely what happened was the guy planned the whole thing out, following me until my car broke down and hoping to get me to accept the ride. Whether that person was truly in danger, we don't know, because the man was never found. I was in Washington State, spending several days backpacking through the national parks. I was already about 20 miles out from the nearest road, and for the first 2 days, I hadn't run into a single person. It was the beginning of fall, so the weather was a bit colder than most people would be okay with, but I had all the necessary equipment. Anyway, in the morning, I got up and made a quick coffee over my pocket stove, then headed out to the next campsite. It was 6 miles out, which in the
Thankfully
mountains
doesn't have
is a
pocket
pretty
pussy.
far hike. 4 hours into this walk though, I suddenly heard footsteps ahead of me. I looked up and saw a man walking along the trail, going the opposite way as me. I wasn't really expecting to see anyone, but I smiled and nodded as he passed by. But I noticed something really strange. He had no backpack, no water bottle, literally nothing. He was just wearing a long-sleeve t-shirt and some old hiking pants. I even turned around to get another look at him because I was so confused. When I did though, he happened to also glance back at me, so to keep things from being weird, I just turned back around and continued walking. After getting some distance, I kind of forgot about it. I think I came up with some idea that he had a campsite nearby and was just going for a walk. But I also knew that no established camps were anywhere near there. Whatever the case, I didn't find it worth thinking on too much. The next several hours were difficult, but eventually I made it to my campsite. It was empty, with just one small spot for my tent to go on. It wasn't as great as I was hoping, though. The view was supposed to be a lot better, but from the actual campsite, there wasn't really any view at all. It was kind of covered up by all the trees. The whole campsite really just felt like it was in the middle of a forest, rather than on a mountain top. I was rightfully exhausted, though, and went straight away to setting up my tent, and then relaxing while watching the sunset. As I sat there, I randomly heard a shuffling sound behind me. I turned and was completely stunned to see that same man I'd run into earlier. He still had no backpack or anything, but even more confusing was why he was at this campsite. He was walking in the complete opposite direction when I last saw him, and for him to get here now, he must have turned around pretty soon after running into me. As he walked up to the campsite, he didn't look at me, like he was purposefully pretending that I wasn't there, or that he couldn't see me. He went up to the other side of this small area we were in, and he sat down. No tent, no sleeping bag, no anything. Just sitting on the dirt and looking out into the forest. He was only 15 or so feet from me, but with him looking away, I was able to get a much better look at him. The man looked like he was in his late 30s and had a short scruffy beard with short brown hair. I couldn't help but feel really uneasy. Nothing about this was natural, and as the sun continued to set, it only made me feel even more unsafe. Who was this guy, and what the hell was he doing 25 miles out in the forest with no shelter or food or water? About 30 minutes passed, and he still didn't move. I decided, though, that I couldn't stay there. I had nowhere else to really go, but I figured I just had to find some random spot and make sure he didn't follow me. I began taking down my tent and packing up, and it was only then that the man looked over at me, and once he did, he never looked away. Every time I looked at him, he was staring right at me. Once I got everything stashed in my backpack, I saw in the corner of my eye that the man stood up. I began walking as fast as I could, hearing his footsteps following close behind me. I clutched my small knife tightly in my hands, unsure what was going to happen. After a minute, I looked back a few times, seeing him still following, but getting further away. Then I took a risk. I veered off the trail and into the woods. It was pitch black by now, so I hoped he didn't see me and would just keep walking. Once I was maybe 20 feet into the woods, I leaned out behind a tree and waited. 30 seconds later, his footsteps came down the trail, but just as he was about to pass by, he stopped. I watched his figure in the dark, looking around as if he knew I wasn't on the trail anymore. Then he started yelling. He was trying to sound friendly, too, which made it even more disturbing. After 2 minutes, though, he stopped yelling, but instead of going back to the campsite, he walked straight into the woods on the other side of the trail. His figure disappeared, and the woods fell silent. I must have waited there for over an hour before finally getting up and making my way back. I forced my body to push through and skip the next campsite just to be safe. When I was back in town, I put in a report with the local police office. They never followed up with me, though. I don't know if that man was living out there, or was trying to rob or kidnap people, or maybe even both. but I'm lucky to have gotten away when I did. I was working my regular 2 to 10 closing shift at a small drive-through cafe. It's a really small place, with just 5 or so indoor seating tables, since most of our business is focused on the drive-through. This wasn't a busy spot though, especially during the later hours of the day. Being the only one working the closing shift, I'd usually sit at one of the dining tables and be on my phone, only getting up if someone came to the drive-through. It was drizzling outside this night, so it was even less busy than it already would have been. Past 7 o'clock, not a single customer came through for 2 hours straight. I was just sitting at a table watching Netflix on my phone when suddenly the front door opened. It kind of startled me, as nobody ever comes inside the shop this late. He seemed to not notice me sitting at the table though, because he walked up to a different table on the other end of the store and sat down with his back facing me. Something was definitely off about this guy though. He was very tall and wearing really dark clothing, and although it was only drizzling outside, he was soaked. Water was dripping from all over his clothes and onto the floor, and that got me thinking about how he even got here. No cars had pulled in, so he must have walked. Anyway, I stood up and walked over to the table, greeting him and asking what he wanted. He didn't smile or say hi back to me. He just sat there with a blank look on his face. I waited a few seconds before repeating myself, but he cut me off. He asked who else was working tonight. I was confused and also slightly nervous about that question, but I still answered for some reason. It's just me, but we close in an hour. He then asked for a small coffee, so I walked back to the kitchen and started making it. I grabbed a cup and poured it in, then turned to go back to the table when I saw him standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Do you need something else? He didn't respond. Now facing directly at me, I could see that his eyes were bloodshot, but his face was still blank, like no emotion whatsoever. It made me really uneasy. Put the drink down and come with me. He was demanding it, and he looked ready to force me if I didn't. This guy was way bigger than me, so I really had no choice.
Yes, you did.
I moved slow, trying to think of any way out of this as I followed him. As we left the store though, he grabbed the back collar of my shirt and pushed me across the parking lot toward the road. On the other side of this empty road was a completely wooded area with no buildings or houses as far as I knew, and that's exactly where he was leading me. Just as we were about to cross the road though, a single car came out and rolled past us. As it did, the man stopped, which forced me to stop, and both of us stared at the car and realized what it was. A police officer, looking right back at us. I started screaming, and the guy immediately let go and sprinted across the road and into the woods. The officer pulled right into the parking lot and made sure I was okay, then called for backup. What's crazy is he wasn't even on his shift. He was actually heading home for the night, just happened to see us at the perfect time to save me. If he had even been 30 seconds earlier or later, I would have been dragged into those woods, unseen, and probably never made it out. Anyway, the cameras picked up some decent footage of him, but as of yet, still nothing has been found. I'll update if anything else happens, but I just hope he doesn't come back. 2 years ago. My name is Jake, and before this, I had no camping experience whatsoever. I really wanted to get into it though, and the only way to get into it is to go out and do it. So this was my first camping trip. I chose a campground 2 hours away from my city. It was one that seemed like it wouldn't be too crowded, but also I wouldn't be completely alone, which I thought would be ideal for my first time. I drove up there and arrived at the trailhead around noon, then hiked for another few hours before getting to the campground.
Come on, Prius, hold your lane.
There were a few park-style benches and a couple ground-mounted barbecue grills around the site. A few short trails split off and went to smaller campsites, where some other people had tents set up. I went down one of these trails and put my things down, then spent the next hour getting my tent set up correctly and making sure everything was working properly. By then, a few people were in the middle area, using the grills and chatting. I'm not a super social guy, so I didn't feel comfortable inserting myself into the group. But a half hour later, a guy walked down to where I was set up and invited me to hang with them. It was a nice gesture, and he seemed cool enough, so I went with it. I followed him up and met a few of the others that were camping here. Everyone was cool, so I hung around for another hour, but after that some people split ways. I said goodnight to everyone and headed back to my tent as well. It was probably around 7, so just an hour left of sunlight, when TJ, the guy from earlier, came walking back to my tent. For reference, he was around my age, like mid to late 20s. When he came over, he asked if I'd ever been to this area before. I said no, and then he asked if I knew about the lake that was nearby. I said no again, and he immediately started telling me about this amazing hidden lake that nobody knew about and how it was a super cool spot and that he was going to head there if I wanted to tag along. Again, it seemed like a friendly gesture, and honestly, I was super intrigued. I tossed my stuff back into my tent and left everything there, then followed him. He said it was a 10-ish minute walk through the woods, so we definitely had enough time before sunset. From the campsite, we followed this really thin footpath through the trees. It wasn't a defined trail at all, but it looked like it had at least been used a few times before. 10 minutes passed though, and there was no lake in sight. TJ also got weirdly quiet. Before, he was very talkative and charismatic, and now he was suddenly giving one-word responses. He also kept looking out at the sunset, and while he could have just been trying to make sure we had time, something in me felt like he was doing the opposite, like he was waiting for the sun to go down. After 20 walking, I started putting some distance between us. I wasn't so sure anymore about what this was, but I could feel my adrenaline kicking in, so I guess my body knew. The sun was just barely lighting up thin rows of light through the trees, and it felt like the forest was so quiet all of a sudden. When I thought I had a chance, I turned and tried to quietly run back the way we came, but he immediately noticed. He called out once in a nicer tone, as if still in character as my friend, but then he quickly turned to frustrated yelling as I could hear him sprinting behind me. There was probably an entire minute of him yelling and chasing me through the woods before I could hear his steps slowing down. Then I heard a loud metallic thump right behind me. I looked back for a split second, seeing what looked like a knife ricocheting off a tree a few feet from me. I guess it was his last-ditch effort to stop me. After that, I lost him. I got back to the others and tried to tell them what happened, and one of them called the police for me. TJ, or whoever he was, never came back. In fact, everyone said he was already at the campsite when they got there, and after a bit of looking, he didn't even have a tent anywhere. He probably targeted me though, because I was alone, and he knew I hadn't had much hiking or camping experience. Thankfully, I didn't have to find out what he had intended for that night though, because if I had, I probably wouldn't be here.
Imagine, if you will.
This was almost 2 years ago now. I was doing what I thought was going to be a regular vacation to where my parents live. I had rented an Airbnb for the first time, so I was really excited. The house was on a large plot of land and was very spacious and quiet. I lived in the city, so this was like luxury to me. I set everything in the room and pretty much left right away to see my family. I spent the whole afternoon with them before heading back to the Airbnb and making a quick snack, then hopping on the couch to watch a movie for the night. It was like 10 or 11, so pretty late, but in the middle of the movie, I heard someone walking outside the house. There was no mistaking that sound, and it just completely threw me off guard. I paused the movie and got up, quickly walking to the back of the house, looking out the back door. It was obviously dark out, but a guy was walking away from the house toward the trees that were behind it. What's really creepy is that I never heard his footsteps approaching. Like he must have already been standing by the house for a while before I heard him leave. Once he was out of sight, I opened the back door and stepped outside. The back patio was empty, but along the house, there were clear shoe prints in the grass. I followed them, leading up to one of the windows, and when I looked through it, there was a direct line of sight to the couch I was sitting on. I got chills just thinking about that man staring into the house at me without me knowing. I quickly went back inside and covered up all the windows. For the next half hour, I sat in the living room and continued the movie with the volume on low. That way I could focus on listening if he came back. I didn't hear anything though. Once the movie was finished, I knew I had to get to bed, so I went back up to the window to do one last look to make sure everything was okay. I moved the curtains and saw nothing, but heard footsteps sprinting away from right outside the window. I hesitated before looking out and seeing that same guy running into the tree line. I immediately got my phone and called the police. Of course, by then, he was too far for them to find him, or even really search. However, while we were looking around the house, I noticed that my suitcase in the bedroom was open. It had clearly been searched through, and a few things were even missing. This probably happened while I was with my family, and the guy could have even been still in the house when I came back, only to sneak out of a window before I saw him. Why he came back afterward is what really disturbs me though. If I hadn't caught him watching me, there's a chance I would have gone right to bed, with him waiting right outside the window.
Really, dude? Seriously?
It was the fall of 2018 when this happened to me. I was 22, and at the time I was living temporarily on the East Coast, right outside of the Appalachian mountain range. I'll go ahead and admit that I've never been too much of an outdoorsy person and hadn't had any experience in camping or anything, nor was I really that interested in those sorts of activities. However, this was my last year living in probably the best place to do all those outdoor things. Plus, with it being mid-fall and the trees looking pretty and the weather being nice, I figured this was my chance to try it out. I didn't want to go for a huge camping adventure or anything, so I found a simple hiking trail instead that had some good views of the mountains. I prepped a small backpack with water, snacks, and a first aid kit. No cars were there, though it was just a small dirt parking area, so I guess it wasn't as popular as I thought. I parked and started walking. It was calm, and it definitely didn't feel like a path a lot of people would take. It didn't have any noticeable recent shoe prints in the dirt. It was just a fairly small path, with trees on either side. As I got further in, the entire path became more densely covered in trees, enough to block out a lot of the sun and make the whole trail shaded. It was actually really nice and cooling, but not hearing or seeing anyone else became more of an unsettling thought the further out I got. Not in a creepy way, but just that I was entirely alone. It wasn't something I was used to. About an hour, or maybe even 2 hours down the trail, I was caught off guard by seeing a man ahead of me. He was sitting on the side, looking like he was just taking a break under one of the trees. As I passed him, I gave a friendly nod and said hi, to which he looked up at me and said nothing. He didn't smile or nod. He just looked at me for a few seconds, and then I looked away. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Maybe he didn't hear me, or maybe I caught him off guard as well, but the strange look, without even a slight smile, was not giving me a good feeling. I walked a bit faster for the next part of the trail, hoping to put some distance between us. After an hour, I slowed down and made it to the end, which was an overlook of the mountains. The fall colors on the trees made the view way better than it probably would have been any other time of year, and overall, I was glad to have made the hike. I stared off into the distance for a few minutes, enjoying the view that I almost never got to see. But when I turned around to leave, my heart almost left my body when I saw the man from earlier standing right at the end of the trail. He was maybe 10 feet from me, and I never heard him walking up. After the initial scare, I realized how creepy it was that he was just standing there and not coming up to look out the overlook like a normal person would be doing. But then he did something even more odd. His face shifted as he smiled and said hi, asking me how the view was. "Yeah, it's really nice. You should take a look too," I responded, trying to be polite but still really confused. The man stepped closer, then pointed to my right and said there was an even better view down that trail. I looked over my shoulder to where he was pointing. There was a path, barely visible, going through the dense trees. It was rugged and undefined, not something that looked to be used very often. The man walked up to where the path started and stood at the entrance, telling me again about how great the view was and saying it was just a minute or two to walk there. I politely declined, but he continued to tell me about how great it was, to the point where it was obvious that he had to have other intentions than just wanting me to go there and see a nice view. I said I was okay and had to get home, then started to walk toward the main trail, but the man was quick to move his body in front of it. I stopped in place, now even more terrified and thinking of the possible intentions of this man, who was just a few feet from me in the middle of an empty forest. The man looked at me with a blank expression. I took a few steps, walking around him and just hoping that nothing escalated, and for some miraculous reason, it didn't. The man watched me as I made my way around him and down the trail. Every time I looked back, he was still watching me, not even trying to be discreet. Thankfully, he didn't follow, and I made it back to my car. I don't know what that man was trying to do, but it was almost surely not anything good. What was down that path likely was just a dead end, somewhere for him to lead me before doing whatever horrible thing he had in mind. I don't know why he didn't stop me from leaving either. Maybe he was worried about doing something on the main trail. All I can say is that I'm lucky to have gotten out before something else happened. was 16 last year, and me and my friend Leon were hanging out a few days before Halloween, talking about what we wanted to do. We felt too old to go trick-or-treating, but we also still wanted to do something and have some fun during the holiday. We thought up a few ideas, most being quickly discarded, but then I thought of something different. I reminded Leon of the abandoned farm that both of us had already known about and suggested we explore it. It would be creepy and thrilling, which was exactly what we wanted for Halloween. Also, compared to our other ideas, this one was the best by a long shot. Leon was excited about it too, but we both agreed that other people would probably have the same idea to go on October 31st. So instead, we chose to go on the night before. We didn't want to risk running into anyone crazy at an abandoned place like that. We just wanted to explore and maybe be a little bit spooked, then leave, which sounded harmless enough. On the 30th, Leon drove us out to the neighborhood it was by and parked on the road. Then we got out and walked through the neighborhood until we got to the street that turned into a gravel path. This was the driveway leading up to the farm. I'd only ever seen the place during the day, but it was pretty much just a large field of grass with a typical wooden barn and a single-story home. From the edge of the path, neither structure was visible. Our flashlights only lit up a few feet ahead as we started making our way down the gravel driveway. Once we started to get closer, we could see the outline of the barn on the left side and the house further back at the end of the driveway. We were more interested in the house, figuring the barn was probably completely empty and not very exciting. We kept walking and got to a clearing of the tall grass. It was like a circle of dirt and short grass that went around the perimeter of the house. As we approached the front, we passed by some large farming equipment. I don't know what they were, just some sort of old tractor-looking things that had been left out for years. Even with our dim flashlights, we could see that they were engulfed in rust. When we got up to the porch, it looked like the door had been replaced by a solid wooden board. We walked around the whole outside of the house, and every window and door was sealed and covered. Disappointed, we went back to the front of the house and tried to think of something else. As we stood there, we saw the path going up to the barn. It wasn't an actual path, it was more of just a line of flattened grass. With nothing else to do, we started heading for the barn. Something felt different as we approached it, compared to when we approached the house. It was just an uneasy feeling that grew as we got closer. When we reached it, the large door was already wide open. I walked in first and Leon followed behind, both shining our flashlights around as we entered. It only took a couple seconds for a horrid smell to hit us, though it was a barn, so it wasn't exactly surprising, but then we noticed something else. There were footprints all over the ground, but not with...
Back up! Back up, stupid. No, I'll just fucking hit you. I won't even say shit.
Shut behind us.
People are stupid.
We shut the door back open, then both of us looked around, but didn't see anyone. Now terrified, we sprinted straight through the tall grass back to the gravel driveway, then booked into the neighborhood where the car was. We definitely got the scare we were looking for, or maybe even too much so. Neither of us ever tried to figure out what really happened that night. But a couple months later, we saw that the whole house and barn had been blocked off. We tried to look up why, but there was no word publicly about it. What was going on there remains a mystery, but I think if we had stayed to find out, we may have never left. This happened last fall. It was toward the end of the season, closer to winter, and where I live it gets pretty cold, and even snows sometimes in October. I've been doing food delivery for the past 3 years and was working on this night. It was around 10 p.m. and lightly snowing outside. It was one of the first snowfalls, so people must have been skittish to go out. I was one of few cars driving around, but a lot of orders were coming in. Pretty much as soon as I finished one, another one would pop up. After driving around everywhere until almost 1 a.m., I took up one last order. The snow was starting to pick up, and I was just getting a little tired. I drove through the McDonald's that they ordered from and picked up the food, then set in the directions to the house.
Hello, Stephanie.
About 10
If
minutes
you're
away,
there.
but I didn't consider the direction it was in before accepting the order. It was opposite from where I lived, and I was already a good 25 minutes from home, so it was going to be a long drive home afterward. Annoyed at myself, I turned out of the parking lot and onto the road. The plow trucks still weren't out yet, probably because they weren't expecting this much downfall, but my SUV was usually good in the snow, so I wasn't that nervous. While I was driving, I noticed the road I was heading down was about to leave the main area of town. I checked the map again, and it said it was this way, but it was just a very unusual route. I didn't even know any houses were down there, because the only reason people take the road is to get to the highway that leads out of state. I went down for a few minutes, seeing only streetlights and trees, until I came up to the turn. It was a single small street leading off the road. I slowed down, being more careful since this street was smaller and had trees lined up right beside it, so sliding off would make a really terrible night. As I made my way down, I saw a few long driveways leading to faint lights in the trees far out. Before I reached the driveway I was to turn down, it looked like all the others. I slowly drove through the
Stephanie.
driveway
Hello.
until I made it to the house. It was medium-sized and older, completely covered in snow. Nothing looked too notable about it. Really, the only interesting thing was that it was out here in the middle of some forest. I parked out front and got the bag, then started walking up to the door. The snow was thicker than I would have liked, soaking my shoes and even the lower legs of my pants. When I got up to the porch, I knocked and started to set the bag down, but almost immediately, the door swung open. I looked up, seeing a large man in a winter jacket. His face was pale, like he'd just been outside in the cold. "Hi, I got your order right here," I said, holding the bag up. After a moment, the man stepped back and opened the door wider. "You can set it down right over there." He lifted his arm and pointed toward what I assumed was the kitchen. The way he said it made me feel like I had to, but I knew it was a horrible idea to go in there. I looked at the man's hands, seeing he wasn't holding anything, so it really didn't make any sense for me to do anything other than hand him the bag. "Sorry, but I really have to get going," I said nervously, holding the bag up again. The man's face dropped into a frown, then he suddenly slammed the door shut. Still holding the bag up, and just a bit shocked by what was happening, I set it down on the porch and quickly started walking back to my car. But just as I got past the front yard, I heard something from behind me. I turned around, realizing it was from somewhere on the other side of the house. It could have been a back door or something, but was too muffled to hear clearly. Getting creeped out, I walked quicker and got in my car. I switched it on, and right as I looked up, I saw the man coming around the side of his house and making his way quickly over to my car. was something else that I wasn't able to make out. I suddenly felt my heartbeat spike and adrenaline take over my body. I started going in reverse, trying my hardest to go quick while also not getting stuck in the snow. The man got close, probably just a few feet away, before my car was able to grip the road and start picking up some speed. I backed up through the whole driveway, seeing the man eventually stop and watch, slowly fading into the dark as I backed up into the street. I don't know what he was doing. Honestly, the whole thing was just terrifying and confusing, enough to make me not even want to think about it. I still do food deliveries, but I'm far more cautious, and most of the time, I don't even knock on the doors anymore. I just drop the food on the porch and leave. Had I stayed any longer that night, or had entered the house, who knows what would have happened to me. This happened several years ago, early October. I had 2 weeks off work and had taken a trip down to a cabin in the hills outside of my city. It was an Airbnb that was far out, which was perfect because I wanted to spend a few days camping as well. I drove to It was just the woods. I set my things inside and looked through the rooms, but it was nothing special. It had a very cozy, old-fashioned feel to it. Not something I was a huge fan of, but it was a nice change of environment for a vacation. The rest of that night and the following few days went by with nothing of interest. I spent my time relaxing, sitting outside in the cold fall weather for most of the days, and spending the nights inside by the fireplace. It was I that I was aware of from planning ahead, but only one of them actually connected to the cabin. To keep things simple, I chose to just take that one so I could leave straight from the cabin and not have to drive anywhere. I walked for at least 3 or 4 hours before I found a spot I was happy with. This was the only clearing I'd found, aside from the trail itself, but something would just feel uncomfortable about camping directly on the path. It was closing in on nighttime already, so I got my tent up and started a fire. As it got darker, I put on my heavy sweater and jacket, with the cold really starting to come in. I sat out by the fire for an hour, heating up a quick meal and waiting for myself to get more sleepy. But at some point, while I was sitting there, my eyes caught sight of something. A figure walking out in the woods. I watched as they walked through the dark, no flashlight or anything, and disappeared in the distance. The only light in the woods was my campfire, aside from the dim moonlight, so whoever was out there had to have seen me. It was so strange the way they were walking though, just being out here in the woods with no light and not even following the trail. It made me feel really unnerved, enough to think about taking the long walk back to the cabin, but I knew it wasn't safe to go out this late into the night. I stayed on watch for a half hour, checking everywhere, but not seeing any more signs of the person. After a while, I started getting tired, so I flattened the fire and let it burn out. But just as the glow faded into ashes, I heard footsteps coming from the left of the campsite. My eyes widened, looking into the woods and trying to force my eyes to adjust to the dark, but all I could see was a few feet ahead. The footsteps got louder, coming toward the campsite, getting close enough for me to think that they had to be just outside of Ark and passing by, then continuing to walk away. They never stopped or did anything to show that they acknowledged that I was there, but the chances of them being out here at the exact place I was just impossible to be a coincidence. Once the footsteps were gone, I took out my flashlight and disassembled my tent, packing my things and went back to the trail. It wasn't ideal, but I could sense that something was off about whatever was going on. I walked quickly, keeping my flashlight on the trail and trying to keep myself calm. The woods were so quiet though, just adding to the eeriness of the situation I found myself in. Although I had my doubts, I made it back to the cabin. It was still well into the night, and after walking so much that day, on no sleep, I passed out on the couch just minutes after getting inside. My mind was so foggy, I wasn't even really thinking about the person in the woods anymore. Being a 4-hour walk from where I'd seen them, I didn't feel I really had reason to be scared anymore. As I was passed out though, I groggily woke up to a strange sound. Something on the other side of the cabin, like wood scraping against the walls. My eyes shot open and I whipped my head around to face the back of the room, seeing the window slowly being pushed open by a man outside. His eyes immediately shifted onto me as I stood up, then he dropped the window and ran away. By the time I gotten over, he was well into the cover of the woods. I got everything together and left the cabin, driving to a hotel in a nearby town. Obviously, I don't know who that man was, or what he was doing out there. Clearly, he followed me though, and tried to get inside the cabin while I was sleeping. If he had, there's no saying what would have happened. So after I got off work, I was looking forward to staying up late and enjoying the night. I picked up some fast food on the way home, eating on the couch while watching some Netflix. About 30 minutes into the show, I paused it and got up to throw out the rest of the food that I hadn't finished. I walked into the kitchen and tossed it, but when I turned around, I saw someone standing in my backyard. They were just looking at my house, not really doing anything else. For context, my backyard was small, but fenced in, so there was no way he just stumbled through while taking a shortcut or something. I flipped on the back porch light and slid the door open. "Hey, what are you doing?" I yelled at them. With the porch light now on, I could see their face. They were young, probably in their 20s, but had really tired and, for lack of a better word, creepy eyes. They didn't respond to me, so I called out again. "You need to leave. This is my property." The guy looked over at me, then casually started walking toward the gate. I made sure they left, going to my front window and watched them walk down the street. Once he had left, I just took a moment to think about what was going on. It was such an odd thing. Why was he even standing in my backyard to begin with? He was just staring at my house for seemingly no reason. I even went as far as to go out into my backyard and stand in the same place he was, looking up at my house to see what he could have been looking at, but there really wasn't anything. I went back inside and tried to forget it. I didn't really know what else to do. I poured myself a drink and sat back down, playing the show. I'd finished the episode and just started the next one, so maybe 20 minutes had gone by before I heard a few subtle footsteps running in my backyard, followed by a thud against my house. I stood up and ran to the kitchen, seeing that same guy now against my back door. He was pushing his body against it and aggressively trying to pull it open. I grabbed the handle just in case he somehow got through the lock, but seeing the rage in his eyes close up was horrifying. I backed away and got my phone, calling the police as I stood in the kitchen and watched this guy continue trying to get in. But then, he just stopped. He stared at me through the glass door, breathing heavily, that crazed look in his eyes. Then he walked back to the gate, but this time he didn't walk away. He stayed somewhere on the side of the house, like he was hiding. I constantly went back and forth from all the windows, waiting for the police to arrive, and hoping the guy didn't try anything else. 5 minutes went by with no sounds or movement before a police car showed up. Right away, I heard footsteps running from the side of the house, but not away from the house. They ran back up to the door, trying to force it open again. They chose to attempt breaking in again, rather than taking their chances running away. Obviously, police were able to get him in the act, and after a quick struggle, they got him cuffed and into the car. When questioned, it was very apparent that the guy was under the influence of something heavy, and it was later confirmed with some tests. Despite questioning him that night, and in the following days when he was sober, the man never gave actual reasons for his actions. I'm unsure how to feel about it. Part of me sees it as just some crazy guy that had no reason, so why worry about it? But then a part of me thinks of the look in his eyes, and the fact that he tried to break in over running away means he had to have had a reason. And either way, if he had gotten in, what he would have tried to do to me is likely just as horrifying, reason or not. As far as I know, he was only imprisoned for a few weeks due to not being sober during his actions. So I'm left to just worry about whether or not he intends on coming back. My younger brother on the East Coast. For the most part, though, we didn't really go out much. I mean, we'd hang out with friends a lot and get food or whatever, but we never really went out and did anything interesting. I started to look up things to do, and one of the most common suggestions was camping, because we were right along the Appalachians. I told my brother, but he didn't seem very interested. A couple days later, I went out and bought a few things, like a small tent and some safety tools, then packed up one of my old backpacks and drove out to a nearby trail. Yes, I was really inexperienced, and going camping alone was not a good idea, but I'd only planned to be out for one night, so I figured even if there was a problem, it wouldn't be so bad. After an hour of driving, I got to the trail. No other cars were parked, and I didn't see any other people. I got out and put on my backpack, then walked to the trailhead. It was thin and not a really well-made path, but was good enough. I don't think it was a popular trail. I just found it by scrolling through a huge list and choosing one that wasn't too long. As I hiked down, though, it became more and more clear how little used this trail was. Bushes were overgrown and blocking the way, and even in some portions, the grass had grown in and made it really hard to tell what was the trail and what wasn't. But after an hour, I made it to the end. After seeing the trail, it was about what I'd expected the camping ground to be. It was small and mostly overgrown, but there was something I noticed right away that caught my attention. A pile of logs on the other side of the camping ground. I walked up to it and saw that flakes of charred wood were blowing off in the wind, so it had to have been used recently, maybe even the night before. I looked around again, not seeing any tents or signs of someone being here though. Unsure about it, I went to the other end, put my things down, then got to work on the tent. It wasn't that late yet, so I took my time to make sure the tent was well made. Once I was done, I took a breather, sitting down and chilling for a bit. There was about an hour left of sunlight. While I could tell the sun was setting, but soon after, a sound came from somewhere nearby. A crackling sound, like from a campfire. I unzipped the opening and stepped out, being immediately faced by a man sitting across the campsite, right next to where the half-burnt logs were. He was older than me, probably in his 40s, but there wasn't much else I could see from the little amount of sunlight coming in through the trees. He was already looking at me, so I nervously waved my hand at him. The man waited a few seconds, then lifted his hand as well. I went around to the back of my tent and got a pile of sticks, then made a small campfire. It only took a few minutes before it was mostly dark out. There was only the light from my campfire and the man's campfire on the other side. I kept looking over, trying to see if he had a tent or a backpack or something, but all I could see was him. Every time I looked, I only got more weirded out and uneasy. Where did he even come from? My tent was set up right next to
came
the
from
trail,
Uranus.
so I would have heard him look up, unless he came from the other
dwelling butt
side,
monkey.
which was just empty woods. I sat out there for at least an hour, probably 2, and never saw the man move from his spot. He just sat by the fire, looking forward. Eventually, I went inside my tent, figuring I had to be overthinking all of this, and the man was probably just another camper. He was at a public camping ground after all. I laid down and tried to rest, but I don't think my mind would let me sleep for some reason. So I just stared at the ceiling, listened to the faint crackling of the man's campfire.
Yeah, apparently
I
he
was
likes to
in there
pitch
for
tents.
probably another hour before I heard leaves slowly crunching, making their way toward my tent. I sat up and listened more carefully until I could see the shadow of the man standing on the other side of the fabric. My whole body froze, watching him just stand there for a moment, not moving, not speaking. Then his shadow started moving away as I heard the leaves crunch into the distance. I quickly unzipped the tent and looked out. The campground was empty. The man was gone, having left only the burning logs. I started to pack up, shoving the tent into its holder, and even breaking some of the rods just to move faster. I left without ever seeing the man come back. As for what happened out there, or what was going to happen, I really don't know. Not more than a week or 2 ago, I hiked out on a long trail in dense woods behind my town. I lived in a really close-knit town with just under 1,000 people, so we were pretty far out from any big populated cities. The woods on the outskirts were very flat, no mountains or hills, but had a few ponds and some small rivers running through the middle. I was heading to one of these rivers. I'd been there before a few times, though I'd never had the chance to camp there until this day. As I could recall from the previous times, I knew it was about a 3-hour walk, almost perfectly north. As I walked between the trees, it was very quiet, aside from birds and other animals rustling the leaves around me. There were no people or hikers, and I didn't plan to see anyone because this was not even a trail, it was just open woods. But as I was just 45 minutes out from the river, I ran into someone. We were both walking toward each other, and it seemed like neither of us had noticed the other until we were just a few feet away, separated by only a couple trees. I know I had a confused and almost nervous look, finding it really unusual to run into someone off trail in the middle of these woods, but the man had the same look. I was about to break the silence and say hello, but after a second, his face shifted into a slight nervous smile, and he turned to walk off to the side. I followed his lead and kept on walking as well, but I looked back once I got a little further away and saw the man was no longer walking, but almost running away. Not saying a word when running into each other gave me a somewhat unsettled feeling, but seeing him run off like that only made it even stranger. It was like the man did not want to be seen, or he didn't care about the almost impossible chance that we had run into each other. Whatever the case, I kept minding my own business and made my way to the river. This was no campsite or anything, so I just plopped my bag and tent down on the flattest area I could find. Then I got a fire going since the sun was just about to set. I tossed in a bunch of random sticks and twigs that were around, made sure it would burn for a couple hours at least. I was hoping to stay up and wait till the stars came out so I could do some stargazing. Away from town, I can often get a good view of the Milky Way, which is a sight I never want to miss out on. Hours passed while I was sitting and waiting
He was
until
looking
a
at the Milky Way.
distinct sound came through the quiet
While he
woods
pitched the
behind
tent?
me. Footsteps, slow and careful ones. I turned and looked, not seeing much in the dark. As I gazed around though, the footsteps stopped, telling me that while I may not see them, they can see me. I reached down for my bag, picked up a heavy-duty flashlight, shining it at the trees. I could see decently far
So you're gonna
now,
flash the
but as I
trees?
moved it back and forth, I didn't see anyone. I felt my heart rate increasing a bit as the unsettling feeling came over me again. Anyone out there? I tried again. Hello? Not even the sound of another
Careful, you
footstep.
might provoke Bigfoot.
After a moment of contemplation, I started to walk toward where I'd heard the sound from. I thought maybe there was a chance I was mistaken, but I needed to be sure. I carefully stepped through the woods, keeping the flashlight steadily pointing ahead until I got to where I thought the sound was from. I moved the light to my left, looking behind each tree, until the light suddenly revealed a large man. It was the one I'd run into only a few hours ago. He was no more than 20 feet away, but even with the light on him, he stood still. In an act of quick thinking, I tried to not react and continued to move my flashlight across the woods, hoping he would think that I somehow didn't see him. Then I began
You stand
walking
with
back to
Ukraine,
the
I
tent,
don't.
trying to act as unbothered as possible.
WL.
I picked up my bag and looked around once
Big
more before
women
quickly leaving my
lesbians?
tent and campfire behind and walking into the woods along the riverside. Once I
Big
felt
white
I'd made enough
lesbians?
distance, I sprinted as far as I could until I was without a doubt away from that man. I found a spot to rest at and sat there awake until sunrise. I don't think I was followed, as I was able to make it out without ever hearing or seeing that man again. I'm not sure why he was out there, or why he had shown up and hid by my campsite,
I think he
but
was
I never
secretly
went
using
back
that
to retrieve my
flashlight for
tent
something else.
in fear that I might find out. I was delivering a truckload to a company on the far west coast, coming from the east coast. The route across the country is one I've taken many times before, being a truck driver for almost 20 years. It's always the same every time I make one of these drives. Same roads, same truck stops, same everything. Over these 20 years though, I've never really had anything crazy happen. I've had a few odd scenarios, but they've never
Look,
amounted
it's
to
a big
anything.
rig drag race.
So when I was driving this route again, I
He's
had
pulling
no
on me.
worries in
Damn
my
it,
mind.
I've lost.
It was just another day on the job. About 20 hours into the route, a storm started coming over and slowing down my driving. It was late too, so by
Watch,
then
he's
I was
loaded,
already
he's
looking
heavy,
for
I'm
the next
empty.
truck stop to sleep
If I
at.
have a kill to climb up, I'm hauling
As I
past
drove
him.
though, a very sudden light appeared behind me.
Expressway ends.
The road I was on was flat and straight, so I would have seen them coming in my mirror, but it was all of a sudden that they were right behind me. Maybe they had just turned on their lights or something. I didn't know, but they very quickly came right up to the back. I kept my eyes on them until they got so close that they were completely covered by the trailer. All I could see were their headlights reflecting off the back. But then their lights shut off. I maintained my speed and
Bye-bye.
kept looking back at my
Yeah, he's
mirrors,
loaded.
trying to see if they were still behind me, but I had no way to know. For someone to turn off their lights in the middle of a heavy storm was insane though. And to be tailing behind me so close was just as insane. Thankfully, the sign showed a truck stop was only 5 miles ahead, so at least I knew I was close to getting away from whatever this was.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely pulling on him.
I didn't want to jump to conclusions based on just some weird behavior, but as a trucker, it's hard not to think about the possibility of it being an attempted robbery, especially when alone on the road at night. For the rest of the 5 miles, I saw no signs of them behind me. I was still on edge because I couldn't really see anything anyway, but I started feeling less worried as I was coming in on the truck stop. I pulled in, trying to check my mirrors to see if they followed, but with the rain and lack of lighting, it was really too hard to tell. The truck stop was mostly empty though, aside from a few trucks at the gas pumps. I pulled off to the side and parked in the middle of the lot. After waiting a minute and getting some of my stuff organized, I opened the truck door and leaned my head out, looking along the side of the trailer. I was drenched from the rain, just a matter of seconds, but from what I could tell, there was no car behind me. I closed the door and finally felt a bit of relief, grabbing my pillow and blanket from the passenger side. I locked the doors, turned off the truck, and tried to get some shut-eye. The rain pounding on the metal roof made it easy to fall asleep,
Not a metal roof,
blocking
it's a
out any
fiberglass
possible
roof.
sounds coming from other trucks pulling in and out. When I woke up though, I felt I had only been asleep for a few minutes. I looked around, seeing it was still dark out and the storm was the same, if not worse. But before I could check my mirrors, a loud thump shook the truck. My eyes opened wider. I reached for the door handle and opened it, looking out at the back of the trailer. Through the rain, I could barely see the outline of a car with its headlights off and 2 men moving around in front of it. Terrified, I hesitated to step out and confront them. And as I sat there in that moment of
wrong
hesitation, the door suddenly slammed
the door,
against my
grab your
body,
gun, and prepare
shoving
for
me
war.
back further into the driver's seat. Another man stood outside, yelling at me to stay where I was, then slamming the door again. His right hand was shoved in his hoodie, and with 2 other men behind the truck, I was in no position to try anything. I could feel the truck shake as I just sat in place with the guy outside my door watching my every move. He didn't even look away for a second. This went on for a few minutes, then they ran back to their car and drove off. I was still in shock, watching their car disappear onto the road. I called the police and put in a report, but no information ever came up on who the men were. All I know is that if I had been any less aware and had just tried to drive off at first sight of the men, I probably wouldn't have been able to make it out as safely as I did. It was a typical Friday after my college classes were out. I was spending the night doing DoorDash. This was my regular routine, dashing on the weekends to help me pay for all my living expenses while on campus. The night started well, getting a lot of orders done and making a good amount. Then it hit a stalemate after the big dinner rush. Very few orders were showing up, and the ones that did, they were...
What the hell? Okay, something goofy with the audio. Okay, I think it might be the radio. Let's figure it out. There we go.
Guessed of any orders I'd done up until this point. Most of the houses were
Yeah,
right around
the radio's
campus,
being stupid.
because any further than 15 to 20 minutes out, it becomes pretty much just bare fields of grass. As I got to that 20-minute mark, it became
When it
just
comes
that.
to situations like that,
Very
the
few
police can't get there fast
houses,
enough.
mostly sitting far
That's
out,
where I'll pull out
fields
my
of
9 and
crops,
bust a cat.
and nothing else. Empty road.
If you're out in the middle of nowhere,
These
you don't have
farms.
enough choice.
Then
You have
I
to
made it
defend
to the
yourself.
house. There was a dirt driveway connecting to the road, leading through a large field, and in the far back was a small house. Driving through the field felt very eerie, even though I'm not one to get nervous without reason.
And
This
honestly,
felt
I don't care if I
different.
put a few holes in the truck.
As I got further
My
out
life
from the
or
road,
theirs. And it's going to be their life if they try to break in.
Rumbling of my car on the dirt. I parked out front and got the bag ready, then left the car on as I stepped out. The night was quiet and the house was dark, having only the porch light on to illuminate the inside. I walked through the unkempt grass and up to the porch, knocking on the door. As I waited, I looked back at my car, sitting in the dark, with the field of pitch black behind it. A moment went by, then I knocked again, but there was no response, not even the sound of anyone inside. It didn't take long for me to realize the strangeness of the situation, seeing no lights on in the windows and noticing how decayed the house looked up close. The only thing that made me think it couldn't be abandoned was that I had an order for this address, and the porch light was on. I looked at the light, thinking, why would that be the only light? But by some odd chance, I happened to recognize the top portion of the casing having a cheap solar battery. It was just an automatic light that charges during the day and turns on in the evening, meaning nobody had to be here to turn it on. Just as I was piecing this all together, though, I heard a rumbling sound behind me. I turned, seeing a car driving down the dirt path and coming up right behind my car. I stood there and stared at their headlights until a man stepped out. I yelled from the porch, asking if this was his order, but he didn't reply. He just stood right next to his car and didn't move or speak. I felt my adrenaline spike as I began realizing how horrible the situation likely was. The silence of the night only reminded me that there was nobody here to help. I was stuck in the middle of a field between an empty house and a stranger. In a split-second instinctual reaction, I dropped the bag, sprinted off the porch, running behind the house and straight into the field of grass. I looked back, seeing the man coming up behind me. Frantically, I continued running, and the further out I got, the thicker and taller the grass became, until it was covering all views of direction. By then, I knew the guy had no chance in following me. I slowed down, catching my breath as I carefully moved through the crops and tried to be quiet in case the man was still trying to find me. Eventually, I made it to someone else's yard. From there, I got to a road where I had enough signal to call for help. Police picked me up and went to check on my car, but of course, the man
That's a
was
really
gone
good
by
pickup
then.
line. The cops picked
I was
you up.
surprised though, because my car hadn't been looted, and the bag of food was still on the porch of the abandoned house. But that could only mean that the man had other intentions, likely far worse than just robbing me. This happened when I was 18, making the road trip from my hometown to my new college.
Oh, look, it's Popo.
I had all my stuff shoved into the trunk and backseat of my cheap
He pulled
SUV.
somebody over.
This was not only my first long road trip alone, but was also going to be my first time being away from my family for an extended amount of time, so my nerves were reasonably high. Anyway, the directions I was taking said it was 600 miles total, which I split into 2 days of driving. I was taking whatever route the maps had me take, and it estimated I'd make it to the hotel at 11 p.m. But with possible traffic, gas stops, and getting food, I knew I'd likely get there much later. By 7, the sun was fully gone, and most of the cars were gone too. Every once in a while, a car would
no
pass
traffic,
by,
I go.
and I'd see their headlights slowly fade out in front of me. But for most of the drive, it was just me. This actually made me really tired and bored. Around 10, I decided I'd stop at the next gas station before making the final stretch of the drive. About 10 minutes later, I exited the road and entered a gas station. Being so far out, it wasn't a town or anything. It was literally just a gas station with a few pumps and a tiny convenience store. I didn't see any other cars on the road or in the lot, and not even any lights from any nearby houses or buildings in the distance. I pulled right up to a pump and got out to start topping off my tank, and as I looked around, I almost got jump scared by a guy walking up to me. In comparison to myself, he was much older, probably 50s if I had to guess, and he honestly looked homeless. But regardless, being approached out here wasn't something I was expecting, and his short smile didn't make me feel any more comfortable. "Hi, do you need something?" I said, hoping he wouldn't walk any closer.
Yeah, these nuts.
The man stopped a few feet from my car and looked around almost cautiously before responding. "Take the exit back onto the highway." I looked at him confused, not sure if I was understanding him right. He pointed behind me at the exit I came from and repeated himself. "Take the exit back onto the highway." After a second, I said okay, and the man walked off, but I was still really confused. The exit I came from that he wanted me to take again was a one-way road, so by his logic, he wanted me to drive on the wrong side of the road and do a U-turn back onto the highway. It just didn't make any sense. I looked out at the entrance road, the obvious one that I was supposed to take, and there were no signs of any construction or anything blocking it. It just looked like an empty ramp back onto the highway. As I put the pump
That guy
back
was actually
and got out
trying
of
to
my
help
car,
him.
I glanced over at the man, who was now just sitting against
You'll
the
see
side
why.
of the
I've heard the
convenience
story
store.
before.
The more I thought about it, though, the more crazy that man seemed, just to be sitting out here, saying nonsense.
He really was trying to
I
help.
thought maybe this was some kind of trap or something, so I went with my instinct and drove out of the lot and toward the entrance to the highway. As I merged onto it, though, I realized pretty much all the streetlights were out. I slowed down, thinking maybe this was a construction zone or something. I kept my eyes focused on the road directly ahead, making sure to be cautious of anything. But while I made my way through the unlit road, I saw only a brief outline of a figure to my left before a pickup truck came out of nowhere and stopped right in front of my car. Every door opened as 4 men jumped out of the truck and started running up to my car, holding weapons of all kinds. Metal bats, machetes, knives, and not even anything covering their faces. They just had this emotionless gaze, like they felt nothing of what they were doing. I quickly started backing up as they got just a few feet away from my windows. Once I got far enough back, I suddenly saw the outline of dozens of people coming out of the shadows off the side of the road. A few even tried chasing my car as I frantically reversed out of there. As soon as I could, I turned around and sped off. I called 911 once I felt I was safe, but for some reason, I never got a call back. No update on it at all, almost like they didn't even check on it. Ironically though, it was the creepy old guy at the gas station that tried to prevent me from even getting caught up in that mess. Or at least that was what I assume he was doing. Either way, I was incredibly lucky to get out of that with my life, as I have no idea what that was or what they were all planning to do.
All those guys in the pickup truck are all
This was
butt
only
pirates.
a few months ago. I was spending the weekend cozying up inside, as it was the end of winter, and these were the last few days of cold before it was supposed to start heating up. This night, it was rainy and cold, so I had nothing better to do than watch some movies and relax. But it was sometime not too long after dinner that there was a knock at the door. I got up and walked over, but looking out the peephole, I didn't recognize the man. He was wearing some brown jacket and a beanie, and he was holding a snow shovel. Seeing as there wasn't any snow on the ground, I didn't understand what he was here for. I cracked the door just an inch and asked what he wanted. It took all but 5 seconds of listening to him to know he was up to no good. He stumbled over his words and was trying to tell me a whole story about how he was just a friendly guy looking for any jobs to do in my yard. Something felt off about it and unnatural, so I said no thanks and started shutting the door, but the guy quickly put his hand on it. For a second, he just stared at me, keeping the door open, before he let go. I shut and locked it, and after processing what happened, I looked back out the window. He walked down to the sidewalk and disappeared in the rainy fog. I watched for another minute to make sure he'd actually left for good, then I went back to my movie. The guy was definitely sketchy, but I didn't think he would come back or anything, and would probably just go on to the next house. The rain had picked up over the next hour. I was still in the living room and had started another movie, although I knew I was probably too tired to finish. My eyes were drifting in and out, but randomly, there was a thump above me that shook me awake. It was just one thump, and was kind of hard to tell how loud it actually was with the rain outside, but what was odd about it was that it was definitely from above me. I got up and walked upstairs, looking for anything fallen over, or even a leak in the ceiling that might have made the house settle a bit. However, I found nothing. It could have been one of the gutters clicking out of place from the heavy rain, or really anything else, so I ignored it. I went back downstairs, and being more awake now, I decided to finish the rest of the movie. By the time I'd finished it and was ready to go to bed, it was nearly 12 a.m. I shut off the TV and went around turning off all the lights downstairs.
I hate them.
But as I was walking upstairs to go to bed, I could very quickly feel the temperature drop as I got closer to the top of the steps. Maybe I was too tired to give it much thought, but when I got upstairs and started closing each of the doors that I'd opened earlier, I noticed something from the corner of one of the rooms. The window was cracked open. I must have stared at it for thinking how impossible that was, and just being extremely confused. I walked over and looked at it closer. It was one of the windows that had a small roof overhang
Actually, it's
under
compacted,
it,
but
and
still.
before I closed it, I barely could see an imprint on the windowsill of what looked like a
On a
shoe.
narrow scale.
I could feel the blood rush from my face as I turned around and just listened for a moment. The low creaking of the house, combined with the rain speckling the roof, only made me more unnerved, knowing someone was in my house right now. I began slowly walking, as quietly as I could, back into the hallway. All the other doors were still open, making me feel like someone's eyes could be watching me right now through one of the doorways. I was able to make it downstairs though, From there, I got my phone and hid in the garage, calling 911.
Let's see if these guys have a phone
It
number.
took 5 minutes for the first officer to arrive. I heard nothing but the rain during
wrong
that
phone.
time.
Grab the other one.
Once I let the officer in, I waited on my porch as he searched the home. About 2 minutes later, I heard him call out
There's a
upstairs,
phone number, good.
and then he came down, holding a guy in handcuffs. I quickly recognized him as the man who showed up on my doorstep earlier in the night, and he had a terrible look of anger as he passed by me and was throwing the car. Putting all the pieces together, the guy had climbed up onto my roof, which was likely the cause of the thump I heard hours ago. Then he got in through the second-story window, which I never had thought to even lock. Most disturbing, though, is that the officer said he was hiding in the master
sitting
bedroom,
on the scale.
which I was literally 30 seconds from entering, and maybe
So
even
pull off
falling
now?
asleep without any idea he was in there. The guy even took his shoes off
Okay,
after
be in a
climbing
minute.
the window to not let his shoe prints show on the
Yeah,
carpet.
figured I
So
thought I'd
the
look for a
fact that
phone
I
number.
saw the tiny imprint of the window seal is a
Alright, thanks,
miracle.
bye.
With him going directly to my bedroom, his intentions were clearly malicious. Thankfully, the judge agreed.
I'll be back.
It's only a few months since I still have sleepless nights where I can't help but feel like someone hiding inside my home in the middle of the night.
Nope. Ah, stupid windows. So I had to go bump them. Windows up.
A couple years ago, I applied for a temporary job at a gas station. I was planning to move in 6 months, so I couldn't get anything too permanent, but I still needed to make some cash beforehand. This job paid well, enough to convince me to work the job opening they had for the overnight shift. I would just stay by the register and occasionally do regular maintenance work. This was during my 4th month working there. At some point during this time, I became familiar with a customer that came in pretty frequently. Almost every night, around 1 or 2 a.m., this guy would walk in and buy random different things. Sometimes it was household items, or food, or tools. I always thought it was weird because he'd come in
die because it buzzed at me.
He brought a ton of snacks and sodas, which
Yep.
we set up on the table in the basement.
It shut off.
And fired up the PlayStation.
Charged my watch
we had
back
the
up.
speakers up pretty loud, and we're gaming down there for 3 hours straight. Eventually, though, Justin went
I
upstairs.
just had to go kill the battery on my watch.
When he came back down, he looked worried. I asked what was up, and he said there was someone outside the house. By the kitchen, we had a large sliding glass door.
You're
and
about
I
to
guess
see.
he saw a person
Well.
standing. We went back downstairs to continue work off. Another couple hours went by, and it had to be well into like 2 or 3 a.m. Justin was getting tired, so we wrapped up our last match and turned off the PlayStation. The basement
That's a
had
little
2
too
small
short.
couches, so we each took one and laid out some blankets, then turned off the lights and called it a night. For some reason, I had trouble
Yep,
falling
nope,
asleep.
I'm stupid.
Like I would fall asleep for a few minutes, and
I'm stupid. I went the wrong way. I just had to go get stupid. There's no way in hell this truck is going to make it. Not under that. Nope. I'm stupid. Yeah, the radio basically mutes when I'm in reverse. I guess it's some kind of safety thing, I guess. And I'm really good at backing. Oops.
I was cracking
Can't do
open,
that.
but not enough to see through. I went to the top and opened it further.
Okay. Reverse again. I went the wrong damn way. I'm
The
stupid.
backyard was empty. Nobody was out there from what I could
Time
see.
to turn this big bitch around.
As I was about to look away, though, something moved across the reflection on the glass door. I spun around,
Yeah, I went the wrong way
looking
by
behind
accident.
me, and staring down the hall. Whatever I just saw had quickly moved across the other end of the
Yeah, I
hallway.
got stupid, went the wrong way.
I didn't know what to do. I just stood for a second before sprinting back into the basement. I woke up Justin, and after a quick explanation, he was just as terrified as I was.
I'm stupid.
We hid in one of the closets down there and called the police. And while we were waiting, we could hear someone moving around upstairs.
Like I said, I went and
It was
had to go
like
get
they were
stupid
running
and
around
go the wrong way.
house looking for something. It got quiet after a few minutes though, and when police showed up, the person was gone. They found that the small bolt that locked the back door was snapped off.
And this is soft
So
fucking
that's how
dirt.
they got in. Other than that, we don't know anything. For several years after this incident though, every few months we would find those same smudges on the back door of
I
someone
had to go get
clearly
stupid and go the wrong fucking way.
It wasn't until we finally got a security camera that they left
Yeah,
us alone.
I got stupid and went
At
that way
least
instead
as
of this
far as
way.
we can tell.
I'm pretty sure it happens
It's
all the
been
time.
over a year since we've
I
seen
feel
any
stupid.
signs of them. What they wanted is still unknown. Around 8 to 9 months ago,
Yeah,
on the 24th
we all have our
August,
stupid
which
moments.
was a Saturday. School had been going on for about 2 weeks, so to de-stress a little, I decided to see if my
I'm not
friends,
too worried, I didn't
well,
get
called
stuck.
Griffin and Broly, wanted to hop on Fortnite. My mom and sister were out shopping. My dad was working, and I was bored. It was around 8 p.m. when we finally got on to play,
This drop didn't go
because I had
over.
decided to make pizza rolls
Went halfway over
beforehand
and dropped down.
and ended up burning the batch. After a few rounds, I could tell my friends were getting tired of losing, so they got off after only
So
an
I
hour.
believe what I'm getting are
I
sandbags.
planned on just lying down with my phone
Maybe, maybe
and going
not.
to bed. That was until I heard my 2 dogs barking outside.
So there's a couple of different kinds of sandbags.
It's
Sandbags
not
like when you
unusual for
go
them to
to
bark,
Home
given
Depot
how
and just
people
grab
typically
50-pound
walk on the
bags,
side of the road.
or
But I still looked anyway,
literally
just to make sure.
big, huge 2,000-pound bags.
I didn't see anybody.
I'm not sure which I'm getting yet.
But seconds after looking out the window, I heard our garage door open and shut. That usually means my dad is home from work, but I didn't see his van outside. And he had texted me earlier, telling me that he would be
Let's
working
do
late
this,
tonight.
so you can see roughly basically what
I
I'm
decided
talking
to
about. I'm
walk
going to zoom in.
downstairs into the dining room and look out the window to get a better view.
If I
From
can zoom
there,
in far
I
enough.
could see that our driveway
Okay, I'm going to have to move the
was
phone,
empty.
so it's going to be a little shaky.
There wasn't a person or vehicle
I'm going to have to zoom in.
sight.
What he's getting
I wasn't the type to go
are 50-pound
investigate,
bags.
so I ran back up to my
Pallets
bedroom,
with 50-pound bags
texted
on
my
them.
family group chat to
I
ask
can't
if
zoom in
anybody
any
was home.
closer.
I
It
told my
looks
mom
like that's
about
what he's
garage
getting,
door.
and the lady
She
said I'm
told me
getting
to
4
turn
of
off
them.
the lights, lock my
So
bedroom,
she says
and
roughly
stay there until
14,000
she got
pounds,
home.
so I believe
I
what
did
she
just
said.
that.
And my paperwork
About
says
15 minutes later, I thought I
46,000.
heard our wooden floor downstairs creaking,
Nope, zoom out,
like
stupid.
someone was trying to be sneaky.
So
I didn't have anything
I'll find out
to
in a
use as
moment
a
what
weapon,
I'm getting.
so I unclipped my microphone's boom arm from my desk and quietly opened the door. I walked out onto our upstairs balcony and looked over, trying to see if I could spot anybody stupidly yell.
Yeah, he's
Is
getting,
anybody there?
I
Like they were really
believe,
going to answer.
a full
I thought
truckload.
everything was fine,
And I'm
though,
getting just
until I
four
saw a large
pallets.
silhouette of someone standing
So,
underneath the
I'd
balcony.
much rather be loaded heavy with it
I
being
panicked
winter
and ran
and shit,
to the closest
so
room
I
with
have
a
more
door,
downwards
which
pressure.
happened to be my small
But
bathroom.
according to,
The intruder
said, the
must
lady,
have known I noticed
4
them,
bags, which ain't
because
shit.
I heard loud
That's
and
light.
fast footsteps running up our stairs as I locked myself in the bathroom. I had stupidly left my phone in the bedroom, which was the room right next to me. After I built up enough courage, I bolted into my bedroom,
it won't take me
locking
long
the door
to
as soon as I got
secure
in.
it.
My sister's room was right across from mine, and its door was open.
And I know
So
just
I
how I'm going
figured
to have
the
them
intruder
loaded.
must have been in there.
I'm going to have them go lengthwise,
After
and I'll
locking
throw
my
4
bedroom
straps,
door,
tighten
I
it
grabbed
down, and
my
call it
phone
good.
and typed 911 into it.
Or maybe
Just before
have
I
them
called,
put them side by
I
side.
noticed that the storage room in
and
my
have 'em
wall
put it in the middle of the
was
trailer.
open just a tad. I saw a dark brown eye peeking through the crevice. Soul. The pure terror I felt in that moment is something I'll never forget. I booked it down the stairs and out my front door, running up the hill to my neighbor's house. Police officer. He alerted the other cops while I stayed with his wife, and he went
Places
down
like
to
this, I don't
investigate
mind.
the bedroom.
I really don't like going there because
Minutes
when I get back in
later,
the truck, my
I ran
shoe's
back
covered
down the
in
hill
black
to
coal.
see if the
And I got a
intruder
pair of
had been
shoes
caught.
that I only use for
When I
just
walked
that.
in, I saw a tall,
For walking around
skinny
in
man
those kind of
with a
areas,
gray
because they're
beard
already
and a
ruined
dirty
with
black
coal
coat
on the shoes.
being pushed onto the floor by my neighbor as he
Those
was
shoes
getting
are meant for
handcuffed.
just those coal loads.
I'm not allowed to be home alone anymore, and we have better security around our house now. My family was just happy to know I wasn't hurt, and they were thankful for my neighbor's bravery. I don't wish an experience like this on anybody, not even my worst enemy.
Yep, he's already leaving. Or he's turning the truck around.
I'm a manager
Most
at a
likely he's gonna
mid-sized
come back out
grocery
this way.
store.
So
I do
now
10-hour
I'm going to pull
shifts
forward
and work mostly
so I can get the
overnight.
hell out of his damn way.
At the time, our store was having some staff issues that made pretty much every department understaffed and overworked. And
Because with
overnight
my truck
stopping
sitting where it was, I'd be
no
in his
exception.
way.
I had one guy that would help me 5 nights a week, but that was it, other than me. This was on his day off, so it was only me working. I got in at 10 and was alone by 10:15. After running some numbers in the office, I started pulling out loads of boxes to the aisles to start unpacking and stocking.
Okay.
Even though I had no
Might help to have
this
it
time,
here.
I still had to get everything done, so I was working hard and as quickly as I could. I didn't even stop for a break or anything, but suddenly a tapping sound echoed through the door. I stopped and listened, hearing it happen again, and it sounded just like someone tapping on a window at the
Nah,
front of the
trust
store.
me.
I looked at my watch for the first time.
Here's where they want me to shut off the engine.
It was 2 a.m. Time had flown by, but there was no reason anyone
now
should
go
be here. I
And
walked
change
down
duty
the
status.
aisle and to the front, where I quickly saw someone outside the store. He was leaning against the window, trying to look inside. He spotted me as I walked up and stared
You need to
at
see
me.
the paperwork?
When I
Okay.
was just on the other side, I asked what he wanted. The man, looking like he was homeless, told me to open the door. He had a straight face, no smile or anything. I said we were closed and he couldn't be here, then turned to walk away, but the man immediately banged on the window, not tapping like he was before. This was now harsh banging. I looked back at him, and he was clearly enraged, with his fist against the glass. Thinking this guy was crazy, I told him I'd call the cops if he doesn't leave, then started pulling my phone out to show I was serious. And only then did he step away from the window. He still had that angry look on it too much. And again, I had to focus on getting my work done. I was only able minutes later when a sudden sound echoed through the store. It sounded like something metal snapping or scraping. I quickly dropped what I was doing and ran up to the front. Nobody was at the windows, so I went up to the entrance door. It was one of those revolving glass doors, which uses a bolt lock on the top to keep it from opening when we close the store for the night. Right away, I saw that bolt was missing. Like, not even just unlocked. The entire bolt was gone. I pressed my hand on the door, and it glided around, completely allowing anyone to get in. I could feel my face turn white as I realized what this meant, and I knew I needed to call the police immediately. I turned around to go to the front office, but was instantly looking into the face of that guy from before. He was only a few feet from me, still having that enraged stare. I didn't hesitate to run out the revolving door, hearing the guy follow close behind me. As I ran out into the parking lot, an old van came speeding up to the front. It nearly hit me, but I just kept running until I got to my car. When I rushed in, I noticed the guy wasn't chasing me anymore, and the van was now speeding out of the parking lot. I called the cops and spent... We can say almost for sure that they were trying to get me into their van, but we have no way to know. Quick though, I probably wouldn't ever been seen again. This was a few months ago while driving for DoorDash. I only drive as a side gig, maybe 10 to 15 hours a week. This night I was only doing a couple orders since it was already late, and I had picked up a small order around 1 a.m. It was to be delivered to a business building somewhere across town, which was apparent by the address. This was a normal thing, usually for overnight workers or whatever. When I pulled into the parking lot though, it was empty. No cars at all, and it didn't look like there was a parking lot behind the building either. I parked in a spot near the front and got out with the food. The place was definitely an office building of some kind and was smaller than most, being only 2 stories and not very wide. All the lights were off in the windows though, aside from one light behind the front door. I walked up to the door and checked the app, seeing it has specific drop-off instructions to enter the main hallway and leave the bag outside of room 232.
Okay.
I looked through the door in the building, seeing this hallway with a bunch of closed doors on either side, delivering to specific rooms. I'd only done at hotels, so this was. I tested the door, pushing on it, and it was unlocked, so I stepped inside. I expected to hear people working, moving around, or talking, but instead didn't hear anything. There wasn't a single sound in the whole building. It was just white noise from the overhead lights buzzing above me. As I passed the first few doors though, they were all numbers in the 100s, like 102 and 106. The room the instructions said to leave it at was in the 200s, so I assumed that meant it was on the 2nd floor. In the middle of the hallway was the doorway leading to the staircase. It was held open with a wedge door stopper on the floor, but the lights weren't on. I stepped in and up to the bottom of the staircase, then looked up. The whole stairwell was pitch black. Not even any light was coming from above where the room was supposed to be for me to drop it off at. Again, I started to notice the eerie silence, and it sent a chill through me. I was always one to do whatever the instructions say, so I'd get good reviews, but this was the first time I told myself that this was too sketchy. I stepped out of the stairwell and back into the hallway, and just as I did, the door right across from me opened. The lights in that room were off, but a man emerged from behind the door and stepped into the hallway. He was wearing street clothes and just didn't look like an office worker at all. But he stood in front of me and pointed past me at the stairwell. 232 is up there. I nodded, but didn't move, and neither did he. He just looked me in the eyes with a look like he was suppressing his anger. After an intense few seconds, I dropped the bag on the ground and started quickly walking to the exit. The man didn't follow me, but I heard his footsteps go into the stairwell and up the stairs as I left the building. I got in my car and left. I didn't know what that was, or if I was maybe overreacting about it, so I didn't call the police. The following day though, the police actually called me. Apparently the office reported a break-in, and in the CCTV footage, they saw my car and license plate, tracking it back to me. They also had footage of the break-in, and so they called me in to question me about any information I might have. I didn't have
Give me a sec.
much to give, but it turned out there were actually 3 people that broke inside. One was downstairs, who I saw, but the other 2 were shown on the cameras to be hiding at the top of the stairs, seemingly waiting for me to go up. Disturbingly, several other delivery orders were made to that same office that night. All of the other drivers were smarter than I was though, leaving the orders outside by the front door. What would have taken place in that office had any of us gone up to the 2nd floor is unknown. But hopefully police find the 3 men before anyone falls victim to it. I I go camping with my dad every summer. He's together while looking for a new camping area to try out for the summer. There's no pictures of the area, but the map was easy to follow, and the description of the trail was that it was easy and uncrowded. We set out on Friday morning, parking on the side of the road and beginning down the trail. After the first quarter mile, it was clear that the description wasn't very accurate. It was pretty steep in some parts, and a lot of the trail was muddy or overgrown, which made it actually really hard. Already being there though, we just pushed through and eventually got to the campsite. It looked no different than the woods on the trail that we had been walking on for the past 2 hours. There were trees everywhere, and just a plot of overgrown grass to set our stuff up on. No cool views or anything. We pitched our tents and made lunch. My dad was a bit of a talker, so the rest of the day, we were just in conversation. Once the sun was starting to set, we walked around the trees near the campsite and collected some dry sticks to make a fire with. In the middle of us talking, though, we were interrupted by a loud voice behind us. We both stopped talking and stood around. The woods were suddenly quiet again, and we didn't see anyone there. It sounded not too far away though, like maybe a mile out. Neither of us said anything for 30 seconds, just staring at the trees and trying to spot any movement. Then it came again. Someone, a man's voice, the pain and harshness to the scream, like they were in trouble. I looked up at my dad, who looked really conflicted and worried. He turned me around and led me back to the campsite, quickly starting the fire. The screams kept coming though, and eventually I asked my dad if we should help them. I could tell my dad was thinking of every option. He faced me and told me to stay by the fire and wait. His face was serious, and he said he was going to run a little ways toward the voice and just see what he could see, and that if I saw anyone, to not let them near me. I agreed and watched him run toward the man's voice. After a minute, he was out of sight. Honestly, I wasn't sure what I would have done if I were in my dad's shoes. Leaving someone in need of serious help would make me feel horrible, but we were also in the middle of the woods, so if something happens, well, I don't know. After 10 minutes, I started to get a little worried. The sun felt like it was dropping fast, and there was still no sign of my dad. But then, suddenly, the screaming stopped. The whole forest was now quiet again. I wondered if my dad had found him and was helping him, or if something else happened. Still, after another 10 minutes, my dad was nowhere in sight. With the blanket of darkness starting to cover the forest, I grew more and more nervous. I stood up and walked. There were still no signs of him, so I walked a little more, and then, finally, I heard footsteps from up ahead. I still couldn't see anything, but as the sound of his steps started getting closer and closer, an eerie, almost disturbing feeling came over me. Then, just before I thought they would come into my sight, a voice to my left called my name. It was my dad running toward me and yelling at me to go back. There was urgency and worry in his voice, so I hurried to the campsite and my dad followed behind me. He quickly packed the essentials into his backpack. The look on my dad's face is something I still remember vividly. It was complete fear and distraught. We left the tents and ran for the first mile, then fast walked back to our car. On the drive home, I asked him what he saw out there, who the man was, and why he was screaming. My dad said nothing. Even to this day, he never brings it up or says anything of what he saw. Every time I so much as mention that day, his entire demeanor changes and his face falls flat. So I just stopped asking. All I can think about now is those footsteps that I heard walking toward me, and what would have happened if my dad hadn't shown up in time. I was out camping in a familiar part of the forest near my city. I prefer the more relaxing aspects of camping, like sitting by a fire and having no responsibilities. The trail I went on was into plenty of times. It was only a 30-ish minute walk from the parking area, and the campsite was right by a lake. Having only my small city near the forest, there's only so many people that could possibly be camping at the same time and place as I was. But this time when I got there, a man had a tent already set up. I could see him down
That
by
was
the lake,
quick.
walking in the sand.
Usually it takes longer than that.
He had some generic swimming shorts on and a stained white t-shirt. I walked a little further from where his tent was, then set up mine.
Again, he's
I
pitching
then
tents.
collected some large stones
Damn
from
it.
nearby and placed them in a ring, prepping for the campfire I was going to have later. As I did, I noticed the man looking at me. Not just like a glance, though. He was standing down by the lake with his body turned completely toward me and was watching me. I tried to ignore it, but every time I looked back, he was in that same spot and still staring at me. It got really creepy, so I ended up waving at him to see if he was maybe wanting to say hi or something. But after I waved, he turned around and continued walking along the lake. Whatever that was, I didn't like it. It gave me an uncomfortable feeling about that guy, so I tried to keep an eye on him. For a while, nothing else was back there, or he could have just been walking around. But whatever the case, I was just glad he was gone for now. I put my chair down by the lake and relaxed. I was down there for an hour or so before picking my chair back up and moving it back to my tent. The sun was setting, so I lit up my campfire. As I sat there and looked around at the forest, I suddenly spotted something.
Didn't really have to stack them.
Far out, there was a shape.
They did it
next
side
to
by
one of
side in the middle of the
trees.
trailer.
I
So,
tried
yeah,
to get a
I should be
clearer
good on weight.
view. All I could make out was what looked like a white shirt. It was that guy.
Like I said, it's only 14,000 pounds, so this truck can handle theoretically up to 46,000 pounds, if not a little more. Let me show you where the suspension gauge is sitting.
Was he watching me for?
I'm not even high enough
I moved
to even
my chair
care.
to the other side of the campfire, so
That's
that I
below
was now
50.
facing him,
I don't care.
just so I didn't lose sight of him. He stayed there for a good 30 or 40 minutes, watching me.
I'm a light
far out in
motherfucker
the
right now.
forest, before it started to get dark out. The shadows everywhere started making it hard to see him anymore.
Well, that was quick on loading.
After a while,
That took
I
me,
couldn't even
what,
make out his shape. I could only look in the
20
general
minutes?
direction he was
Damn,
in.
that was quick. Usually it takes
With my
longer than that.
camera lighting up my sight, I knew he could still see me. Knowing he was still out there staring at me, yet not being able to see anything, I started getting really anxious. I mean, what the hell was
Dirt.
this guy doing? He had a tent here, like he was camping, but in the hours that I've been here, I never once saw him go to it. With
Now,
everything
to
getting
sneak
to
out
an
of here.
end, I debated packing up and leaving.
This could be a tight
But
squeeze.
at this point, I was worried the guy would follow me out. So, I sat there, tended the fire, making sure it didn't go out, and I just waited. Several long, tiring hours passed, and I didn't came back to his tent, or came close enough for me to see him. When the sun started coming up, I looked all around and saw no signs of him. I packed up my gear and booked it back to my car. It's hard to know that guy's intentions. If I hadn't stayed away,
Where is this guy? Oh, there he is. Hey! Do we have to scale back out or no?
I was taking a few days
Yeah.
off, spending it camping in the woods.
Okay, thank you.
I was in some forest a few hours from my town, and had set up camp at the end of a 4-hour trail.
Yeah, I only got 4 pallets. Basically, that ain't shit.
I had noticed this thin path leading out from the
Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Oh no, I'm worried. I'm overweight. Jake, I gotta set my GPS and get the hell out of here.
I thought I'd go for a short hike down the path.
Huh? So, let's see. Okay, wrong phone. Somewhere in Indiana. Yeah, I'm gonna set the GPS before I get going. Drive safe. Doesn't even have an address. The fuck? How am I supposed to deliver it if it only says the city and state? The fuck? Seriously? Now I gotta call Brandon and get him to get me an address. Turn on Bluetooth on this one.
But as I crept through the rooms, there wasn't much to see. Feeling uneasy, I was about to turn around and leave, but a small glimmer caught the side of my eye.
I'll call Brandon.
On one
Brandon and shit.
the handle had been ripped off and replaced by a silver padlock. It almost looked brand new and matched nothing else in the house. My curiosity immediately had me thinking of why there was a padlock on the door to an otherwise empty and ruined cabin. The more I looked at it,
I'm missing something from that information. The address.
I couldn't get myself to investigate.
Yeah.
I left the house and went back to the cabin.
Unless it's on the bills, which I don't know.
I heard a single footstep on the wooden floor inside the house.
Is it the 909? Is it the 909 North Lafayette Street?
Trying to distance myself from that place. As I walked back to the
Well, I didn't get the full load. The guy that got here before me got part of it, and I got the rest. Just 4 pallets.
making it impossible to see that far. When I got back to the camp, I got a fire going early.
Okay, so I'll just go off that then.
Listen and looking to see if anyone.
All right, thanks, Brandon.
By nightfall, I hadn't heard anything else. But as the hours got later, I started hearing it again. Footsteps out in the distance, far beyond the light of the campfire, but definitely close enough to them to see the light. It went on for several hours, hearing a line of footsteps every 10 to 15 minutes.
Ohio.
Still, though, I was never able to see them.
Alright.
I left. What the cabin was doing,
Alright, thanks, bye.
whoever had followed me that night, I'll never know. I can't say what they intended to do, but their disturbing
Street.
behavior only lets me assume
No.
the worst. But I can never seem to stop thinking about the disturbing possibilities of what was behind that locked door.
That don't look right. No, it does not. I think it is, so do that now. Go to my other GPS just for cross-reference. What the fuck is it? Oh, wait, no. North. Okay, F. A, Y. Okay. So 387. Really?
All I could see was a dim light coming from the top.
Yeah, okay, I don't think so.
I climbed up the stairs, but when I got to the floor on the second story, it was blocked.
Satellite.
Something on the other side was even from over there.
Yes, fuck off. Satellite. See if it's the same damn building with two different GPSs, just for double checking purposes.
This was probably the most setting I ever been in. The hallway was dark and musty, fully swollen,
Okay, they're agreeing.
I walked down.
I just double check because I've gotten screwed before, or tries to take me to the wrong damn location.
Kind of forward. There were layers of dust covering everything, but all the furniture was set up as if it had never been moved. There were even towels and soap left in the bathroom still. As I was looking at all of this, I heard a small thump. I turned around and faced the doorway, not sure if that was from the floor I was on or the one below me. A few seconds later, quiet footsteps creaked the floorboards coming down the hallway. As they got closer, I just stared at the doorway and hoped that they weren't on my floor. After a few seconds though, I heard them stop, followed by a door opening, then slamming shut on the floor below me. Afterward, there were no footsteps or really
I got
any
in and out
sounds at
before
all.
him, haha.
I tried to be quiet, walking up to the hallway and looking out to make sure nobody
Of
else
course,
was
I got
here.
the last part of the load.
Thinking about it though, I couldn't see why another person
But
just
honestly, I'd
exploring
rather
the
be
place
heavier.
would walk
So
so
in case it starts
deliberately to a
snowing,
room,
I got more
slam
traction
the door.
because of the weight.
The more I thought about it, the more nervous I got. Only adding to the eeriness was how silent the whole place was now. After a minute of standing in the hallway, thinking I'd had enough, I quietly walked back to the staircase, opened the door, entering the dark stairwell, and starting to descend. There was no way to be quiet on the metal stairs. Each step was an unavoidable hollow thump.
School zone.
But as I passed the door to the second story, I noticed
slow down to a
small
certain
gap
speed.
in
School zone.
that definitely wasn't there before. Then I looked
That wasn't
down
flashing earlier.
the stairs ahead of me. A figure stood in the stairwell, only a few steps below me, barely visible in the darkness.
Wow,
But
there's
their
the school
eyes
off to my left.
stared right at me. They looked dreadful and emotionless. With no choice, I started carefully walking on the edge of the
Elementary.
staircase, passing by them with only a couple feet between us, as his eyes followed every move I made. Once I got to the bottom, I opened the door and ran out into the lobby where I could finally see clearly. I hurried back to my car and sat in the parking lot for a while. Looking back, that was probably the dumbest thing I'd ever done. I guess I just didn't realize what I was walking into. I'm not sure why that person was there.
Oh no, there's a
or
Karen
what they
driving
were
a school
doing,
bus.
but
Run!
leaving when I did
Run,
was
kids!
probably the only good decision I made.
Chad, your typical Karen hairdo.
I was driving back from my friend's place in Wisconsin. I live right outside of Chicago, which is about a 6-hour drive, so I decided to do it all in one go. However, I didn't anticipate leaving so late. I wasn't on the road until 8 p.m., but I absolutely had to be home for work the following day, so there was no option to hang out any longer. If you aren't familiar with Wisconsin, it's mostly flat with a ton of forests all over the northern parts and small towns scattered throughout. The biggest cities are closer to the border, nowhere near where I was. My buddy's place was in one of these small towns, so pretty much right out of the gate, it was barren forest roads. There were a few cars here and there, but once I was 30 minutes out and the sun had set, there wasn't a single other car. I probably went a full 2 hours without seeing anyone else on the road. The endless flat forest on either side of me was so repetitive that it was making me
Dude, it'd be
sleepy.
nice to have basically live up in an
Definitely
area
didn't
like
help
this.
that I was so tired
Nice,
from hanging
quiet
with my
little
friend
area.
all weekend either. I was trying everything to stay awake, but at just around 11 p.m., I actually saw something up the road. I opened my eyes a bit wider and could tell it was a person. They were standing on the shoulder and had their thumb out, clearly looking for a
This one I
ride.
do stop for.
For some reason, the very first thought
Okay,
that
don't
came
see-
through my
I
mind
don't
was
see,
that
cars
having
coming.
company
I
in
go.
the car would surely help keep me awake. I almost instinctively began slowing down, and as I got closer,
So
they
this
started
one's
walking down the shoulder toward
72
my
miles
car.
away.
I rolled the window down and pulled up next to them. Hey, I just need a ride into the next town, if you've got a spare seat for me. It was really dark out, and I couldn't see much of him, but he sounded tired. I let him into the back seat. It wasn't until I started pulling away that the thought even
The
popped
only
into
problem
my
with
head
small
about
towns
why
like
he was
this,
out here.
there's
I mean,
literally
the middle of the
not much
woods
to do.
in the middle of the night was kind of a weird
So it
place
can
to
get
be.
boring really quickly.
I looked in the mirror. The guy was looking at me.
I mean, you can go
through the
look at
shadow
one of
that
these
covered the
industrial
back seat.
places.
He looked like he was 30-ish,
Like that blue
with
building up
stubble
ahead.
and a buzz cut, but I didn't see
But-
a backpack or anything with him.
Yeah, like I
So,
said,
what
it
brought
can get
you out
boring
here?
really damn quick
Yes.
in a small area
I
like
told him I was
this.
at my friend's place for the weekend and was heading back home to Chicago. Then I asked him the same question. His straight face turned into a fake smile. Oh, I was just walking on a trail in the woods and got lost along the way. Found the road and figured it best to catch a ride. I thought
Head
about
back
his
the same
answer
damn
for a
way I
second.
traveled.
I didn't know about any trails
Exact same
or
damn
really
way.
anything at all in these parts of the woods.
One GPS says
But
go
even
to the
if
right,
there was,
the other one says
I
take
would have
this
had
way.
to drive to get here. Why didn't he mention that? Wouldn't he want me to take him to the trailhead instead of into town? I don't know. I was more awake and aware now, and it was making me uneasy the more I thought about it. But then the guy suddenly told me to stop. He told me to pull over and drop him off here. I cautiously did as he said, pulling the car onto the shoulder and parking. We were maybe 5 miles down the road from where I picked him up, and there was still nothing but dense forest all around. The guy quickly opened the door, and without saying anything, he started rushing away, heading for the trees. I was super weirded out and concerned about this whole thing, and at this point, I just wanted to get out of there. But he left the door open, and when I leaned into the back seat to shut it, I noticed a drawstring bag tucked under the passenger seat. It wasn't mine, it was definitely his. I called out for the guy, and he turned around. "Hey, you left your bag." He stood with a straight face and wide, frustrated eyes, staring at me for several uncomfortable seconds. Then he came back. "Your bag. You left it right here." I pointed under the seat, and he hesitated for another several seconds before grabbing it abruptly and turning around, hurrying back into the forest. I reached over and shut the door, then left the area as fast as I could. I was relieved to be away from that guy, knowing that something was definitely up with him. But it was only a few minutes down the road that I started to pick up on an awful odor from the back seat. It got increasingly worse over the next 30 minutes until I got into another small town. I stopped at a gas station and used my phone light to look into the back seat. On the carpet under the passenger seat, right where the drawstring bag had been sitting, there was a deep red stain.
Oh shit.
I almost threw up as I ran into the gas station and called the police. I gave them all the info I had on what happened, and they cut out the piece of carpet from my car to get tested.
Oh
They
hell
also
no,
did a
fuck man, I
search
wouldn't
for
let
the
him
man,
cut shit out,
but
just take
came
a
up
sample.
empty-handed, only finding a few footprints near the spot I picked him up at. I don't know exactly what was in that bag, but it seems like he was trying to plant it in my car as a means to cover something up. We still have no idea who he was or what he was up to that night. I was working a quick DoorDash shift on a Monday night. I got out of my day job at 7, decided to make a few deliveries. It was a pretty regular, quiet night, with nothing much to note. I delivered about 7 or 8 orders before I took my last one for the night. I drove it down to the house and dropped it off, then started heading back into town, where my apartment was. It was around 10 o'clock now, and after that delivery, I was about 20 minutes out in the farmland that surrounds our town. A couple minutes into my drive back, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. I slowed down, and the man moved over a little bit, but not enough to be out of my way. Once I got closer, he looked right at me and stuck his thumb out. In my headlights, I could tell he was an older guy, like early 50s, and he had a large backpack over his shoulders. Since I was already slowing down, I figured I'd be helpful and ask if he needed a ride into the city, since I was heading that way anyways. He leaned on the windowsill and thanked me for stopping. His eyes looked heavy and exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days, but he seemed nice enough, so I agreed to give him a ride. What I wasn't expecting, though, was for him to immediately open the passenger door and sit in the seat right next to me. It didn't really matter, I guess, but I felt like it was usually common courtesy to get in the back seat. As he got situated, I looked past him at where he came from. It was a field of tall grass, just a huge farm or something. "You from around here? What brings you out to the farmland?" He looked over at me. "Just making my way across the country to visit my family. Don't have a car, so I've been hitching rides." thought that was pretty interesting, so I asked more about where he was from, but he gave me very vague and uninterested answers. A couple times, I caught him looking into my back seat. Not just quick glances, though, like he was running his eyes through the whole back seat. Stop the car. I didn't say a I was terrified and just thought if I let him take whatever he wanted, then I'd get out unharmed. So that's exactly what I was going to do. As soon as the car was in park, I turned to open my door, but he quickly stopped me. Get in the back, he demanded, still clenching the knife. I froze up for a moment, realizing we were in the middle of empty fields, and that if I
Sir, let me see your logs. All right, right back there, officer.
Another chance to escape. He told me again, and that's also when I noticed his large backpack was slightly opened by his feet, revealing a thick bundle of rope. I had no choice but to try my luck escaping now, before it was too late. I opened the door and jumped out of the car in one swift motion. A man tried jumping across the front seat to grab me, but I sprinted to the other side of the road and into the tall grass. I kept on running through the field until I felt like he couldn't find me. Then I stood still,
They're hauling logs.
He yelled a few times from the road, but then it went quiet. All I could hear was the wind blowing the grass around. I stood still and motionless for a good 15 minutes before I slowly made my way back toward the road. I looked through the grass and could see my headlights still beaming onto the pavement and the driver door still open. The man was nowhere to be seen. After scoping it out for another minute, I sprinted up and grabbed my phone, then ran back into the grass and called 911. I didn't know if he was still hiding somewhere, waiting for me, so I didn't risk staying there. Eventually, the police showed up, though. I couldn't believe the man didn't drive away in my car. He must have just grabbed his backpack and run off into the other field, or maybe even tried chasing me through the grass and just didn't find me. Either way, it clearly showed that his intentions were not to just rob me of my belongings, which makes the scenario 100 times more disturbing.
Somebody broke
I
down.
gave the
Look at
police
that.
a description of the
Somebody
man,
truck on the side of the
but
road.
there still haven't been any
Somebody
sightings.
broke down. Wait, I shouldn't mock him.
This was in 2016. My parents had just moved to the West Coast, and I was on my way driving there to visit them. A lot of the way there is pretty empty, with only a few gas stations spread out down the long highway. At some point during my second night of driving, my check engine light came on in my car. I wasn't exactly surprised, because my car was old, not very reliable, but I wasn't really a car person either, and I had no clue what could be going on with it. I looked up where the next gas station was. It was another 30 miles away, but I really had no choice but to make it there. However, my car decided to make the choice for me instead though, as the engine suddenly cut out, leaving me coasting along the side of the road until I eventually stopped. I tried everything I could to get it working again. I even got out and looked under the hood for any possible causes of the problem, but I saw nothing. Honestly, I thought this was just the final leg of my car. In the meantime, all I could do was find a way to get help. I pulled my phone out, and I immediately felt my stomach drop as I had no service. I tried a few calls anyway, but obviously none of them went through. After 30 minutes of trying to find a solution, I realized I really only had one option, which was to hitchhike a ride. I'd never done it before, and I was kind of nervous, not really knowing what to expect. I always found it as a strange thing that I never thought I'd ever do. I stood out there on the side of the road and just waited. Every 15 or so minutes, a single car would pass by, but none of them stopped for me. This went on for hours. It was probably 2 or 3 a.m. before I saw the headlights of another car coming down the road. I stuck my thumb out, assuming it would pass by like all the rest, but to my surprise, they started pulling over. It was a black pickup truck, and I couldn't really see the driver until I walked around to the side of their car. He was a very skinny man with a long, thin face, and matched with his long black hair, it was a little unsettling. "Need a lift?" he said happily, with a big grin. Something really put me off about this guy, but honestly, I was tired. This might be my only opportunity to get a ride, so I didn't pass it up. I hopped in the back seat. I felt like it would have been awkward if we didn't have some small talk, so I asked him what he was up to tonight. "Just cruising on the highway," he responded, like it was a hobby of his or something, which was kind of strange since we were in the middle of nowhere. I was surprised he didn't ask me what I was up to or why I needed a ride, but I tried to think of another question just to keep the conversation going. The man interrupted my train of thought, though, when he looked at me for a few seconds in the mirror. "You don't have any weapons on you, right? Just making sure I'm safe," he said, with again that odd smile of his. I said no, thinking it was a strange question to bluntly ask, but maybe he really was just trying to watch out for himself. I don't know, but after that I stopped talking. 10 more minutes went by as I just stared out the window before the man made a sudden turn off the highway and onto a dirt road. I immediately sat up and looked around, realizing this was definitely not right. "Where are we going?" He shot a quick look at me, then continued to drive without answering. I asked him again, more loudly, as the fear was building up. "Where are you taking me?" At this point, I knew that no matter what, the next time this car stops, I was going to bolt, so I got ready with my hand on the door. As he drove down this beaten dirt road, suddenly a small farmhouse appeared in the dim lights. Its front door was wide open, and the whole place looked like it was decaying and falling in on itself. Once we got up closer, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. I jolted forward into the seat, and the man instantly swung his door open and ran around to the side door. I swung mine open as well and sprinted out, heading right for the tree line. The man ran around the car and came running up behind me, but once we were in the woods, it was so dark that I could only hear his footsteps and could no longer see him, even though he was just 10 or 15 feet behind me. I took a sharp turn, getting behind a tree and holding my breath. His footsteps came right up past me and continued further into the woods. A whole minute passed before I heard his creepy voice call out for me. Over and over, he'd repeat the same lines in the same tone of voice. "Come on, let's go back. I'll give you a ride. I wasn't trying to scare you." It was extremely disturbing. Even worse, I never heard his footsteps go back toward the car, so I had no idea where he was or if he was lurking in the dark somewhere nearby. I knew I had to leave though, so I started quietly walking in the direction of the main road, or at least what I thought was that direction. I really couldn't see anything, but once I was deeper in the woods, I pulled my phone out and turned the brightness on low. Somehow, I happened to have service now. I almost wanted to cry from the relief. I dialed 911 and had them track the call so they knew where I was. Thankfully, I made it back to the main road and met 2 officers there. By that time, the man and the car were somehow gone. I don't know how he managed to get out of there without being seen. As for the farmhouse, it was just what it looked like. Some old, abandoned place, which makes it even stranger that the man knew exactly where it was and turned into it on purpose. I have no idea what he was going to do. I'm just glad I didn't have to find out. plot of land full of trees, and on the edge of the property, they built a cabin. Compared to the main house, it feels a lot more closed off to the woods.
I mean, that's just me,
This
though.
year, I took a trip up there around the end of October to see my parents and siblings. With the house being full, I volunteered to stay at the cabin for the few days I was there. This was the first day I arrived on the property. There wasn't a drivable road to get to the cabin, so I parked at the main house. All I had was a light backpack with my stuff, and I was only really planning on sleeping at the cabin, so I didn't bother making a trip there just to drop my bag off. Around 5, we had what I guess was a small party, as it was the first time in a while that all of us were together. We had some food and drinks, and shared updates on our lives. It was a good time, but it definitely wore out my energy after a few hours. I told them I was going to head out to the cabin for the night and get ready for bed, so I threw my backpack on and left through the back door. The trail to get there was very thin. It was about a 10-minute walk. I hadn't even thought about the dark, though. There were no lights or anything along the trail, so I had to put on my phone light just to see where I was stepping. A little ways down, I randomly heard a stick snap behind me. I turned and looked at the path, but my phone light was awful and barely lit up anything. I figured it was nothing and kept walking. Only a couple seconds later, though, I heard it again. It was like as soon as I started walking, something behind me started walking too, like I was being followed. Who's out there? Alex, I know it's you. Not funny, bro. I called out, hoping it was just my brother being annoying. I knew if it was him, though, he would have been cracking up by now. I felt really uneasy as the suspense of not being able to see anything really started getting to me. I kept walking, moving faster now. I heard leaves crunch several times as I continued making my way to the cabin, though I didn't turn around, knowing I wouldn't see anything anyway. I hoped it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I drank a little too much. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be out in the woods any longer, so I hurried and finally made it to the cabin. I unlocked the door and got in, locking it behind me. After tossing my bag on the floor, I rubbed my face out of stress of whatever I just experienced. And just then, a subtle sound came from the other side of the door. It was someone turning the knob, trying to open it, and right after they figured out it was locked, they banged on it. Not just knocks, like full-on hitting the door. I almost fell over just from the jump scare of it. They kept banging on the door though, and with nothing else to do, I walked up and looked out the thin window on the side of the door to see who it was. When I did, I saw a man wearing a dark jacket and heavy boots that I'd never seen before in my life. I only looked for a moment before his eyes shot over at me. They were full of rage, and he immediately followed up by pounding on the window. Then, out of nowhere, a voice yelled from the woods. The man paused, then sprinted in the opposite direction. About 30 seconds later, I checked out the window and saw my brother Alex running up to the cabin. I guess he happened to see the guy come up behind me as I started walking to the cabin, and after asking my parents if they knew him, he immediately came running for me. To this day, we've never seen him again. Don't know what he was doing out in the woods on our property, or why he was stalking me. That night still scares the hell out of me to think about, though.
Oh, I know why he was out there. He wanted to play peekaboo with your butthole. the middle of nowhere. You want to play a little peekaboo. Yeah, I got a twisted sense of humor.
I think my grandfather might be a serial killer by Veristol. I don't have the best memory of my childhood. Not that my childhood was bad, it wasn't. But I just don't remember that much of it compared to a lot of people. My grandfather always stood out to me, which was strange, because he was never around very much. The few times that he came around for Christmas or some other family occasion, he seemed a kind but serious man. I remember him talking to me and showing me coin tricks, and I liked the sound of his deep, rumbling voice as he told me stories about far-off lands and fantastic creatures. I remembered liking him and feeling sorry for him, because underneath it all, he seemed very sad and tired. I knew that my grandmother had died not long before I was born, so I always imagined that was a lot of why he was sad. I say this all to explain that I had a limited but positive idea of my grandfather before a few days ago. Last month, my parents were killed in a car accident coming back from a movie. I live 2 states away, but as their only child and closest relatives, I got the call. The next few hours were a haze of travel and crying and shock. But I know that when I got to the hospital, my grandfather was there. Even as an adult, I was amazed at how large a man he was. And when he swept me up in his quiet hug, I cried against him for several minutes, welcoming the comfort. We did the funeral arrangements together and agreed that we would come back in a few weeks to go through all of their things and get the house ready to sell. He'd already made clear that regardless of whether they had a will or not, he wanted everything to go to me, but he would be happy to help and get to know his grandson a little better. The funerals went well, as far as those kind of things go, and I went back to my life. Last week I got a call from my grandfather, and we agreed to meet up this past weekend to start going through all of their belongings. I got to the house on Sunday morning, and the last couple of days have been a bit sad at times, but they've been a lot of fun as well. My grandfather is much like I remember him, a serious but kind man that enjoys talking and telling stories. And he has actual conversations with you rather than just taking turns monologuing, which is a rare commodity in my experience with older people or people in general nowadays. He wanted to know about my work, if I had a girlfriend, if I liked the area I lived in. He told me some about his days in the army as a medic, and then his time as a doctor. I knew he had been a pretty famous surgeon at one point, but that mostly stopped after his wife died. Academic articles, but he had saved much of the money from his early career as a surgeon, so he was comfortable enough financially that he could do what he wanted for the most part. Much of our time was spent busy and in separate parts of the house or garage, so we would largely talk at meals and in the evening hours before bed. By the second night, we were more comfortable with each other, and that's when my grandfather started talking about his wife. Even now, some 30 years after her death, it was clear how much he loved her and missed her. He started off by telling a story that involved her only peripherally, but soon he was just telling things about her. Funny stories, tales that illustrated how smart or good she was, little sayings she used to have. It was sentimental, but it was so genuine and heartfelt that I was no sooner finished that thought when his end turned darker, like a ship entering sudden storms. He started talking about how she was taken from him, how that man, that thing, had killed her. I just listened, but internally I was wondering where all of this was coming from. As far as I knew, my grandmother had been killed by a drunk driver. While that was terrible, he was making it sound like it was something else, like she had been intentionally murdered in some way. It was all pretty
I
vague,
cannot run
but I
that
could
person
still
off the road.
see when he realized he was saying something more than he intended. He looked embarrassed and apologized for rambling on, making some passing remark about how he had become the old man at the mall that will talk for hours about nothing. I laughed and was going to reassure him that I was enjoying it, but he was already on his feet and looking at his watch. He had to be going, he said. Had to run into town to take care of a couple of things before it got too late, but he'd see me in the morning. I found this all very strange for a couple of reasons. First, we had just gone to town earlier that day and bought supplies and groceries to last at least a couple more days. Second, it was nearing 10 o'clock, and aside from a gas station or bar, I doubted much would be open in the closest town, which was relatively small and a good 30 minutes away. Still, he was a grown man and my elder, and it was none of my business where he went or what he did. Maybe he just wanted to go off and be by himself after talking about his wife so much. In any case, I said goodnight and he headed out. A minute later, I heard his giant SUV rumble to life outside and trundle its way out into the night. I went to bed, but though I was tired, I had trouble falling asleep. Part of it was sleeping in a strange place. This house had not been our house when I was growing up, so aside from visits, I had never slept here for long. Part of it was worrying about my grandfather. My bed was next to a window on the upper floor, so periodically I would peek out to see if I saw any sign of his return. The moon wasn't full, but was still bright enough to shine off the lawn and the trees that grew thick as they became woods and then forest. It was beautiful, and I knew my parents had loved it here. Still, it was too remote for my taste, and if they hadn't lived so far out of town, they probably wouldn't have gotten killed coming back from the movie. The thought made me angry, so I pushed it aside. Picking up my tablet, I started reading, and before I knew it, I was asleep. I'm not sure if it was the rumbling engine, the squeak of my grandfather's driver's side door, or some internal sense that something had changed, but I woke up sometime later and looked out the window again. I saw my grandfather standing at the rear of his SUV, looking around for several seconds before opening the back hatch. At first I couldn't see anything due to the angle, but when he reached in and started pulling out, it was a woman, and as I watched, he pulled her out enough to pick her up in his arms and began carrying her into the trees. I know it was nighttime, and there was a distance of probably 50 yards, but I could see it all very clearly. And with her hanging arms and lolling head, it was also clear that the woman was either deeply unconscious or dead. I felt panic up in my chest. I didn't know what to do. Should I call 911? What if I had been mistaken or he was trying to help her? Maybe she was drunk. But if he was trying to help her, wouldn't he either carry her to a hospital or at least brought her inside rather than carrying her into the woods? It was all so strange, and the longer he was gone out of sight, the less real it seemed. So I did nothing. I sat by the window, looking out for a number of minutes, and then just when I was about to give up, he came back to view, empty-handed and picking his way between the trees as he approached the car. He shut the back hatch on the SUV with a shake of his head, and then looked up, right at the window. When I first saw the body, I had been careful to stay low and slightly back from the window, but time and shock had led to me paying less attention to how visible I was as I waited for him to return, and there was no doubt that he saw me now. As if to confirm it, he lifted his hand and gave a small wave. Feeling a strange combination of embarrassment and horror, I waved back. As I'm writing this, it's the next morning and I've spent the last several hours deciding what to do or say to him while listening out for the slightest creak of the floor or turn of the knob. He may not know I saw the woman, and I guess there could be some benign explanation, though that seems unlikely at this point. Either way, I hear and smell him cooking breakfast, and he's going to be knocking on my door soon. I love my grandfather, but I don't trust him. Not anymore. I think I'm going to try to talk to him, but at the first sign of trouble, I'm out the door. If I have more to report and am able to do so, I'll write again soon. I left off while I was still upstairs trying to decide what to do. I had considered just waiting for my grandfather to come up and get me for breakfast, but the idea of him in the doorway of the only exit from the room made me very nervous. I wound up just getting dressed, putting my keys and wallet in one pocket and a small folding knife in the other, and heading downstairs. He was still at the stove when I entered the kitchen, and despite my fear, I could feel my stomach grumble at the smell of eggs, bacon, and coffee that permeated the air. Not that I could trust eating any of it, but my stomach wasn't concerned with trivial matters like rat poison and antifreeze. He turned and gave me a nod as I made my way to the table. Good morning. I was gonna come up and get you in a few minutes. Hope you're hungry. Nah, not too much, I lied. My stomach has been weird this morning, so I think I'm gonna have to wait. Smells great though. I sat down in a chair where I could face him and reach the door outside or the living room quickly if things went south. He nodded his head and kept on poking at the eggs. Oh, that's a shame, but it'll be here for you if you feel up to it a bit later. He set the pan of eggs on an unlit burner and turned to face me, his expression slightly concerned. Don't think you're getting sick, do you? I shook my head, weighing different lies and excuses, but finally I decided this was as good of an opportunity as I was going to get to broach the topic of what I had seen the night before. I've just been a bit worried since last night. I saw you when you came back last night. My grandfather was nodding already, but I pushed on. I saw all of it. Not just when you came back from the woods. I saw the woman you had. His expression didn't change at first, but after turning off the stove and taking a seat across the table from me, I saw a mixture of worry and sadness on his face. I thought you most likely had, and I know how something like that must look. I didn't want to frighten you by approaching you about it, and if I'm honest, I was hoping you had missed the first part. Not the way I wanted you to find out about all this. He rubbed his mouth and gave a nervous smile. I was half afraid you'd be gone when I got up this morning. I know you can't trust me right now, but giving me the chance to explain means a lot to me. I nodded. His words were said in an even and reasonable tone, but I couldn't help but feel a dull dread growing in my stomach. A part of me had hoped he would deny everything and convince me it was a dream or a mistake. Instead, he was confirming that it happened, and I'd be lying if I said he wasn't intimidating even in his kindest moments. He was very intelligent and half a foot taller than me, and the last couple of days had been proof enough that age had slowed him very little. Last night he had carried that woman without any signs of real effort, carried her lifeless body out into the dark, come back to me. I know this is frightening. I can tell you that you have no reason to be afraid of me, but how much is that worth right now? Very little, I suspect. So let me explain as best I can. All I ask is that you listen to the entire thing, and if at the end of it, if you want to call the police or leave or whatever you think is best, I will fully cooperate. But I need you to hear the entire thing, because some of it is going to sound very strange at first. Okay? I leaned back in my chair, my head pounding. This was the point where I had to make a decision to give him a chance or not, whether to risk myself even more or not. On the one hand, I could run and call the cops. On the other, I could hear him out, and in theory, still do that if I didn't like or believe what he told me. Still, where did we put the tape? When he raised an eyebrow, I shrugged. I'll hear you out, but I want you taped to that chair before we start. I can't risk this being a trick or you deciding it's not going your way and you want to attack me. I could see the hurt in his eyes, but I pushed past it. I want to believe you, to trust you, but you know it's the smart thing to do on my end. He nodded. It is. Proud of you for thinking of it. I just hate it comes to that. But that's my fault, not yours. It's in the living room. I think on the table, by the sofa. Standing up slowly, I backed into the living room and grabbed the tape, fearful for the 5 seconds he was out of sight. But he was waiting in the same spot when I came back in, and he sat still while I put layers of tape around his chest and arms, securing him firmly to the back of the wooden chair he sat in. Pausing for a moment to consider, I then wrapped the remaining tape around his ankles and the front chair legs just to be safe. The job done, I asked him if he was comfortable enough. When he said he was, I sat back down across from him, my hands sweaty and slightly shaking as I tried to give him a comforting smile. Sorry again, but I'm ready to hear everything you want to tell me. My grandfather looked off in the distance for a moment before focusing his dark blue eyes on me. Your mama told you that my wife died in a car wreck. A drunk driver, right? I nodded. Yeah, she said she was killed going to visit you at the hospital. You had been working on a patient for hours and she was bringing you some dinner. Dark anger flickered across his face, disappearing as he shook his head. Well, the last part was right. I had been working on a girl who had been shot in a hunting accident since early afternoon. The girl wound up living, but my sweet girl, your grandmother, she didn't get killed by a drunk driver. She was taken as she was getting out of her car at the hospital, brutalized and torn apart, with what was left of her being found in a field 10 miles away. His voice grew rough and crackled with emotion as he spoke. I didn't even know anything was wrong at first, but someone found the covered dish she was bringing me in the parking lot, dropped and broken. They figured out it was her car, and then they came to me. I had just finished the surgery an hour earlier, but still had another 5 hours on my shift. So I went to take a nap, thinking she would wake me up when she got there. Instead, it was one of the admins asking if I had seen my wife that evening. He spread his hands out on the table, long-fingered and steady even at his age. Staring at them, he continued, Your grandmother was a smart woman, a good woman. Sure, things were safer back then than they are now, but it wasn't like no one ever got hurt or killed, even in a smaller town like we lived in. It happened. But she had no real enemies, and she was always careful when she traveled anywhere. My point is that no one would have easily gotten a jump on her. The police said at first that it could just be a misunderstanding, or she could have just decided to leave, as stupid as that sounded. I spent all night looking for her, terrified and half out of my mind. By the next morning, the police were there with me. It was just before noon when they found her body in that field. I made the mistake of going to the scene. I told myself that I was used to blood, to everything a body could show, and that I owed it to her to see how she died. It was beyond anything I imagined. One arm and the opposite leg had been torn completely off, and her torso had been stretched to such a degree that Well, it didn't look like a person at all. And that was actually better, because it made it seem unreal. But then I saw her long, light brown hair. I'd always loved her hair so much, and even attached to the shattered ruin of her face, I knew it anywhere. It was remarkably clean compared to the rest, as though someone or something had taken great care not to mess up or soil that pretty hair. That thought is what broke me, I think. I don't remember much for the few days that followed. I know I was at her funeral, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. When I finally resurfaced from whatever stupor I was in, I was sitting at home with my brother and his wife. They were trying to keep me company. We were watching TV, I think. I wanted to scream at them, to yell it was over, that everything was over. Were they trying to prolong things? Instead, I told them that I appreciated their help and attention, but that I knew they needed to be getting back home and I needed time to myself. They wasted little time in packing and heading out. I spent the next day or so weighing various methods of suicide. I really had no interest in living in a world without her. I believe in God, and I think suicide is a shame and likely a sin when done for such selfish reasons. But I was to a point that I didn't care. I didn't care if I went to hell for it. I felt like I deserved it for letting this happen to her. But this led me down the path of dwelling on what had happened to her and what had caused it. Who had caused it? I set aside my idea of pills and ropes and self-inflicted gunshot wounds, got a shower and a shave, and I went down to the police station. Over the next few weeks, I continued to harass and harangue them, pushing them to do more while understanding there was little likely more they could do. They had looked for witnesses, and there were none. They had looked for evidence of how the attack was committed, and had only come up with injuries caused by indeterminate, blunt, and serrated objects. There were no cameras at the hospital until 3 years later, and this was before the age of cell phones to track. After bullying them with a threatened lawsuit, I obtained copies of all their photos and reports. I pored through them, but found little more of note. The parking lot was paved, so there were no tire tracks to follow, and no tire or shoe tracks had been found near the field where she was killed. Something about the parking lot stuck out to me, but I wasn't sure what it was at first. After 2 days of looking at everything, it hit me. The hospital had a separate parking lot for doctors and surgical staff that was blocked by a mechanical arm and a keypad. Rebecca had the passcode, so she had parked there when she was taken. The parking lot was on the far rear of the hospital, not visible from the road and without any hospital roads or paths that would make it a thoroughfare for a casual passerby. What were the odds that someone had just happened upon her as they went by, or decided to wait in a relatively small and quiet parking lot for hours until they had a chance to snatch someone? I decided it seemed unlikely. In retrospect, I know it was certainly possible I could have been wrong, but at the time...
I thought this was going to go the route of him saying something along the lines of, I'm a zombie hunter, or I'm a vampire killer. You know, turning it into some kind of weird fantasy.
I needed answers, and I decided focusing on someone who worked in the hospital and or had access to the parking lot like my wife was the best course of action. Among all the complaints I might have had about the investigation of Rebecca's murder, I would never have made it farther without them. One of the detectives had pulled a tissue sample from under her fingernails and had sent it to be tested if they ever got something to compare it to. Understand, this was 1986, and DNA testing was brand new. It wasn't even an option in the state crime labs at the time, and the likelihood of that sample ever being of use was small to none. But I still had to actually file a lawsuit to get the sample back, so I could send it to Daniel Church, a friend of mine from med school that had gone on to work at one of the foremost labs for DNA in the country. He couldn't do tests for me officially, but he knew what I was going through and agreed to help as much as he could in an unofficial capacity. The main thing that he needed was viable samples from a suspect for comparison. Fortunately, that was the easy part. Hospital policy required all operating room doctors and staff to have semi-annual blood work both as a check for any substance abuse issues, as well as a screening mechanism for any potential infectious disease. After testing, the remainder of those samples were stored until the next round of tests 6 months later. The tests weren't all done at once, of course, but at any given time there were 23 samples cooling in a fridge in the serology lab. So I pulled some from each of them and sent them to church. He called me 2 days later, his tone grave. He asked where I'd gotten so many samples so quickly, and what I was getting him into. I told him I wasn't getting him into anything. At most, he was running some DNA tests with no indication of who was being tested or why. And if anyone ever asked me, I hadn't seen or heard of him since we graduated 15 years earlier. I could tell he was still troubled, but after a long silence, he agreed to run the test. The next 5 weeks were excruciating. DNA testing was much slower back then, and I understood he was having to go slower than normal to do it in a clandestine manner. Still, every day I was constantly waiting for the phone to ring, and when it finally did, I could hardly hear church over the frantic thudding of my own heart. I asked him to repeat what he had said. The tissue you first sent is a match to SAM-70. It's from that person or their identical twin. I thanked him and hung up the phone. I had sent him numbers instead of names on the samples, but I knew whose was whose by heart at this point. Sample 17 belonged to an orthopedic surgeon at the hospital, Marcus Salk. He was a chubby, middle-aged man that was always telling jokes and had a reputation as a good doctor. I didn't know him well, but I had always gotten along with him. Why would he do this? My first urge was to find him and torture him until he told me why. I could feel my rage building as the information soaked in, my mind racing to dissect any interaction we had ever had, any scrap of knowledge I had about him. I thought that he had come to the hospital about 5 years earlier, was unmarried, had a cat maybe. I realized how little I knew and how I needed to learn more before I committed to an act and either hurt the wrong person or gave them an unintentional means of escape. That's when I began studying Marcus Salk. I weighed my options for learning more about Salk. Trying to become closer to him personally was too risky,
Let's just hope he doesn't
because if he was
start
actually
sulking
the
about
man
it.
who killed my grandmother Rebecca, he would be looking at me closely for any signs that I suspected him. I was never an overly social person to begin with, so suddenly trying to buddy up to him would stand out, and I also didn't want to be tied any closer to a person that may soon go missing. Because even at that early stage, I was resolved that when I was sure who took Rebecca from me, I would kill them. In some ways, my lack of equivocation on that point made things easier to plan, but it also meant I had to be extra careful. For instance, using a private investigator to tail him was out. I couldn't have a third party knowing about my interest in Salk, not even Daniel Church had his name, and his involvement was a necessary evil. Also, what if the PI saw Salk doing something illegal and called the police? I understand how that sounds, but you need to remember that I had no idea what his motive was if he was the killer. Was it an isolated incident or part of something more? The brutality in the transporting of the body to the field pointed towards someone who had possibly killed before, but the inherent risk in taking someone from the place you work, even in a small and isolated parking lot like that, made me wonder if he was either an amateur or at very least impulsive. Also, being honest, I didn't want anyone between me and the person that took her away. That left watching him myself. While I was no expert, I knew I would need 3 basic things: opportunity, ability to observe, and concealment. For opportunity, I slowly shifted my work schedule at the hospital to mirror that of Salt for the most part. This had to be done over the course of a month so I didn't arouse suspicion. Even then, it wasn't perfect, as I would be on call at times and I couldn't watch him constantly in even the best of circumstances. Still, I managed to develop a routine of watching him over 40 hours a week, which was the best I could manage by myself. As far as ability to observe, I bought the best binoculars and parabolic mic I could afford, along with some tools for getting into places if I needed to. Planning ahead, I also bought a .45 pistol, 5 bundles of rope and 3 rolls of tape, 2 knives, and a stun gun. I wasn't planning to act yet, but I wanted to be prepared just in case. Obviously, I had to get these items over time and with cash only. Concealment was simpler but more expensive. I bought 2 older model cars that were cheap, reliable, and common. I had to look at the number of cars before I found 2 that had no distinctive damage, trim, or color combination that also weren't likely to break down on me. I then found 4 places to park them where they wouldn't be towed so long as they didn't stay in one spot more than a few days. As long as I rotated them a couple of times a week, everything was fine. I considered disguises, but I saw too many pitfalls. If I got pulled over, it would look suspicious. If Salk saw and recognized me in some getup, it would alert him right away when coincidence might explain us intersecting otherwise. I also wanted to keep up with any similar killings that might have occurred, and this was before the World Wide Web, so that meant newspapers. I got a dozen subscriptions from a roughly 500-mile radius around, and began pouring through them looking for murders and disappearances. By the time everything was in place, 2 months had passed from when I got the DNA results. The first night I set up down the street from Salk's house, I felt a stir of excitement mixed with my constant sadness and rage. The preparations of the last few weeks had preoccupied my thoughts somewhat, but it had done nothing to ease my sorrow or cool my anger. Sitting in the shadows on that quiet neighborhood street, I strained at every sound and movement, like a racehorse waiting for the gate to drop. Just let me have something to confirm what this man had done, so I could set to tearing him apart. But of course nothing happened that first night, or the nights that followed. I would trail him from his home to the store, to the movies, to a coffee shop, where a bored girl 20 years younger than him tried to gamely fend off his awkward flirtations. Between the binoculars and the mic, I could see and hear a surprising amount. And as time went on, I got better at positioning myself at the best angles while hopefully staying inconspicuous. 3 weeks in, and I felt like I knew Salk fairly well. He seemed to be a lonely but harmless man that did nothing out of the ordinary. But, of course, that was outside Salk. I needed to see what inside Salk looked like. I had explored the exterior of Salk's house one day when I knew he wasn't there a month ago, and the safest place to enter seemed to be the back door. I had ordered a pick set and the same model lock as he had, a cheap 4-pin lock with no security pins. I had actually read a book on lockpicking when I was a kid, but I had been reading more lately in preparation for this. I practiced on the duplicate lock for hours, mainly using a small tension tool at the bottom along with a rake pick to trigger the pins. I knew the real lock would be keyed differently, of course, but with practice I could unlock the dupe in less than 30 seconds. I picked a rare night that he was working and I was not, and then I went to his house. Parking 2 streets over, I cut through backyards quietly, wincing at the bark of a nearby dog. As I crept across his yard and onto his back porch, I had an image of him popping out of the door with a shotgun lowered at his chest. I shook off the thought and crouched down at the door to begin picking. Every scrape of metal sounded enormous in the still night air, and I soaked my shirt with sweat in the 2 minutes it took me to open the lock. Without hesitating, I swung open the door and eased inside. The air inside was stale and cool, with a faint smell of cleaning agents and paint the only notable aromas. I was entering through the kitchen, which was very clean but also completely bare. No food, no furniture, not even appliances aside from an oven that looked rarely used. I knew the house should be unoccupied, but I still moved quietly and made sure that my small flashlight stayed well below any windows. Moving farther into the house, I found empty room after empty room. No furniture or boxes or decorations. Then I reached what I supposed was Salk's bedroom. There was a bare mattress on the floor and a tall standing mirror in one corner. The closet contained a handful of clothes that were the same things I saw him wearing every day. I saw something on the mirror, and I went back to it. It was a picture of Salk, 10 years younger and 50 pounds lighter. He was at the beach with a woman, and they were in some kind of joking volleyball jock pose. He looked like he was really happy in the picture, and it lit his... I heard the front door click and froze. It was unlikely it could be anyone other than him, and regardless, I didn't need to be caught in his house. I went to the second closet in the room, fearing I would find it full with items he regularly used. Thankfully, it was empty. Interested businessman, not an obsessed stalker. I could almost hear her shrug over the phone. I don't know how to describe it. He was still nice and would joke some, but it seemed forced. He was off from how he had been before. Within a few months, him and his wife were divorced and he had moved away. I guess he's on the move again. Yeah, we'll see. You've given me a lot of food for thought. Hey, was his wife okay? I mean, did everything turn out okay for her? I could sense her hesitating again, and I was worried I may have pushed for more than she'd give. Luckily, the gossip in her won out, as she let out a small sigh. Yeah, I guess so. Bless her heart. She still lives around here, so I see her from time to time. She doesn't look happy though. I think Alicia really loved him, and whatever came between them, I think it hurt her a lot. I could feel the rage building in me again as she spoke. Yes, losing someone you love like that, it kind of destroys you. I thank you. Thank you for your help. You've given me a lot to go on. Don't you want to talk to the chief? I gave a small laugh I didn't feel. No, I think I got what I needed right here. Thank you again. When I hung up the phone, I sat with my head in my hands for some time. My thoughts were swimming in the blackness of my mind like pale, blind cavefish. I would catch glimpses of their pallid scales and hear the occasional ripple or splash as they stirred the water, but these ghost impressions left me with little in the way of a solid idea or plan. The things that felt most real to me were my pain and my anger, and it was getting harder to hold them in check. Still, I had to be sure. I took a few days off and drove to Olathe to try and track down Salk's ex-wife. She wasn't going by her married name any longer, so the phone directory was of little use. I called the Kansas Medical Board and got a residential mailing address that he had never changed. This led me to a nice brick home in a small suburban neighborhood not far from Salk's former hospital. As I went up to the front door, I could see that the paint around the door and on the shutters was peeling. And the air of disuse and being unoccupied grew so strong as I approached that I felt sure I was knocking at the door of an empty house. But only seconds after I knocked, a woman in her 40s opened the door. She looked at me warily as I fought down the urge to tell her that I knew her. In a way, it was true. She was the girl from Salk's picture. Swallowing, I pushed forward with my story. Hi, ma'am. My name is Peter Elliott. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about your former husband. I tried to smile and seem non-threatening, but I could see her running the mental calculus of the likelihood I was a thief or rapist. After studying me farther, she nodded and stepped aside. Come on in, I guess. Is Marcus in some kind of trouble? We stepped into a foyer cluttered with stacks of books and magazines, and as we spoke, she led me down a path to a living room that was even more filled with rows after rows of books. I gestured around. You've got quite the collection. She had moved a stack of newspapers off a worn-looking sofa and gestured for me to sit down. She shrugged, looking disconsolate. I think I slipped from being a collector to a hoarder about 2 years ago. I need to clear all this junk out. She looked used up and small in her pale blue bathrobe as she sat down in an old recliner. Her sad eyes looked thoughtfully distant for a moment before coming back to me. So, is he in trouble? I smiled. I don't know yet, honestly. I'm just looking for him for an interested party. And my understanding is that the two of you were together for years. A brief look of pain crossed her face. Yeah, we were. Childhood sweethearts.
What happened? Crappy reception,
I
that's
thought
what
we'd
happened.
always be together. I leaned forward. If you don't feel
And if you're
it's too
referring to the
personal,
story, he came his own private detective and started,
did Marcus
looking at a certain doctor that works at the hospital. Now he's talking to his ex-wife, or talking to the doctor's ex-wife. That's where we're at.
To hell with it. Yes, he did. He changed all of a sudden. Do you know when or why? She nodded, her eyes focusing on me as anger lit the edges of her face. I know exactly when. We had just come back from a trip to Europe, something we had wanted to do since high school. Had a great time, too. We had landed in Atlanta and were waiting for our connecting flight to Topeka. That's when he got sick. Got sick? Sick how? She shook her head. I don't know. He had gone to the bathroom near the terminal, and when he came back, he said he didn't feel well. His head and neck were hurting a lot. He felt nauseous. By the time we landed in Kansas, he said that it had passed, but... She sighed. This is pointless. You won't believe anything I'm going to tell you anyway. I grimaced slightly. I will. Please. I can't go into detail, but this is really important, and I'll listen to anything you tell me with an open mind. She looked at me for several minutes.
Well,
Again,
I am a truck
weighing.
driver. I'm going to be going into some
Finally,
dead
she
zones.
nodded.
It
and
sucks,
went
but
on.
what are you going to do about it?
He was different from then on. At first I thought he was just sick or jet-lagged. Then I thought he was stressed or having a midlife crisis. But those were all just excuses, really. Because I was thinking it from the night we got home from the airport. Thinking what? That it wasn't Marcus anymore. She held up a hand. I know how that sounds, believe me. But I knew that man. I had known him and loved him since I was 10. It was like whatever happened between us landing in Atlanta and taking back off, it swallowed him up. He still sounded like Marcus, and I could see him trying to act like him. But it was wrong somehow. False. It felt like someone who knew a lot about Marcus was trying to impersonate him. She gave a harsh laugh. I swear to God, he even smelled different. I told my mother that, and she set me up with a therapist right away. I didn't know what to do with all this. What she was saying was incredible in the literal sense of the word, but I found myself believing her. Even if she was wrong, I didn't think she was lying to me. What are you saying? You don't think it was him anymore? What does that mean? I would see him sometimes when he didn't know I was around, and he was entirely different. His face would be slack. His eyes would be dead. He looked like some kind of terrible doll. I thought about the night in the closet and suppressed a shudder. Was he ever violent or abusive towards you? She shook her head. No, never. Never said a harsh word to me. Actually had less of a temper than he had before. But he'd always been sweet back when he was himself, too. She rubbed at her eyes for a moment before continuing. But it didn't matter. I tried talking to him about it at first, tried to see if I could help. But when I finally accepted that it wasn't him anymore, I found myself just getting more and more withdrawn, more and more afraid of him. What made you afraid of him? She stood up, jamming her hands in her pockets of her robe as she began to pace around the open patches of floor in the room. Have you ever been to an aquarium with sharks? I nodded. You know how they'll swim by, looking at you all calm and placid, but you know that behind that black eye, they aren't you yet, and they know there's glass in the way. That's the way I came to feel when Marcus was here. He would glide around me silently in the mornings and at night, his eyes seeing and not seeing me at the same time. And he always calm, always grinning his fake shark grin. And maybe it was my imagination, but I felt like whatever hunger he had, it was growing. And the glass holding him back was getting thinner. I realized I had been holding my breath, and I let it out. So you divorced him? She gave a small, sad smile as she sat back down. Yes, it was very easy. I told him I wanted a divorce. He said that sounded just fine, and he moved out the same day. Aside from signing papers in a lawyer's office, I never saw him. Okay, but why did you stay here? Stay in the same house? Weren't you worried he might come back? Her smile. That's the thing, isn't it? On the one hand, yes, I'm scared of seeing Marcus showing back one day. But what if it was the real Marcus that came back? What if I had moved, changed my name, made sure he couldn't find me, and then it was the real Marcus, somehow back as randomly as he was taken away, and he came looking for me? What if he couldn't find me? Her voice grew thick at the end, and I reached out to grasp her shoulder. I didn't have any real words of comfort or wisdom for her, and being around her pain just reminded me of my own. Standing, I looked down at the girl that had once been Alicia Salk. It made me hate Marcus even more to see what he had done to her. I don't have any easy answers for you, Alicia. I don't think that Marcus, your Marcus, is coming back. I don't know if that helps or hurts you, but maybe it'll make it easier for you to move on. She looked up, her expression bitter. It doesn't help, and I know you mean well, but I'd like you to leave. I nodded and headed outside. I turned to say goodbye, but the door was already closed behind me. When I got back home the following morning, I found a follow-up article on the missing girl. She had been found behind a middle school a few miles away from where she was abducted, and she had been torn apart. Sound travels farther in cold weather. It's called refraction. Essentially, the sound waves that are in higher, warmer air that is farther from cold ground move faster through the more excited air molecules and get pushed back downward. Sound gets amplified closer to the ground. I knew that at the time, though I didn't learn the science behind it until later. That night, I was just wondering how far away the screams of the little boy were coming from. It had been 5 weeks since I'd returned from Olathe, and in that time I had found out little new beyond some information about the last girl who had been killed. A pretty blonde girl in her sophomore year of college. She had 2 parents and a brother that the newspapers pled for grief and drama for a couple of weeks before moving on to the next tragedy. But it wasn't over for them. It would never be over for any of us. It would have been an easy thing to add their imagined pain to my own and use it all as the justification I needed to end this now, to end him now. But for all my circumstantial evidence, I had nothing definitive. Even the DNA from your grandmother's nails, while compelling, didn't eliminate any other explanation. And given what I intended on doing to him, I needed to be sure. I had stayed busy in the intervening weeks, both in surveilling Salk and my work, as well as in more fully preparing for when I finally took him, if it came to that. I purchased, again, slowly and with great discretion, a variety of medical supplies and tools. I found an old moving truck from a defunct company that I got cheap with cash. The container body of that truck is where I set up Salk's room. I bolted a table to the floor and attached straps and chains to it. I attached lights to the interior corners of the container and added a row of shelves and a chair to one side. I even welded an IV stand to the wall so I could keep him fed with whatever cocktail of saline and drugs I needed to keep him alive. I planned on torturing him for a long time, and I didn't want him dying from shock or infection. I told myself I was going to do all these things to get information, to get answers to the hows and whys of what he had done, but that was only partially true. In my heart of hearts, I knew I was going to do it whether he gave me answers or not. I hated that part of myself, but if I was going to control it, I had to accept it. So I prepared the room Salk would slowly die in, while salving my conscience with the knowledge that I was being thorough and fair before I took him. Of course, that's not how things played out. One night, the night of the screams and so much more, I was watching Salk's house with the dull-eyed enthusiasm of a sentry who always guards the same post. I had been there for close to 8 hours and was close to packing it up to go get some rest when Salk suddenly came out of his house and got in his car. This was strange for him. It was nearly 8 in the evening, and he never left the house after 6 except for the time I had been in the closet, the night the girl was taken. Feeling my pulse pounding in my head, I waited until he was almost out of sight, and then I pulled out and began to follow him. We drove for well over an hour, and despite the darkness of the hour and the other cars on the road, I couldn't help but feel conspicuous. I hung back as much as I dared, but I couldn't risk losing him again. After going through town and traveling up the interstate over 80 miles, he got off at an exit full of rundown shopping centers and closed restaurants. At first, I thought he had a particular place he was headed, but he just turned into the first large parking lot and began cruising through it at a low speed, even circling around the backside of what looked to be a defunct electronics store and a couple of clothing outlets. After he had made a complete circuit, he moved on to the next one, and then the next. Once I understood what he was doing, it made it easier for me to hang back and observe. I would stay up near the street and park, waiting for him to finish looking for whatever or whoever he was looking for, before easing back behind him and into the next lot. It was nearly 10 now, and many of the places were closed, but there were still enough cars around that I should have been hard to notice at such a distance. That distance was a mistake. We were in the fourth parking lot, and as I waited for him to come back around from driving the backside of the grocery store and smaller stores that made up this latest decaying shopping center, I realized I was taking too long. I put the car back in drive and eased around to the back, mimicking the direction he had gone. As I turned the corner, in the distance I saw him shoving a boy of around 10 into the car. I began to speed up, but he was fast and far away. By the time I reached where the boy had been taken, Sulk was already pulling out onto some back road that led away from the lot. I followed, abandoning any pretense of stealth now. I worried that me chasing him could cause him to hurt the boy sooner rather than later, but I had to take the chance. If Sulk got away, the boy was going to die. The road we were taking was small and winding, leading through a neighborhood and then farther away from buildings and lights. My little spy car, while reliable, was not equipped with the best headlights or any great speed, and it took all my concentration to keep to the road while not losing ground as I pursued them. We were 10 miles out of town now, fields of lightly frosted farmland reflecting the ghost glow of winter moonlight as we threaded our way through the darkness. We passed a home that was brightly lit with twinkling colored lights and molded plastic reindeer, and it occurred to me that Christmas had been the week before and I hadn't noticed. Farmland began to give way to woods, and I noticed with rising panic that I was running low on gas, enough to get back to town to get the boy help, but just barely. This needed to end now. I stomped the pedal as far down as it would go, and the car jumped forward with a protesting whine. I wasn't sure how long I could maintain this speed without wrecking or the engine blowing up, but I didn't need long. Gripping the wheel tightly, I readied myself as the nose of my car reached within a foot of Sulk's back bumper. At the next curve, I moved into the left lane long enough to gain half a length more, then swung the front fender of my car into his back tire. The effect was immediate. He began to spin out, but then so did I. I tried to regain control of the car, but it was too late. I jumped the shallow ditch on the right side of the road, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, my car was somehow still running, its hood crumpled from going head-on into a medium-sized maple tree. Judging by the car clock, only a few minutes had passed, but that was more than enough time for Sulk to get away. I tried to look out my window, but it was fogged up beyond any visibility, so I just opened the door and slowly got out. My head was swimming, and I had a small gash where I'd hit my head on the steering wheel, but otherwise I seemed okay. Steadying myself against the car, I looked around and saw Sulk's car wrecked in the far deeper left ditch 50 feet down the road. The front doors to the car were open, and there was no sign of anyone. I started making my way up the road to the car, and it didn't take long before I saw the drag marks leading away into the woods. I patted my pockets. I had my gun and a folding knife on me, and that would have to do. Following the path wasn't hard at first, with the moonlight throwing the thick ravines of ice, snow, and dirt into sharp relief. As I got deeper into the woods, however, the shadows and undergrowth began to slow my progress. That's when the boy began screaming. I picked up my pace again, moving at a loping, unsteady run as I tried to gauge direction through a combination of sight and sound. The boy's cries were becoming louder, but they were also becoming more shrill and frantic as they moved from fear into terror. I pushed through a last thick stand of pines, and then I saw why the boy was screaming. This is where I have to ask for your patience more than anything that's come before. I understand I've given you great detail to explain everything fully, but despite the strangeness of much of it, I don't know that anything so far has fallen entirely outside of what you understand. as possible. This next part, I will do my best to describe it, but you need to understand that I will fail to really do it justice, and it will sound unbelievable. Just try to bear with me as best you can. I pushed through those trees and stumbled into a small clearing, the cold white moonlight shining down like a spotlight over the scene. The boy, he looked closer to 8 now that I was closer, was down on his back and trying to scramble away from the thing towering over him. Salk was nowhere to be seen. As for the thing itself, it stood on 2 legs and was half again as big as a man. From behind, I could see its legs were digitigrade, like the legs of a dog or cat, though they reminded me more of rat legs. It had no tail, I could see, but just relatively small hips that swiftly expanded into a large, muscular torso. The back of the torso was largely covered with matted gray hair, though it became patchy and seemed to transition into some kind of black chitin as it moved towards the head. I took all of this in quickly, and while still moving forward slowly, then it turned to face me. Its head was a strange mix of reptile and insect, reminding me of a cross between a large beetle and a snake. A hard black shell hooded a long face set with burning yellow eyes and a mouth full of long, curved teeth. The strangest thing about it was its arms. They were different from each other. One was heavy and thick, made out of that same black material and shaped like some kind of savage club that tapered to a spiky lump at the end. The other was a slender, furry hand with fingers that were long and almost graceful looking, each tip punctuated by a hooked claw. As it regarded me, I involuntarily took a step back. My mind was having trouble reconciling what it was seeing. How was I supposed to deal with something like this? Still, I had to try. I fumbled and pulled the gun from my coat pocket, leveled it at the creature, and fired. I saw the round strike just before hearing the wet thudding sound it made. The creature seemed unfazed. I fired again and again. I emptied 13 rounds into that thing, and it didn't stagger, didn't bleed. It just took it without complaint. Then I realized it was making a sound after all. It was low at first, and I couldn't identify it. When I did, I felt my bowels loosen. It was laughing. The sound was terrible, like wet meat and rocks being tumbled in an old dryer, but I could tell that's what it was. Whatever this thing was, it was laughing at me. I looked back to the child who had been transfixed by all of this, and I yelled for him to run. I still don't know if that is what killed him, and I try to tell myself he was going to die regardless, but as I yelled, the creature turned back to him and brought its massive club arm down on his stomach. The boy, well, he burst open. The arm was brought down a second and a third time, but he was well dead before then. The force from the blow shattering his bones and sending jets of blood and ruined flesh shooting off in streams from the point of impact. The thing turned back to me, still laughing its awful laugh, and I swear I could see that mouth of knives smiling at me. So I ran. My mind was half gone at this point, and I can't say that I was even headed back towards the road. Over the sound of blood in my ears, I could hear the terrible thudding crash of the monster pursuing me. I tried to go faster, but my vision was beginning to swim and I found myself struggling to keep my feet. I felt more than heard its hot, ragged breath on my back, and I was turning to try to fight it off, but suddenly I was flying through the air. Pain flared through my neck and shoulders as I struck something hard, and then I was out again. When I came to, I was in a room of some kind. It looked like a basement. With cinder block walls and the musty air of disuse, the room was fairly large, stretching out into a darkness that was not illuminated by the single pool of light the overhead bulb afforded. I was tied in a chair, ropes at my wrists and ankles, bungee cord around my chest. I tried to rock the chair, but it was either very heavy or secured somehow, because it didn't budge. Next, I tried to listen for any sign of noise, any clue as to where I was or who might be around. Nothing. Finally, I went back to studying my surroundings, peering into the dark for any farther information I could find. That's when I saw his eyes. Salk's eyes were reflecting the light from the overhead bulb, and as I stared into the blackness, I could slowly make out his still form. He said nothing, but after another few seconds of studying me, he stepped forward into the light, his eyes still fixed upon me. He was smiling, and it looked very genuine. The reason you're alive, in case you were wondering, is I need to know what you know and who you've told. Salk's voice had lost any forced jocularity that I was used to hearing the times we intersected at the hospital. He stood in front of me, hands on his waist and the unpleasant smile still on his lips, as though he was getting ready to punish an unruly child and savored the idea. I understand you can lie, and I understand that torture is not foolproof, but I have to try, don't I? I looked up at him, fear and rage warring in my heart. I know you're a murderer. I know you killed Rebecca. Salk gave me a fake wince as I said her name. Yeah, that was not my best choice. I knew that taking someone from where I worked was risky. But I needed someone, and she was just there. Like a gift. It was easy at the time, but hindsight is a bitch. If I had known you were going to be a super sleuth, I would have tried to hold off. He smiled again, and I was reminded of Alicia comparing him to a shark. It was apt. But let's move past that. What do you really know? I felt my jaw clenching as anger won out. Go to hell. I've told you the only thing that's important. The expression fell off Salk's face like rotten meat off a bone. Dead-eyed and silent, he bent down and began pulling off my right shoe. I tried to struggle briefly, but I didn't budge. I needed to save my energy for when I could make it count. My left wrist seemed to be slightly looser. Salk reached back into the pool of darkness surrounding us, and I heard the sound of metal being drug across concrete a moment before the hammer came into view. He brought the hammer up to my face for a moment, but he didn't ask another question. Instead, he brought the head of the hammer down on my right pinky toe with enough force to burst the flesh and pulverize the bone. I know I screamed, but I don't remember it. I was too concerned with a bomb going off in my head as the pain reached my brain. I felt myself slip towards blackness, and then back out again. My head was spinning as I gasped for breath, and I realized I was flailing involuntarily, as though my body had decided it was time to escape regardless of any plan I might have. With great effort, I slowed my breathing and movement. It was hard to think about anything but the pain, but I had to try and hold on. I couldn't see my foot, but I could tell from the force and the spray of blood that had shot across the floor into the dark that the toe was crushed, if not torn off completely. That meant I would be slower if I had to run, but it might possibly make my foot easier to slip free if I didn't black out. Of course, that was always assuming he ever left me alone long enough for me to try before he had broken me too badly for it to matter. Salk was snapping his fingers in front of my face, his expression still blank, but his voice cold and angry. Pay attention. This is your next chance. What else do you know? I knew I needed to cooperate at least partially to minimize any danger and slow things down. Through clenched teeth, I muttered, I know you give things to that monster to kill. Or you are a monster. I don't see how you could be, but who knows? That's what else I know. He nodded. So you don't know much, it sounds like, if you're telling the truth, which you probably aren't, but still a good start. He suddenly slammed the hammer down again on my foot a bit farther in. My world exploded into red and black, and this time I heard myself screaming for a moment before I blacked out. When I came to, Salk was just standing there, arms by his side, bloody hammer in his left hand. His eyes rolled towards me when I opened mine, but he didn't move yet. Just stood there, statue-like, watching me for a while as I tried to get my thoughts together. When he spoke, his voice was still flat, but sounded lighter, as though he was happier than he had been before. Glad to see you're back. You're down 3 toes now, I'm afraid. In my expert opinion, they're beyond saving. His gaze flicked down to my feet for a moment. 2 of them are pretty much not there anymore, if I'm honest. But hopefully this is making my point. This is how much I hurt you when you cooperate. Imagine how much worse it'll be if you don't. I know how to break nearly every bone in your body without you dying from it quickly. And while I'm ill-equipped to keep you alive long-term here, I can certainly break you enough that the rot and infection that slowly kills you down in this hole will make this. He waved the hammer towards my feet like the scepter of a bored king. Seem like a pleasure. I was barely listening to what he was saying. I was too focused on trying not to look at his bloody finger. I had been watching him closely since I first woke here, and I hadn't seen any signs of him being faster or stronger than I would expect. If he typically hid some preternatural strength or agility, it seemed unlikely he would hide it now, particularly when he was trying so hard to frighten me. But it wasn't much hope by itself. Even normal Marcus Salk was perfectly capable of torturing and killing me as he was, to say nothing of that monster I had seen, whether it was tied to Salk or somehow sprang from the man himself. But then, when I woke up, as he gave his best intimidating monologue and waved his hammer around, I saw it. His right index finger was bleeding. That was the hand he was using to hold my foot when he hit it. That told me 2 things. First, he wasn't especially coordinated. Second, he could still be hurt. Ready to answer my next question. His voice remained lifeless, but it still had that lighter, almost merry edge to it. He was enjoying himself. I nodded, making a point of moving slower and more warily than I felt. Yes. Water, please. I rasped my voice as much as I could, which wasn't hard in my current condition. It was hard to see what Salk was thinking. His face an emotionless mask as he seemed to consider my request. I felt my heart sinking as several seconds seemed to pass. Then his eyes shifted up in what might have been a look of exasperation. Fine. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. He turned around and moved into the dark. A door opened, and a light came on in the adjoining room. I could see much more of the basement now, including stairs at the far end that he had not taken. That meant there was water down here, and he would soon be back. I frantically began tugging at my left arm, ignoring the pain and protest of my wrist as I yanked and twisted with all my strength. I had been right. The rope on my left wrist had some play in it, but I wasn't sure it was enough. I started sawing the rope back and forth across my wrist quickly instead, and within a few seconds I saw blood beginning to well around the rope. At the same time, I was aware of the light turning back off in the adjacent room as Salk returned. After a frantic motion to smear the blood more thoroughly on the rope, I gave a last pull to free my wrist. I felt something pop in it, but the blood had provided enough lubrication that it slipped free just as Salk stepped back into the light. Good. Just in time. Seriously. His voice was still too strangely flat to convey sarcasm well, but he punctuated it by throwing the glass of water he had brought in my face. He sat the glass itself down on the floor and then bent forward, gripping my left arm roughly with his left hand as he began undoing the rope around the chair arm with his right. This is what I was waiting for. I knew he favored his left hand, and that he would favor it more with his right one injured. He could have come at me from the side and been totally safe, but he was arrogant, and he thought I was secure, harmless, and the stupid bastard had tied my chest with a bungee cord. An adult human male can bite down with over 200 pounds of pressure. Given the proper placement and force, it's more than enough to rip out the left internal and external carotid arteries in one bite. I had thought of the best angle if I got the chance, but I couldn't waste time trying to be perfect. In one movement, I leaned forward and down and then shot my face up into his neck, my mouth as wide as I could make it. Distracted with my arm and the rope, he couldn't react in time. I clamped down, grinding my teeth together as I felt skin, muscle, and then tendons give way. I shook my head as I pulled him towards me, and I felt the arteries begin to shred as new volumes of blood sprayed down my throat and out into the room around my lips. I still didn't let go, but I realized that Salk had been squealing, not really struggling or fighting back, just squealing like a dying animal. I didn't even hear it until it started to fade away. As his body went limp, the weight of it did the rest of the work for me, and with a wet snap, I was left with a mouthful of the man's throat as the rest of him crumpled to the floor. I spat it out and began working to get free. Even with my injured wrist, it didn't take long. I kept an eye on Salk the entire time. He had lost more blood than any person can lose and live, but I had seen too much already that night. When I was free, I took the hammer and beat his head until there was very little left. When there was no question about him coming back, I began to explore the basement. The room next door was actually a full living space, with a cot, a small kitchenette, and a bathroom. I found some bandages and antiseptic, doing the best I could to protect my foot in the short term. Salk had been telling the truth. The last 2 toes on my right foot were gone. After I was done with first aid, I began looking for any information that Salk could have left behind, any clues about what was actually going on, what that creature was, but there was nothing that I could find. I felt my strength waning as the adrenaline started to wear off, so I got to work getting out of there. I quickly pilfered his pockets and found his keys as well as my own. Moving up the basement stairs, I found the door at the top was locked, but after a tense moment, I found the key on Salk's keyring. I tried to move quietly as I went upstairs, images of that terrible creature in the woods filling my head as I hobbled along. I was in a small ranch house, and when I opened the exterior door, I saw my battered little spy car outside. Apparently Salk had been forced to take it when his was wrecked, and by some miracle it had actually made it this far. I hoped it could make it a bit farther. Standing in the doorway looking out, I saw I was out in the middle of nowhere. There was a dirt road leading away into the distance, but no sign of other lights from houses or cars. I could tell that the sky was starting to lighten as dawn approached, but it was of little comfort at this moment. Aside from the terrible pain, I also felt exposed in this strange place where anything could be lurking about. I quickly went back inside to spread around the contents of a gas can I had found in the basement, making sure to saturate anywhere I had traveled in Salk's body as I went. Going back outside, I tried my car and it cranked up with a groaning whine. So far, so good. I had actually forgotten to find something to light the gasoline in my addled state, but the cigarette lighter from the car and a scrounged up piece of paper from my floorboard did the trick, and in a few minutes I was driving away. Having no clue where I was, I saw the tracks on the dirt road seem to show Salk had come from the right, so that's the direction I headed back in. Driving was awkward, as the car had no cruise control and I couldn't use my right foot to accelerate. Thankfully, it was an automatic, and while it wasn't comfortable, that inconvenience was the least of my worries. More troublesome was my consciousness, which was dipping in and out as I drove. Gritting my teeth, I bumped my right foot against the interior of the car lightly, the surge of pain making me groan but bringing me back for the moment. I had a panic thought and looked down at the gas gauge, remembering how low I had been before the wreck. Apparently Salk had to stop and get gas to get me all the way out here, because now there was over half a tank. I had the unironic thought that it was a lucky break, and then I started crying. Not just a little, but blinding, body-racking sobs to the point that I had to pull over. I sat there in my dingy little spy car for some time weeping. Part of it was the physical and emotional toll of the last few hours, but most of it was because it was over. Salk was finally dead. And that night, as I sat tied to his chair and said that him killing Rebecca was the only thing that was important, I had meant it. The monster, the mystery, none of that mattered. He had taken my life from me, my sweet, wonderful baby, and now I had ended him. But while that was a relief in one way, it terrified me in another. For months I had been preoccupied with studying Salk, with preparing my revenge. Now that it was done, I found myself standing at the edge of my black despair, the ground weakening under my feet as the new reality set in. I had nothing left to do, nothing left to live for. Salk had taken my gun and knife, but there was still a box cutter in the glove compartment. I took it out and held it for a while, testing its feel in my palm and the accompanying idea in my mind. It was tempting, but I kept thinking of what Rebecca would want me to do, and of that terrified little boy in the moments before he died. I wasn't done. I couldn't even say whether or not killing Salk had killed the monster, or if it was still out there, and I hadn't come this far to quit on any of it, myself included. I cranked back up and drove on, hitting pavement and in a small town with a hospital nearly 3 hours from home. When Hold up, I said, cutting my grandfather off mid-sentence. Just stop. He frowned and nodded. We had been sitting here for over 2 hours, and as the old man talked, I had felt my anxiety grow into a kind of strange, angry fear. I stood up and began pacing to try to rid myself of some of the nervous energy I had been accumulating. So, to summarize, you killed this guy Salk, who killed your wife, and he either was this terrible beetle rat monster thing, or he was working with him. Is that the short version? I realized I was yelling, but I didn't care. My grandfather opened his mouth to respond, but I talked over him. Okay, aside from the fact of how batshit crazy that is, let's just go with it for now. Let's even say that you did kill this Salk guy, who clearly couldn't be a monster because they don't exist, but that you were justified because he really did kill Grandma. I paused to take a breath, and seeing the abject sadness on his face, I forced a calmer tone. How does any of that explain what I saw last night? What you did to that woman? I was getting to it. There's a lot you still don't understand. I shook my head. No, what you're saying doesn't make sense. That you've been through a lot, I do, and maybe you can't see how crazy some of this stuff is. But if you really believe all this stuff, you need help. But I can't know what kind of help you need until I know what you've done. I tried to prepare myself for the question I've been asking all morning. Grandpa, did you kill that woman? He met my gaze solemnly, looking older in that moment than I had ever seen him. I did. But again, there's more to it. I raised my hand. Sure, aside from Sulk and that woman, have you killed other people? He nodded, not even trying to explain farther at that point. How many? His eyes didn't leave mine. That woman makes 87. I felt my knees going as I stumbled back against the kitchen counter. What? How? Why? He looked dejected. I've been trying to tell you why. It's not an easy or quick thing to explain. I dug into my pocket as he was talking. Yeah, I guess not. Pulling my phone out, I tapped out 911 and hit call. After a moment of silence, I heard it ring, and then a woman's voice was on the line. 911, what's your emergency? My throat was suddenly dry as a bone. My grandfather sat silently staring at me from the table without protest, just watching. I finally managed to croak out, I think there's been a murder out here. I think my grandfather killed someone. The 911 operator wanted me to stay on the line, but I told her I needed to go, that I would be looking out for the patrol cars. Hanging up my phone, I stuffed it back into my pocket and looked again at my grandfather, who still sat silently staring at me. Okay, this is your last chance, for real. They're on their way. You need to tell me what's going on right now before they get here. We can still fix this, or at least help it. I need to understand what you've done. He glanced at the clock up on the wall and then back at me. It's better we wait, actually. It shouldn't take them more than 10 minutes to get here, likely less. I wouldn't get very far in that amount of time, and you need to hear everything for you to understand any of it. He smiled at me. We'll just wait till they've left, and we can continue if you want. I was confused and frustrated. Grandpa, if they come here and find that body, they're going to be taking you when they leave. There won't be any more story time. Maybe you need to go with them if what you're saying is the truth, but I'm trying to help you. Talk to me before you have to talk to them. He gave a laugh. I know you're doing what you think is best, Jason. I appreciate it. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably do the same thing. But don't worry about me. Everything is going to work out just fine. I wanted to protest more, but what was the point? Instead, I just stood by the counter, my gaze roaming between the window and the floor. I couldn't look at him anymore. I felt myself feeling more and more guilty and disquieted by his reaction to me calling the police, and I tried to stop second-guessing myself. I had done the reasonable thing after listening to hours of his insanity, and I needed to remember that. There they are. I looked up to see my grandfather looking out the window, and as I followed his gaze, I saw 3 sheriff's deputy cars pulling up outside. I went to the back door in the kitchen and opened it, calling for them to come around that way. They asked me to step outside and tell them what was going on, which I did, focusing most on the large mustached man who was doing most of the talking. Hey, thank you for coming. My grandfather, I saw him last night moving a woman's body out of his car and carrying it into the woods. I talked to him about it this morning, and he was telling me all kinds of crazy stuff, and he admitted to killing that woman. I don't know what really happened, but I'm worried he's had some kind of break. He's close to 80, and he's still real sharp, but I broke off as the lead deputy raised his hand. Hold up, son. Is this Dr. Barrett we're talking about? He's your grandfather. I nodded. Yeah, he is. He cut me off again. Okay, where is he now? I wasn't sure what to make of his reaction, but I turned and pointed to the house. He's in there. I've got him tied to a chair in the kitchen. When I turned back, the two backup deputies had guns drawn on me. Deputy Mustache pointed a finger in my face. You stay here. Anyone else in there with him? I shook my head in stunned silence. Glowering at me, he pulled his own gun and moved towards the door going into the kitchen. The two deputies outside guarded me like I was Hannibal Lecter, their eyes flicking nervously to each other as they waited. After several minutes, I heard footsteps and turned to see my grandfather coming out of the house in front of the deputy. He was smiling and talking with the other man in low tones. My stomach clenched as I noticed the deputy had put away his gun. What was going on? Mustache gestured to the other two deputies. You can stow your guns for now, boys, but keep them ready. We've still got some things to sort out. He turned to me, his expression hard. So your grandfather explained that he gave you a prescription for... He pulled a brown pill bottle out of his pocket to read the label. Clonazepam. Just 10 pills because you were having a lot of stress and trouble sleeping, what with being back at your deceased parents' home and all, which is understandable. He had handed the bottle to my grandfather and now had his thumbs hooked in his gun belt. What is less understandable is how come you tied him up all morning and are making up these crazy tales. I started to respond, but he raised his hand. Pardon. The less you say right now, the better. You listen instead. Your grandpa is a good man, a respected doctor. Ever since your parents moved to the area, he's made a point of coming around and helping out this community as he could, even though he lives hours away.
How's it going, Richard?
And that's good for you, he said, pointing his finger at me again, because he's convinced me to not lock you up today if you act right. He tells me that. What was that word? My grandfather smiled. Benzodiazepines. He supplied helpfully. Mustache nodded. Yeah, that. That it can sometimes cause nightmares or hallucinations. Your grandpa believes you had some dream about him hurting someone that you think is real. He paused, looking hard at me to accentuate his point. So how does that sound to you? Does that sound better than you just went crazy and tied him up for no reason? I tried to keep myself from yelling, no, that doesn't sound good. I haven't taken any pills. He's lying. Deputy Mustache shook his head. Sport. The problem there is I counted the pills and 2 are missing just like Dr. Barron said they would be. And that prescription is in your name. Oh, that doesn't mean I took them, you idiot. I know what I saw. He carried a woman out into the woods. He admitted to me that he killed her. My grandfather stepped forward and headed off the deputy's angry response. Look, it might help him accept that it was just the drug if you go ahead and look in the woods. Show him there's nothing there. I know it's a hassle, but... Mustache was already nodding and smiling at him. No, doctor, it's fine. You feel up to coming with us? Sure thing. Jason, you want to lead the way? My grandfather grinned and tipped me a wink. I led the deputies in the direction he had carried the woman, walking as far from my grandfather as I could. I kept imagining him suddenly attacking one of the deputies and getting his gun or bolting off into the woods, but he strolled along, as calm and pleasant as if we were on a midday stroll. I could tell the deputies were barely looking around, but honestly there was very little to see. To their credit, they went along with me for close to 2 hours before I gave up. I don't think he could have carried her out farther than we went in the time he was gone the night before, and there was no trace of anything. As we headed back towards the house, My grandfather was suddenly beside me, patting me on the shoulder with his big, strong hand. I stifled a yelp and tried not to flinch away. Acting more crazy wasn't going to help anything at this point. "See," he whispered to me. "I told you it would all be okay." 10 minutes later, the deputies were gone after making my grandfather promise he would call them if there was any more trouble. Any more trouble from me, the crazy druggie. As soon as they were out of sight, I turned on him. "How did you do that with the pills?" He looked a little sheepish, his hands in his trouser pockets as he shrugged. "It wasn't hard. I came up the day before you did. When I went into town, I ran across that woman at a gas station. From that encounter, I knew I would be hunting while I was here, so I went ahead and called in the prescription for you on the night voicemail of the pharmacy, so it wouldn't be filled until the day you arrived. When we went by the grocery store, I picked up the prescription and kept it tucked.
Question, are you really a bishop, or is that just your username?
Last night, I moved into a kitchen drawer so it'd be ready." "What? Ready for what? Why didn't you get the pills in the first place?" Now he looks slightly disappointed. "Well, for this, what we just did." He gestured around to where the deputies had been moments before. "It was a calculated risk that you might see or hear something if I took that woman while we were here, and I needed a way of explaining what you saw if you called the police. A bad dream from a drug side effect seemed a good solution." I began to pace, my fists clenched at my side. "Yeah, so you make me look crazy by planting drugs in the house."
Well,
"Not crazy.
nice to meet you,
Just
Richard.
stressed and taking illegal
I live
prescribed
stream every day,
medication
or
that didn't sit
as
well
often as I
with you.
can. So
Better than them
if in the
thinking
future
I'm
you
some
want
kind
to
of serial
just
killer.
join in and watch what I do,
I
you're
stopped.
more than welcome.
Turning to scream at him. "But you are a serial killer. 87 people? What do you think you are?" He shook
All
his
I can
head.
ask is that you
"I
subscribe
don't
and
think it needs a name.
turn on the bell
really.
notification and
I look at it like
join
hunting.
in anytime I
And the
go
people
live
I
if
hunt
that's what
hardly
you're
deserve
interested
to be
in.
counted as human. When I kill them, they're not even entirely human biologically, and they are certainly far removed from any moral or spiritual definition of the word. But serial killer? No, that term carries way too much baggage. And while technically correct in some ways, I think looking at me as a hunter is far more
And,
apt.
So you know,
I
I'm
started
actually
to
best
respond,
friends with the
but he
former
continued.
bishop in Utah.
Look at it this way. In some parts of the world,
And
sometimes
he's the
you
kind of
have a
person that wouldn't
lion
say the
or
word
bear
shit if he had a
go
mouthful of
bad.
it.
They get a taste
Really
for
cool
people
guy, down to
and they
earth,
become
easy
a
going
threat.
person.
He chuckled.
I think
Well,
he's
a
in
bigger
his
threat than a normal
60s
lion
or
or
so.
bear.
But
So
really,
the local
really cool,
people
down to
have
earth,
to get
easy going
together and
person.
hunt the bad animal down because that animal is an anomaly. It's not natural.
Well, I
And
appreciate
by
you
killing
subscribing.
it, the people
Remember
aren't
to hit
just
that bell
saving
notification
themselves,
so when I go
they're
live,
restoring
you can
balance.
join in.
He gestured towards the woods where he had carried the woman. These people I killed, they aren't really people anymore. There's a lot more I need to explain to you, but the short answer is they are unnatural, and they are tied to things terrible beyond your wildest dreams. Looking up at the sky, he took a deep breath.
And in case you're wondering,
I know
I
it's
myself
so
am
hard,
LDS.
and I know you don't
And yet,
know me as
I sit
well
here and drive a
as you
truck. I've been
should.
doing this for,
That's my
I think,
I tried
what was
to be
it?
a good father.
2013, I think,
And
and haven't had a chance to get to church, especially since speaking since what I do for a living.
I isolated
It's
myself
miserable, but
much
what are you gonna
of the
do?
time from her and your father and from you. If I hadn't, you'd likely trust me more now. He looked back at me, his eyes glistening. But I was trying to do good. I still am trying to do good. And my hope is you'll come to see the value in it. If you can be patient and listen to all I have to say and see what I have to show you. I felt so tired. I wanted to believe him, but how could I? I didn't know what to say anymore. Finally, I muttered, "What are you going to show me? Where you hid that poor woman's body?" He shook his head, smiling ruefully. Oh no, that woman's body doesn't exist anymore. Literally, at least not here. Noticing my confused expression, he waved his hand. Sorry, getting ahead of things. Let me tell you about that woman. But after that, if you're willing, I need you to go with me on a little trip. The wind was picking up and I suppressed a shiver. Trip? To where? The afternoon sun was high in the sky and shining down through the trees overhead. It left my grandfather dappled in shifting patches of light and shadow. He looked strange in the penumbra, both young and old, menacing and beneficent at the same time. I could see him grinning at me.
You've never lived
when he
a
spoke.
full life, I guess you could say.
To where I studied them.
Like I said, my friend in Utah, his name's Grant. And,
Like I was telling you
I got a lot of love and
outside,
respect for him.
I first ran into that woman you saw me toting into the woods at a gas station in town. That was the afternoon before you got here. Bear in mind, I'm trying to focus in on the past few days and wait to tell you all the rest when I can show you things as well.
And yes, I do pray to
But
God
there are
often.
some things I need to explain as we go.
And recently
so
I
it'll
lost
make
my
more sense.
crucifix.
For instance,
I have no
how I
clue
can
where it
tell
is. It
an
might be in the truck,
outsider.
it might be gone,
That's
so
what
I
I
might have
call
to
them
order
for
another
reasons that will be
crucifix.
clearer in time from a normal person. When I bit out Salk's throat, I must have swallowed close to a quart of his blood in the process. I didn't think about it at the time, but it's the best explanation I
had a
have
really
for what
nice
happened
stainless
next.
steel cross.
I went for nearly
that I
2
would wear every
months
day,
after
where
killing him
I misplaced
without
it, I
reading
don't know.
about any strange
Gotta be here
murders
somewhere.
or having any indication that the creature I had seen was still out in the world. I was starting to think that it was either truly over and some things would just remain a mystery, or at the very least my ability to intervene had ended with my lead on Salk. Then one day I was walking down a hallway at the hospital when I passed an old man. He appeared to be there visiting someone and was coming out from the downstairs cafeteria as I was about to go in. There was nothing remarkable about him at all, and as our eyes met at a distance, he gave me a polite nod and kept moving forward. But within 2 more steps of him, I was hit with a painful wave of nausea. My first thought was that I was just sick and the first symptoms were hitting. But then moments later, I felt fine again, and I looked to see the man had moved past me by a little more than the distance that we had been when I first felt sick. I pondered it for a moment, and then decided to follow him. He had meandered into the
I gotta
nearby
be
gift
pulling off
shop
here
to
soon, so I
peruse
can
the
take a
handful
quick
of
30-minute
magazines
break
and
so I
crossword
can get
puzzle books
some
on
more time
offer
back.
amid the stuffed animals and overpriced snacks. I waited a few seconds and then entered behind him, careful to stay out of his line of sight. I edged closer. Again, when I got within about 5 feet of him, I was struck with nausea. Not nearly as strong this time, but very distinct and unpleasant. I tested it several times, moving back and forth out of the invisible demarcation between well and unwell. It was as regular and reliable as flipping a switch. Something in Salk's blood had stayed with me and become a huge asset in my work. Whenever I get close to one of those things, these outsiders, I feel that same familiar, sick feeling. The range varies, but it's definitely grown over time to an average of about 20 feet. The first
Well,
time
like I
was
said,
when
you've definitely lived a full life. And if you want to get technical, I think the fact that 1, I'm LDS. 2, here's what I'm thinking. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm doing this stuff, to not only help people out with what I do, but I'm also providing a service. I'm also,
So going back to the other day when I encountered I was picking up
what I'm really trying to get at is, in a small way, I'm doing God's work by holding these loads and getting stuff taken care of.
I knew right away what the feeling I got was, and the story
And I've
was
definitely met a few, devil
Of
worshippers.
course, I didn't
And I told him,
react
just leave me the hell alone.
I've been doing
I want
this for
nothing
a
to do
long
with the
time,
crap.
And I learned years ago to be careful you never tip your hand to one of them. Surprise is one of the few advantages we have, so it should never be squandered. Instead, I waited.
TA is off to the right,
When she went
and
to the counter to pay for some kind of soft
Pilot
drink
is
and
off to
chips,
the left.
I heard the conversation between
we're
her
gonna go
and
park
the
at
cashier.
the TA.
They knew each other. Apparently went to church.
Yeah, I don't believe in the whole
That meant she was
devil
local,
shit.
so she would be easier to find later. As I pretended to look at a bag of chocolate-covered peanuts, I looked out the window to the only other customer car in the parking lot. It was a gold-colored sedan with some kind of back window decal I couldn't make out from that angle. I waited, hearing the cashier call the woman Susie as she said goodbye. Putting down the candy, I picked up another brand
Right-hand turn.
nutritional information on the back, which was a horror in and of itself. Susie was slow moving away, but when she finally did, I saw two more things. The window decal was for Mid Creek Community College.
Well, I believe the devil exists, but I just don't acknowledge him.
Her car.
Let's put it that way.
Smartphones, as disturbing as they can be in some regards, are wonderful to things I do. Obviously, I made intention of collecting instead of moving on the drive. We've come a long way, haven't we? Before I left the gas station, I had already
All right, so I'm guessing you're heading off for the day, Bishop. Take care. Hope to see you again soon.
Professor of economics at Mid Creek Community College. A couple of more searches, and I had her home address. When I went out last night, I went to her home.
Uh-oh, I hope I don't hit that thing.
No one was there. Next, I
Woo!
turned my
Cleared
car,
it.
But there was no sign of her car there either. Then, as I was coming back through town,
All right, stop.
I
Take a
saw
30-minute
the
break.
sedan at that late-night diner near the interstate. Slowing down, I could see her inside at a booth, eating some kind of waffle.
Off-duty.
She sat by herself. That
Break.
was the hardest part.
Save.
Jake.
Set break.
These people, these things, living their
30-minute breaks, then I get out back on the road.
External face. If you're doing it right, they don't even know you're watching them, and they seem vulnerable.
Take care, Bishop.
Mundane, human. It is easy to forget that the woman sitting alone in the dingy diner, morosely gnawing on a waffle late at night, well, she isn't really a person. Not entirely. At best, that's only part of the truth. And the only part, well, believe me, if you ever let yourself forget the other part, you're liable to wind up dead. So you have to close yourself off from feeling sorry for them or seeing mercy as some kind of virtue. That kind of thinking almost killed me twice early on in all this, and while it's the hardest lesson to learn, it's also one of the most important. I parked across the road from the diner in the shadow of a rundown pawn shop that had gone belly up years earlier from the look of it. I watched her eat her food, pay her bill, and get in her car. I followed her, and soon it was clear she was most likely going home based on her route. It was an educated guess, but worth the risk to get the jump on her. I turned off to take a different, slower route, making up the time and distance with speed, and getting to her house 3 minutes before she did. From all signs, she lived alone, and I had unscrewed her porch light before she pulled up. As she was reaching into her purse for her house keys, I stepped out, slamming the syringe into her neck and pushing in the mixture it contained all within a couple of seconds. She made a small noise of surprise and flailed around for a couple of seconds, but she was already lost. The cocktail I give them contains a mixture of sedative and paralytic, and for the most part they are on the ground within 10 seconds. The trick is managing the dosage and judging how much time you have. The right dose is enough to put a normal person into a coma or respiratory failure, but an outsider will push through it and come to in around an hour. As much as they share human frailties when you catch them by surprise, if you aren't done moving them and dealing with them before the time runs out, well, You better be ready with another dose or you have a major problem. But with her, everything went smoothly enough. I loaded her into the back of my SUV, brought her back here, and I had her in the woods all within 45 minutes. Then I just had to finish her off. I know that sounds cold. It felt very cold to me the first few times I thought about it in those terms. But when you see the things they do, it's not all brutal killings like Salk would do. Many of them are far more clever and insidious. When you face the realities of that kind of evil, your sensibilities start to change quite a bit. Your willingness to do harm, your tolerance for cruelty, it slowly becomes palatable. At the best and worst of times, it becomes righteous. And that's one of the dangers too. You have to understand these things to kill them, but you have to keep yourself separate too. When I perform a surgery, I want the patient to live very badly, but I can't let myself care about them or worry at a personal level. That emotion would get in the way, making me hesitate or make a mistake. It's the same thing with this. You cannot do this out of a sense of revenge, and you can't let yourself become like the thing you're hunting. In any case, the best and cleanest way to kill an outsider is to destroy what I call the seed. All of them, when they are alive and for a short while after they are dead, have this small, black, well, it looks like a pebble usually. It's tucked just beneath the left hippocampus most of the time. The hippocampus, as you may know, is part of the temporal lobe of the brain and is tied to creating memories as well as complex emotions. I have a theory that's why the seed is so close by. It makes it easier for it to influence the outsider's perceptions and reactions to things. That's also why when the pretense is not needed, such as when I was in Salk's closet or when he had me tied up, they're quick to revert to an almost emotionless default state. But we can talk more about all that later. For now, back to the point. If you drill into the left side of their skull, just in front of and about halfway up the height of the ear, you will often hit the seed. It may take 3 or 4 tries, but a moderately powerful cordless drill works just fine with some weight applied to pushing it in. And assuming you have a long enough
Like I said, once 30 minutes break goes up, I'm gone. I'm moving again. Gotta get as far as I can.
And when the bit hits it, it will shatter. Then something remarkable happens. There's a low vibration that you can feel in the air. It reminds me of the rumble hum you feel in a subway station sometimes. And then the body is just gone. More accurately, it collapses in on itself like some kind of dying star, but it is too fast to see with the naked eye. I've managed to catch some evidence of it on special cameras, but for reasons that will be explained, that's a difficult process in and of itself. But when it goes, it all goes. The body, the clothing it was wearing, and anything else that is inorganic and on it or inside of it. I've taken to leaving the drill in when I hit the seed, as it removes the need for me to dispose of a bloody tool later. Even the blood from the drilling, if it is still physically connected to the body, will all go away. That's why I make sure to drill through a folded up towel. If I keep pressure on and do it quickly enough, I can finish with no trace of the person ever being there at all. That being said, my grandfather stopped, his face looking concerned and angry as he looked out the window. We were in the living room now, and as I turned to look outside, I saw a pickup truck flying up the road to the house. It was hard to see
No,
at that
I'm leaving it
distance
running.
and speed, but it looked like several people were in the bed of the truck, all of them wearing hoodies and masks.
If I'm going to be calling
My
it quits,
grandfather
like
was
turning off the
standing
stream,
up,
I'll let you know.
His face hard.
And then I'll end the stream.
Apparently someone at the sheriff's office is part of the house and figured out who you were talking about when you said I had a woman last night. I was standing myself now, looking between the road and my grandfather, feeling more and more bewildered. The house? What? My grandfather shook his head. The House of the Claw. It's a cult. They're human, but very deadly. No time to explain now. We running or killing? Your call. I could barely breathe. Running? He nodded, reaching under the chair he had been sitting in to pull out a semi-automatic pistol. Fair enough. Stay close to me and don't stop unless I say so. We're going for the truck. Now go. We headed to the kitchen, my grandfather gesturing for me to keep low. Flinging open the exterior door, he glanced outside and then beckoned for me to follow. We weren't very far from his SUV, but we still had to round the corner of the house and I could hear the pickup sliding to a halt in the front yard. We moved to the corner of the house and stopped, my grandfather turning to whisper to me, "Here's the key fob. When I say go, you do 3 things. First, you unlock the doors with the fob. Second, you count to 2. Third, you run to the passenger side and get in and down. Got it?" I nodded, my hands trembling as I took the fob from him. Good. Go. I unlocked the car, wincing internally at the loud honk it gave as the locks disengaged. But then I realized no one was going to pay much attention to it with my grandfather shooting at them. It occurred to me that I wasn't counting, so I bolted after what felt like 2 seconds and made it around to the passenger side. I felt a moment of sharp panic as my hand fumbled at the door latch before getting the door open. Once inside, I tried to bawl into the floorboard as much as possible. I had just enough time to take in the smells of the SUV, a mixture of my grandfather, some kind of oil, and a metallic scent, before he was opening the driver's door and getting in. Without saying anything, he punched the ignition button and threw the SUV into gear. I heard 2 more gunshots and something made a loud pinging on the outside of the car, but we kept going. And as I eased up into the seat, I saw that we were clear of the yard and headed down the road. Looking back, I saw 3 of the 4 men clustered around a 4th that was on the ground but still moving. My grandfather looked over at me. "You hurt?" I shook my head. "I'm fine. What about you? What happened?" "Nah, I'm fine. I think I got a couple of pellets of buckshot in my leg, but it was from a ricochet. Nothing major." He gave me a tight smile. As for what happened, I shot 2 of them, one in the arm and one in the leg. Can't risk killing them at your parents' house or anywhere they can be linked back to us. What? Why? They already know who we are. He took a turn down a sandy dirt road and gave me a shrug. They do, but they're likely the only ones that do. Turning to glance behind my seat, he nodded to himself. "Look, while we talk, I need you to do a couple things. Grab the box of stuff behind your seat. You should also see a small blue bag behind mine. Get both of them up here with you if you can." I did as he asked, pulling a medium-sized cardboard box up to find it contained 6 glass jars with sealable lids. The jars were all full of nails and ball bearings. I thought about asking questions, but I knew there was no time. He'd tell me what I needed to know. I found the blue bag where he said it would be. It contained a variety of items, and as I looked through them, he told me what to use. There were little rolls of taped-up face towels in the bag, and following his instructions, I unwrapped 3 of them to find small glass vials with rubber stoppers in the middle. The vials contained some kind of fluid, but he told me to be careful not to open the vials. Instead, I was to slide them gently into the middle of the nails and bearings in 3 of the jars. After I did so, he told me to take a specific plastic bottle from the blue bag and squirt it on the metal in the jar until the 3 prep jars were 2/3 full of the liquid too. Then I had to screw the sealed lids back on. When I was done, he gave me a grin. Congratulations, you've just made nail bombs. Now be very careful with them. Don't drop one and try not to tip them over. We'll need them in a few minutes. His cautions made me feel queasy. Why will we need them? Because you think they're going to track us down? He nodded. Oh yeah, they better. That's why I didn't try to kill any of them. These cultists, they are very dangerous, but sometimes they lose their stomach when they see a buddy get killed. Weekend warrior types, I guess. And we need them to follow us. He looked up at the odometer. We're about 10 miles away now. Need to be at least 10 more. Anyway, back to what I was explaining earlier. This cult, the House of the Claw, I didn't know they existed at first. Looking back on it, there were signs of their influence. That little boy that Salk picked up and killed, for instance. What was he doing out that late? And I learned later that he lived with his parents over 50 miles from where Salk snatched him. What are the odds of that happening? I can't prove it, but I suspect the house dropped him back there and had tipped Salk off as to where to look. His expression was growing angrier as he talked. That's what these crazy bastards do. They help the outsiders, facilitate their plans, worship them. Not every outsider has any cultist around them. In fact, only about 1 in 3 or 4 do, as best as I can tell. But where the house does exist, they operate like some terrorist cells. There's usually 4 or 5 working together, and they don't know the identity of anyone else in the cult outside their cell. Of course, those higher up in the chain know who are in the cells, so they can send directives down as needed. But if a cell member gets caught, they can't give up their bosses or details about the larger organization. It's clever in some ways, but it has its flaws too. He looked over at me, his face stony. For instance, these men that are after us, they have no way of telling people outside of their group who we are unless they get contacted by their bosses. That does happen periodically, but not often. So as long as the entire cell dies, our identities are safe. I felt my skin going cold. Even if we kill them, how will we know we got them all? He nodded. It's always a risk, but the most likely source of them finding out is a house member in the sheriff's office. If that person isn't among this group, we know there's likely another person. If they are, odds are good this is all of them, as they tend to do things as a full unit most of the time. There's no sure answers, though. We just have to do the best we can, be smarter and better than them. We drove on for a couple of minutes in silence, and then he spoke again. Put your seatbelt on, if you would. After I clicked it on, he continued. You good with all this? I know it's a lot, and I hate you're at risk, especially having not signed up for it. Believe me, I know this is hard to adjust to, but this is as serious as it gets. He turned, studying me for a moment. Life or death, good and evil, even. These are bad people that do terrible things, and they will torture and murder us if we don't get them first. I met his eyes. I believe you. I get it. I'm freaked out, but I get it, and I'm with you. Good. Because I think this is a good spot. Hold on to those bombs, it's going to be bumpy. With that, he yanked the wheel to the left, then back to the right, sending us down the sandy shoulder and into a stand of bushes. I held the box containing the jars in a death grip, my muscles tensing at every clink of glass. When we came to a stop, he smiled at me. Good job. Okay, let's go. Get out, come around so I can show you something on this side, and then you'll come back and grab the 3 jars you prepped. I did as he asked, and when I reached his side of the SUV, I saw he had a long-bladed hunting knife in his hand. He pointed it at the tire as he talked. Now, as you may have figured out, we're trying to make it look like we wrecked. We took this sandy road because even if they're idiots, they should be able to track us on it. But just because they aren't all brilliant doesn't mean you should underestimate the least of them. And some of them are very capable. Either way, we need a visible reason why we should have wrecked here. He took the knife and slammed it into the crevice between 2 tire treads. When he pulled it free, I could immediately hear the angry hiss of air escaping. My grandfather tapped the outer wall of the tire. It's easier to flatten a tire on this side. The rubber's weaker, but it's also very obvious that it was cut. So when you need it to look like a blowout instead of a cut tire, you have to hide the cut in the treads. If they saw a cut tire, they might suspect an ambush. Now, hopefully they'll just think we had bad luck. He patted my shoulder and laughed. Lots of teachable moments today, I guess. Now go get those bombs. He guessed we had about 3 minutes left before they should be on us. In that time, he grabbed a scoped rifle out of the back of the SUV and got me into a position across the road with my 3 nail bombs and some final advice. The way these things work is that they have to hit something hard enough that the vial inside breaks. When its contents mix with what's in the outer part of the jar, you get an explosion filled with metal and glass shrapnel. So what that means is this. First, you throw it against something hard or hard enough it will break on landing. The jars at this point should weigh about 7 or 8 pounds. So if they land on asphalt from more than 10 feet up, they should break. Throwing it hard at the road or the truck will work too, but try not to directly hit a person or you run the risk of it bouncing off and not breaking. And above all else, do not throw it where it goes off close to you, or you'll be caught in the shrapnel too. He had me positioned in an elevated spot behind some bushes, about 20 feet from the road. You're far enough away here and in good position, and hopefully they will be focused on the wrecked SUV for a bit. But wait until they start to get out or the pickup will protect them a good bit. Take your time and aim, and when your third one is thrown, you slowly work your way farther into the woods. Do not wait for me, and keep going straight back from the road. I'll find you when I'm done with them. He seemed to be debating something internally, and after a moment he pulled out the semi-automatic and handed it to me. Have you fired one of these before? I nodded. A couple of times in college. I know how to shoot, and this is the safety, right? He looked grave. Yes. Keep it on, but keep your finger away from the trigger unless you mean to fire. There's one in the chamber, and it will keep feeding them in unless it jams, which it shouldn't. You have 13 shots. Do not lock your arms. Do not pull the trigger. Squeeze it. Hold it tightly when you fire and remember it will recoil. For both the gun and the grenades, accuracy is always better than speed. Slow is fast and fast is slow. And you do not fire this at all unless you have no alternative. My goal is that they never see you at all, okay? I could see by his expression he was scared, and I realized it was fear for me. I felt a wave of love for him and guilt at how I treated him. I'll be okay. I'll play it safe and do what you told me. He gave me a half smile and reached forward to pat the side of my head affectionately. Gotta go. See you in a few minutes. With the ease and agility of someone half his age, my grandfather moved down the embankment and back across the road before disappearing into the woods on the other side. Less than a minute later, I saw a cloud of dust as the cultist truck made its way towards us. As they approached, I felt anxiety gripping my stomach and I fought it down. I was worried I'd make a mistake, but I still had to try. I would do what he told me and trust that it would work out. As they approached the wreck, they slowed to a crawl and then stopped. From my vantage, I could see one of the men was stretched out in the bed, and I guess that was the one he had shot in the leg. His companion and the passenger in the cab got out to investigate the SUV. I hesitated, wanting the driver out as well, but he wasn't budging. Time to do it. The first jar hit the top of the truck, and while the explosion wasn't as loud as I'd expected, the carnage was impressive. One of the cultists was still high enough up the shoulder that a wave of shrapnel slammed into the back of his head, shooting up a bloody mist and sending him sprawling forward. The driver was looking around terrified, but seemed unharmed, and I couldn't see the third person any longer, as he had dove down after the first bomb went off. Not sure of my next best target, I ultimately aimed one for the bed of the truck. My aim was off, but lucky. It hit the driver's side window and shattered the glass, detonating as it did so. I heard the driver scream, but he wasn't dead from it. Instead, he was frantically putting his truck in drive and trying to get away. I felt a thrill of panic, but then I heard my grandfather's rifle. One crack, and I saw the cultist who had dove for cover near the SUV lose half his skull as the truck pulled away. A second crack, and the one I had knocked down with the first bomb flinched as the bullet went into his torso. 50 yards down the road, I saw my grandfather step out onto the road and line up another shot. The truck had surged past me now, and any idea of using the third bomb seemed fruitless. I was worried he was going to get away, but then a third crack came. I saw the back windshield break, and suddenly the truck veered from the road as though swept aside by some invisible giant's hand. It crashed into a small culvert on the left side
What
of the
do
road.
I eat when I'm on the road?
What I could see of the driver's
Food
hand
I buy
through
from the
broken
truck,
side of the
from
window
Walmart.
was a ruined mess. I
Buying
was about
food
to
from
stand up
truck
and say
stops gets
something
way
to
too
my
expensive.
grandfather when I heard another gunshot. The man in the back of the bed had either been flung out
So I'll
or
buy
crawled
buy stuff
out
like
as soon as the truck
canned
came to a
food
halt.
and
He was down on
ramen
his
noodles and
belly
stuff
with
like
a
that I
culvert,
could easily
some
make in the
kind
truck.
of revolver in his hand. It had come from him, aimed at my grandfather. I glanced back at him and saw he seemed okay and was taking cover down the opposite shoulder. Still, I felt anger.
5 more minutes and I can get moving.
These goddamn people.
I just bought some
trying to
socks
keep us
and
helping whatever
I
these
decided
things
to
were that were
get them
hurting
folded
people.
up.
What the actual hell? How to go on?
Sticking
This
messages.
piece of shit was shooting at Grandpa? No. Hell no. I stood up, throwing the remaining bomb at him. My aim was too good that time, and it pelted him in the shoulder, bouncing off him without detonating. I kept moving towards him, shifting the pistol to my dominant hand and taking aim. The first shot went wild, so did the next two, and by then he had gotten over being struck and figured out where the new shots were coming from. I saw him turning and aiming towards me and forced myself to slow down. I lined up a shot on his chest and squeezed the trigger. He fired a second before me, but it went wide. Mine didn't. And I saw him jerk as the shot took him in the shoulder, close to where the jar had struck. He dropped the gun with a shriek, but I kept firing, emptying the clip into him. I looked around to see my grandfather approaching. He looked at the bullet-riddled body and then at me. Looks like you got him. You okay? I nodded silently, trying to keep my hands from shaking in front of him. My grandfather moved past to check the driver before coming back to me. They're all dead. I don't know if any of them are tied to the sheriff's office or not, but we may get lucky and be able to find that out. Believe it or not, these guys carry their wallets on them most of the time when they do this stuff. I guess they're worried about getting a ticket. He gave me a serious smile and squeezed my shoulder. I know what we just did wasn't easy, and you're still in shock now. That's okay. But I need you with me. Can you change out our flat tire for the spare while I check their bodies, get rid of that last bomb, and get our shell casings? I smiled weakly and said I could. 20 minutes later, we were back on the road and headed away from the carnage. My grandfather had found wallets on 3 of the 4 men, and one of those men had an ID card identifying him as a dispatcher for the sheriff's office. It was a small comfort, and it wasn't a guarantee that the House of the Claw wouldn't still be after us, but it was something. I asked him where we were going, and he hesitated.
Couple more minutes and we can get moving.
Take you to where I do my real work.
I just had to clean the inside of the windows.
And there are things you need to
Clearing
He
the
paused as though picking his next words carefully.
vape juice off the windows.
Hard to hear.
Due to the fact that I have vape,
I think
it fogs up the
maybe
windows.
past you now,
So I clean them with rubbing
trust in
alcohol.
me, and that's great. But it also makes it harder when I have to show you things you aren't going to want to believe. I felt
So,
fear.
28
creeping back
minutes,
in past
couple
the
more
static
minutes, I can get
shell of
moving.
Shock and adrenaline. What do you mean? Just that there's more to all of this. And it's a lot worse than some random monsters occasionally killing people for fun, as though that wasn't bad enough. I'm not trying to spook you, just prepare you. For now, try to rest some. We've got a ways to go. What troubled me more than his words was the way he said them, and the haunted look in his eyes as he studied the road. For all that had happened, he had never really seemed rattled or afraid, aside from worrying about me. But whatever he was thinking about now, I could tell he was shaken. I don't know my grandfather well, but I know him much better now than I did just a day ago. And whatever is able to truly worry or scare that man, well, it terrifies me.
Less than a minute left.
We rode silently for some time, with my initial assumption being that we were going back to his hometown for him to tell me the rest. As we drove, however, I began to realize that we were going north rather than east, taking the highway for 2 hours before he turned off onto a small paved road that later led to a gravel one. Another few miles and we turned onto a concrete driveway that led up to a metal gate and a chain link fence, topped by razor wire and several surveillance cameras. A sign next to the gate read, Jagger Solutions Incorporated. I looked over at my grandfather, perplexed. What is this place? Why are we here? He smiled at me as he tapped a remote attached to his visor, and the metal gate began to open. We're at the Batcave. I couldn't do research and other things related to all this close to home, so I bought this place. He was pulling through the gate now and gesturing to the 3
All right.
large warehouses
Time's up. I'm
contained
going.
within the fence's perimeter. This used to be a warehouse for import. The guy sold rugs and carpet, I think. But when he died, the place sat unkept and unsold for years before I found it. Got it for a song, though the repairs and modifications did take some time and money. He pointed to the farthest building. That's the main building there in the back. Those other 2 are mainly for storage and some fake inventory in case the place ever got audited or broken into. Most people don't even know it's tucked back here though. As we drove past the first 2 buildings, I saw relatively new-looking signs cautioning forklift safety rules and the importance of always wearing a hard hat and gloves. I pointed at them. Safety first, huh? My grandfather nodded. Yeah, me and my non-existent workers have never had a workplace death since I bought the place. He paused. Well, except for outsiders. We parked outside of the building, and he led me to a door with a keypad, making a point of showing me the code before we entered. Inside was largely empty, except for a pickup, an SUV, and a corner of the building that had been converted into a workshop of sorts, filled with workbenches and tools along with a heavy oak desk. I looked at him questioningly. The Batcave? He let out a chuckle. No, not this. He walked over to a far corner that was largely in shadow, And as I drew closer, I saw that it contained a stack of what looked like corrugated roofing tin. He went to a spot at the edge of the tin and stepped on it with his foot, with a loud hiss. A portion of the tin lifted up to reveal a growing slit of amber light. As it expanded, I realized that a large hydraulic hatch had been camouflaged by the pile of scrap and was now opening to reveal a set of concrete steps leading down into the ground. My grandfather pointed at it proudly. That cave. He led me downstairs, which consisted of a short hallway with a small living area, including a shower, sink, and toilet on one side, and a larger room that was clearly a lab of some kind on the other. At the end of the hall was what looked like the door of an old bank vault. When I mentioned that to my grandfather, he nodded. That's because that's exactly what it is. As you can imagine, after I got this place, I had to have all this underneath added in. I convinced the contractor I was some kind of doomsday prepper. He was into that stuff too, so he actually gave me a discount. But it was still ungodly expensive. He pointed to the vault door. But this I actually got for free. Kind of. He took 2 large metal keys from his pocket and stuck them in the door. They turned with a large metallic thunk that made me think of bank robbery movies I had seen. He then gripped the wheel in the center of the door and gave it 2 full turns before tugging the door open. Lights came on inside as the door swung aside, and looking inside, I could see he had more than just a vault door. He had an entire vault. Safety deposit boxes lined the walls. And in the center, a heavy metal table had been bolted to the floor, with several smaller tables on rollers surrounding it. Some were filled with medical supplies or tools. Others were filled with items you would find in a garage. Drills, pruning shears, hammers, knives. Along several places on the wall, I saw what looked like metal mesh cages that seemed to contain something, possibly cameras. Everything was immaculately clean, but it did little to make the room seem less sinister. It looks like a cross between an operating room and a torture chamber. Speaking the thought before I realized it and looking quickly at my grandfather, afraid I'd hurt his feelings, but he was nodding as he looked into the room before meeting my gaze ruefully. That's much what it is, if I'm honest. I got this vault from a defunct bank in Arkansas after I did work on this place. The bank building was being converted into a restaurant of some sort, and they just wanted the vault gone. So I had to pay for the removal and transport, which was quite a bit even 20 years ago when I got it, but it was worth it. He pushed the door back closed and led me back into the living space. Aside from a cot against one wall, it contained an overstuffed chair and a sofa along with a pair of small tables. Sitting on the sofa, he gestured for me to sit in the chair. Before I try to tell you any more, I think I should show you something. As I sat down, I saw he had picked up a tablet from the small table next to the sofa and was tapping at it. After a moment, he handed it to me. It was a video, and even before I hit play, I could see it was taken with a camera in the vault room. It looked very similar to how it looked now, except for the little girl tied to the metal table. I felt my stomach lurch, and I had to fight to resist the urge to ask more questions before hitting play. But I'd come this far, and I needed to see it through and have some faith. When I started the video, I could see the girl struggling at the straps that held her. The video was not of the best quality and seemed to have been filmed through some kind of mesh, like those small cages I had seen in the room, but I would have guessed she was no more than 10. After a couple of minutes of tugging at the straps, she became deathly still. I leaned closer to the video, squinting to look for any signs of life. Nothing. I glanced at my grandfather. He pointed to the tablet. Keep watching. Returning my gaze to the video, I waited and watched. Several minutes passed. Suddenly, I saw the briefest glimpse of her entire body seeming to flicker or jump, and then the video went scrambled for half a second. When the image returned, it was in infrared mode, and I almost threw the tablet down. Where there had been a little girl, there were now strings of coiled, stringy flesh that stretched out across the room in all directions like some kind of macabre spiderweb of gore. My first nonsensical thought was that the girl had somehow exploded and that the image had frozen mid-destruction. But then I saw the strands of meat moving out of their own volition, running together and pulling apart like chewing gum as they explored the walls. This wasn't that little girl at all, or at least not the version of her that had been there moments ago. I looked back at my grandfather. This is one of them. He nodded and began to explain. 2 years after Salk's death, I had 3 more hunts under my belt. I had already learned that many of them behaved differently from Salk, and that the outsider's human form and the monsters were one, or at least inextricably linked. But I had only seen one of the 3 actually transform, and he was radically different than the thing that Salk became. He was a young guy named Stephen Kolchak, and he worked construction in Atlanta. I had taken to going to medical conferences different places to have a reason to travel and widen my net and search for more outsiders. I'd encountered him at a diner near his current worksite and decided to extend my stay a few days. I trailed him back to work and found he was working on a high-rise apartment building that was going up nearby. He knocked off at 4 that afternoon, and I kept up with him all the way out of Atlanta proper and into one of the suburbs where he lived with his parents. I followed him for the next 3 days and nights as best I could, and on the 3rd night he left home and headed back into the city. At first, I thought he might just be going out somewhere, but he headed right back to the worksite. He didn't seem to have a key to the gate, but he scaled the fence nimbly and ducked into the shadows of the partially constructed tower. I went down the fence a couple 100 yards and followed suit. It took me a couple of minutes to find him in the dark, but then I saw him in the dim illumination of a distant streetlight, standing just inside what would one day be the lobby of the building. He was looking up at one of the walls as though trying to decide something. His face half hidden in shadow, but the portion I could see was as blank and emotionless as Salk's had been. Then he changed. In the blink of an eye, where Stephen Kolchak had stood, there was a much smaller creature, 2 feet tall or thereabouts. It had a barrel of a torso, with 2 arms and legs all covered in something that looked more like bluish moss than any kind of hair, and a flat, thick head that looked like a snapping turtle, except for having 6 eyes on each side of its long, sharply beaked snout. It gave out a small, contemplative clicking noise as it shuffled back and forth, still looking up at the wall. Suddenly, it leapt up 10 feet and clung to the spot it had been considering. As I watched, it began to lick the wall with a long black tongue, each lash leaving a blue-gray trail of slime on the spot that quickly blended in with the concrete. I had no idea what he was doing, but I knew it was nothing good. Still, I remembered shooting at the thing that I now felt sure had been Salk, and the bullets doing. I waited in the shadows for him to finish his work. It took close to 2 hours. He moved from place to place throughout the outer shell that had been constructed so far, and I felt guilty for not moving against him, trying to stop whatever it was doing. It was too great a risk without knowing more about what, if anything, might hurt or kill him in this form. When the creature was finished, it climbed back down to the ground, and just as quick, the young man was standing there again. fully clothed, no sign of having just turned into a monster. This was food for thought, but now wasn't the time for theorizing. Trying to move quietly, I left the shadows to intercept him from behind as he went to leave the building. I had a collapsible baton that I carried with me from the car, and I brought it down hard on the back of his head. Or that was the plan. Unfortunately, he turned at the last second and it glanced off his shoulder, eliciting little more than a grunt of pain as he dodged to the side. I was already reaching into my jacket pocket for my stun gun, but when I pulled it out and hit the button, it was dead. This was strange because it had been fully charged and working when I got out to follow him over the fence. But again, no time to wonder. There was another flash of movement and the man was replaced with the creature. Without missing a beat, it leapt at me, slamming me to the ground. I managed to get the baton up in time to catch its sharp mouth diving for my face. With the iron bar of the baton wedged into the creature's maw, I felt like I was just delaying my death rather than preventing it. It was surprisingly heavy on my chest, and its hands and feet ended in hard claws that were already digging into my clothes and flesh, pushing my arms down and minimizing any leverage I had to push the baton and the creature farther away from me. Then I noticed it was stopping. It pulled its head away swiftly, and I thought at first it was going for another lunge, but then it jumped off me, shaking its head. I rolled to my feet, ready for the next attack, and saw that it was glaring at me. Light gray smoke coming from the edges of its mouth. I could see the yellow-brown of its beak blackening slightly where the smoke touched. I could tell it was considering its options, looking at the baton in my hand and then myself. It was afraid of it more than me. It suddenly leapt into the shadows, and for a moment I thought it might be retreating. But then I heard the scrabble of claws behind me. I spun around with a blind swing and managed to catch it right before it landed on me, knocking me back down. The baton had hit it in the side and done remarkably good damage, caving in part of its torso and causing it to immediately begin trying to roll crawl away. But I was quicker this time, getting back up on my knees and bringing the weapon down again and again until I was certain it was dead. I found out later I survived because dumb luck. Some of these things are very weak to iron, unnaturally so. If it had been made of steel, I would have died that night. And there was a time later on where my reliance on iron nearly did me in. There are rules to these things, but you can never assume they will always apply. There are always exceptions, and you always have to remember that they have most of the advantages. The way you beat them is by being smarter and stronger-willed than they are, more clever. I'm still learning now, but back then, I still had a lot to learn. One of the things that I wondered early on is what the nature of these things truly are. First of all, are these people transforming directly from their human forms into monsters, like a werewolf or some version of vampires? But if that was the case, I reasoned, then what are the limits of how much they can transform? Look, there's no denying the supernatural component of all this, and even early on I understood there would be some aspects of it I could never explain fully. But at heart, I'm a scientist, and I always start from that framework in trying to understand what I can. I considered mass, for instance. Once I understood more of how the human and creature forms were connected, I started looking back at earlier encounters. Salk, for one. That creature was over half again as large as him as a man, and while you can displace mass to some extent if he was less dense in spots, I can tell you from the sound of it chasing me and the force with which it knocked me out that the monster version of Salk weighed significantly more than the man did. And this creature I just told you about, it was less than half the size and weight of Stephen Kolchak. Even if his physical body was somehow transforming into that thing, where did the rest of the meat and bone and fluid go? And then you have examples like the video I just showed you. These things take all kinds of forms and sizes and then go back to looking like people the next instant. But the biggest sign was the clothes. They weren't shucking off clothes or ripping them apart as they changed. They would turn back into being human with hardly a wrinkle or smudge. So they aren't transforming. They're swapping places. It was a theory at the time, but since then I've managed to get some footage slowed down enough that you can see the transition happen, if just barely. It's similar to when you drill through the seed, though it happens even quicker. One moment the person, next moment the monster, or to be more accurate, they are both the monster, just with different strengths and weaknesses inherent to each form. Both are capable of doing a great deal of harm, and I've seen more than a few that seem to rarely change at all to their other form. Their goals don't require it, I guess. When I had this place set up, I redoubled my efforts to learn more about them and those goals. I have a very secure closed-circuit filtration system running into that room so I can control if there's air or not, and pump in gas to sedate or kill if I need to. The system has no ties to the other ventilation down there, so even if one of those things turned into a mist, it couldn't get out once the room is sealed. Though I doubt that's a possibility in any case. One of the consistencies I have found between all these outsiders is that their non-human form is always at least semi-solid and is never so small that it can't house the seed. The seeds do show up on MRIs if you know what to look for, but for obvious reasons, I've never been able to scan one in creature form. But I believe the seed is the key. It acts like a gateway between this reality and wherever those things come from. What looks like a transformation is actually a swapping of sorts. But if you destroy the seed, you destroy the gateway. And if you kill the human body, the seed is approximately 37 minutes after brain death. That's by design, I think. Just like most of this is by design. As he had talked, my grandfather had been animated telling about his encounter with Kolchak, but that life had drained away as he talked about all he had learned. Now he was silent a moment, staring off with a melancholy expression, before looking back to me and forcing a smile. He leaned forward and tapped the table. Did you notice the wire mesh in front of the camera in the video? Did you see those wire boxes in the vault? I nodded, and he went on. When I first captured one and put it in the vault, I set up 2 camcorders to record what happened. I didn't think there was any real risk of it getting out, and I had gas ready if I needed to knock it out or kill it, at least assuming the gas would work, because again, you can never assume anything is certain with these things. In any case, I lock it in, it wakes up, it transforms for a while and tries to get out. I can hear it beating against the door. Then it tries swapping back to the person, a pretty woman who ran a wedding boutique in Memphis, and I can just barely hear her screaming and crying as sympathetically as she could muster through the wall. I hit the gas, go in and deal with her, and then I check the video. The videos were blank, and the cameras were fried. I figured out that whenever the swap happens, it sends out a short but very strong electromagnetic pulse, kills electronics and lights in about a 40-foot radius around it. That's why my stun gun had died fighting Kolchak, and that's why my cameras got toasted. I nodded. So you built Faraday cages around cameras to shield them? He laughed and nodded. Exactly. Very good. They aren't perfect, but between the shielding on the cameras themselves and the mesh, for the most part I can capture decent footage now. His expression was lighter for a moment. But my next question brought back the look I had feared since we left our fight with the house earlier in the day. So you talked about them having goals. Have you figured out what the point of what they're doing actually is? Or is it just random? He frowned, looking thoughtful for a moment and seeming to consider his next words carefully. I don't know what the overarching plan is, no, though I could guess it is a stage of some larger campaign to encroach upon or infect our world with their malignity. But that there is a plan, and intelligent design is hard to deny at this point. He leaned forward, tapping his fingers individually as he made his points. First, the seeds are designed to take over people and also provide an extremely efficient method of bringing over this other form, all while appearing to bridge and share consciousness between the two forms. Could that be naturally occurring through some evolutionary process? Possible, but unlikely, given the supernatural component and how perfectly it aligns with their apparent goals of infiltrating this world without notice and creating pain and death. Second, consider that this all occurs without altering the DNA or most biological processes of the human form. There was no indication in Salk's tissue samples that he was other than human, and while his blood unquestionably has some unique properties, it was nothing that raised red flags during routine testing at the hospital. And I can tell you that I have run exhaustive tests on these things over the years and never found any trace of anything abnormal other than the seed itself, which somehow manages to self-destruct less than an hour after death, leaving no trace that it was ever there. He sighed and looked away for a second. I could see he was on the verge of crying, but he held it in check, looking back at me with his iron gaze as he spoke. Third, look at who targeted to take over. I have encountered close to 100 of outsiders in just over 30 years. My guess is that there are at most a few thousand of them in the world right now, maybe less, but without fail, to the extent I can figure out what an outsider's individual goal is, the person they have taken is in a good position to accomplish it. It's not random. It's part of some broader plan. He rubbed his mouth and went on. I also know that they control and plan precisely who gets a seed. It's not like in a bomb. It's selective. I frowned. What he was saying made a lot of sense, but it was still assuming a lot. How do you know that for sure? What aren't you telling me? He looked down, his mouth trembling slightly. I know it because of the odds. Say there are 3,000 of these things out there, out of over 6 billion people. What are the odds that a specific person would have a seed? Extremely low. But of all those people, against all those odds, I've got one in me. I jerked involuntarily forward, blood rushing in my ears. What? You have what? I had to have heard him wrong. He looked back up at me, tears now welling at the corners of his eyes. They put a seed in me. I know it comes as a shock, and yes, I'm sure I really have one in me. Let me explain. I'm 77 years old, and I've been at this since I was 45. It's a long time to do anything, but much less something this dangerous. And like I've told you, the key to being successful is in being smart and careful. If you are having to actually fight an outsider, even in human form, you've already made one or more serious mistakes. Just because they aren't physically enhanced when they look like the people they've overtaken doesn't mean that they aren't dangerous. Just like a normal human, they can hurt and they can kill you. And bear in mind that the mind powering that body isn't the same mind as the person it inhabits. These beings aren't perfect. They can be tricked. They can make mistakes. And they can be outsmarted. But they are very intelligent and very ruthless. They do access and utilize the brain and the memories of the person they inhabit and it seems from my experience to have some impact on their behavior. How they talk even when the mask of emotion is gone, for instance, or how they might go about accomplishing their individual goals. My point is that they're always a threat, regardless of their form. And even when things go well, which they don't always, there's always a physical component to this kind of work. Being stealthy, carrying equipment and bodies, fighting or running when something goes wrong. It takes a toll. In the first 5 years of hunting these things, I lost 30 pounds of fat and gained 20 pounds of muscle. Some of that is I made a point of exercising more to improve my odds against them, but most of it was just the work itself. In some ways, I was healthier in my late 40s and early 50s than I had been in my whole life. But by the time I hit my early 60s, I could feel things starting to slide back the other way. I would get out of breath easier, and I could feel myself getting a little weaker over time. If I got hurt, it took longer for me to come back from it, and my joints weren't as limber anymore. Now, I'd estimate I was still well above average for someone that age, but most people weren't doing the kinds of things I was doing either. And while it concerned me some, it wasn't unexpected. All I could do was mitigate the effects of aging as best I could and keep working on improving how I did my work. Then one day, I got sick all of a sudden. I was in a grocery store and I felt a wave of nausea and dizziness overcome me. I would have fallen if not for the shopping cart I was pushing. I stood there gripping that cart for support long enough for a couple of different people to come over and ask if I was okay. I was able to reassure them and eventually got moving again, but I had to give up shopping and head to the car. By the time I was cranking up, it had faded somewhat. I still felt bad, but I was okay to drive. So I drove home, drank some water, and went to bed. I woke up 12 hours later, and my first thought was to get a feel for how I was doing. Was there any sign of weakness or nausea, of fever? But no, not only did I not feel bad any longer, I felt great. I got out of bed easily, and as I cautiously tested myself, I could tell that I had none of the aches and pains that I would have normally expected after being in bed so long. Over the next few days, the feeling of wellness and strength only grew. My endurance was better than it had ever been, and I could lift as much as when I was 25. I knew this was all abnormal from the start, and I considered that a seed could have been implanted from an early stage, but you have to understand that I was trying to be cautious. I was monitoring myself very closely, and so far I wasn't seeing any negative side effects or indications of anything usurping my control. Plus, seeds didn't make outsiders physically stronger or better in their human form. When I began to worry more about the possibility I had one implanted in me, that was the fact that I could always return to as a way of assuaging my fears, or rational way, because I admit I didn't want it to be seen, and I didn't want to feel the benefits, and keeping watch for any truth rather than getting a definitive answer. I had already learned I could detect seeds with an MRI, but when the thought of testing myself would periodically arise, I would always find an excuse for delaying it, waiting until I had gathered more data. I was being foolish and selfish, trying to lie to myself and doing a poor job of that. But then, I got shot in the chest. While I've had several encounters with the House of the Claw over the years, today was only the fourth time I actually had real combat with them. The first time was when I was in my 50s, and the second time was a short time later with the remainder of the first group, which taught me the importance of killing an entire cell when you can. The third time was about 6 months after I had gotten sick in the store and woke up the next day feeling so much stronger. I had hunted down 2 outsiders in that 6-month period, But the second one had a group of the house that were serving it, which I learned a few days later when they ran me off the road. There were only 4 in that cell, and the first 2 I actually managed to run over with my car by playing possum when they approached to see if I was dead. The third run and was actually shot and killed by the 4th as some kind of weird cult court-martial. Then he turned the gun on me. My gun had gotten dislodged from its normal place behind the passenger seat, somewhere between my getting run off the road and turning the 2 house guys into speed bumps. The 4th member was too close for me to search for the gun and at a bad angle to try and hit him with the car, so my thought was to reach him with my baton before he turned his attention from the cohort he was murdering back to me. I almost made it. I was raising the baton to bring down on his arm when he turned and fired into my chest. His aim wasn't perfect, but it was good enough. The bullet perforated my right lung and went out my back, nipping a rib along the way. I spun from the impact and had the presence of mind to keep turning, whipping the baton into his face as I drew even with him. It struck him with a wet and meaty crunch that dropped him immediately. I fell the next moment, my chest burning painfully with each breath. I knew I likely had only a short time before my lungs started collapsing, so after making sure number 4 was dead, I headed back to my car and started trying to find the duct tape. When you get shot in the chest, one of the biggest risks you face is your lung collapsing. This can be caused by outside air coming through the hole, which stops your lung from being able to expand. This is called a pneumothorax. Another way is that if the area around the lung fills with blood, again, it can't expand. This is called the hemothorax. Either one can cause you to slip into unconsciousness and die. I needed to get to a hospital, but first I needed to do what I could to slow down any collapse. Taking off my shirt, I layered strips of duct tape to make a bandage for my back wound and then for my chest wound. After applying the back bandage with some difficulty, I took an empty ballpoint pen barrel and inserted it into the bullet hole on my chest before sealing and securing it with the remaining strips of tape. The idea is the same as a needle decompression. You are giving the air outside your lungs somewhere to go so you can continue to breathe. The problem is that what I had done would only help a pneumothorax, particularly when I still had to be upright and driving. My chest cavity and lung could still be filling with blood and kill me just as quickly. I started towards the nearest hospital, but I knew it was over 20 minutes away, even if I drove fast, which I wasn't capable of doing. I could feel myself getting weaker, and every breath was painful, to say nothing of the gunshot wound itself. I kept driving as I tried to think of better alternatives to my current plan, and as I went, I realized I was feeling better. At first, I thought it was my imagination or the onset of physical shock, but as the minutes passed, I could see tangible improvements. The pain was fading, and I wasn't having problems with my breathing. Finally, I pulled over and carefully removed the pen barrel and tape from my chest. The hole actually looked smaller and wasn't bleeding anymore. I gingerly reached back to where the bullet had exited and peeled away the tape. When I probed with my fingers, I found tender but untorn flesh. I started driving again, still headed towards the hospital at this point. My mind was swimming, and I was already chastising myself for not having looked into what was happening to me more, for not finding out if I had been compromised by or some other outside influence. I promised myself that if I survived this, I wouldn't turn a blind eye for convenience's sake ever again. When I reached the hospital parking lot, I looked at my chest again. It was completely healed. I had no pain or problems that I could tell. Instead of going in, I went to my own office and ran tests. I had just started leasing an MRI machine year before, both for my medical work and my after-hours studies, and it didn't take long for me to find the dark speck lodged in the deep folds of my left temporal lobe. I could have done a lot of different things at that point, killed myself, or tried to have removed it, being two obvious choices. I struggled with the decision, and what it meant if I stayed alive and left the seed where it was. My reasoning was ultimately based on a few assumptions. First, it seemed clear that I had been targeted for a seed, because as we discussed before, the odds are far too great to make it likely I got selected for one by chance. But that would mean that they know about me to some extent. Yet I've never had someone assault me at work or home, or track me down other than in response to specific actions I took, such as killing an outsider associated with a house cell. Attacks against me seemed to always be about what I had done, not some greater knowledge of who I was or what I had done in the past. Now, that was still a guess. They could have reasons for not attacking me at times while knowing everything about me, but my suspicion was that they targeted people by some means independent of knowing a name or specific address. My experience since then has continued to bear that out. It's almost instinctual, I think, though that instinct is propelled by intellect and purpose. Second, I knew that my newfound strength and resiliency wasn't normal for those that received a seed, setting aside the possibility of getting a different kind of seed than most, or having some unique property in and of myself that changed the seed's effects, both of which seemed unlikely, all things considered. I found the most likely answer was Salk's blood. Even if they had invaded thousands of people, the odds of any of those having ingested and been altered by an outsider's blood prior to receiving the seed was very unlikely. I couldn't question that Salk's blood had irrevocably changed me. Even long after his blood should have faded from my system, I retained and even farther developed my ability to sense outsiders. It seemed likely that, however it permanently changed my body, also afforded me some level of protection from the seed and granted other benefits as well. Third, I assumed that the outsiders themselves, or whoever they call master, did not realize this would happen. I saw little benefit for them in making someone like myself stronger and harder to kill. If that was correct, it was a sign of their fallibility, and it gave me hope that I could use their attempt to punish and subjugate me against them. For years, that's exactly what I've done, all the time keeping a close check on myself for signs that I was changing or being taken over. For the longest time, I saw none. But about 3 months ago, I started having strange dreams. It started sporadically, but then it became a nightly occurrence. Then, a few days ago, I noticed myself having odd thoughts. You have to understand that whatever my mistakes in all of this, I have truly tried to remain responsible and have trained myself to be hyper-vigilant to any signs of a problem since getting the seed. Part of that has been examining my internal self, going into my inner dark and finding the person who lives there, coming to know them well. I know my thoughts, and some things lately. It's not me. I haven't lost control, not that I can tell, but I can't continue on like this any longer. It's too great a risk to everything I care about, including you. I've made friends over the years. Some are people I have helped. Others are on the inside of this thing like I am, and, well, like you are now, at least to some extent. One of those friends is a doctor. Not a surgeon really, but I helped save his daughter a few years back, and he owes me. He knows enough, and I've told him enough, that he can do the procedure I've taught him to remove the seed from me. I've never done this procedure on someone before, and I have no way of knowing if it will work. One of several things will likely happen. One, he will be able to extract the seed with minimal brain damage and no fracture of the seed. If that happens, I will likely live and be okay. 2. He will extract the seed intact, but it will cause significant brain damage, either killing or severely impairing me. That is not my favorite outcome. 3. He will fracture the seed during extraction. Either take me over or kill me. Now, there is another possibility in all this. Given our history, I think it's unlikely, but I can't rule it out. If my doctor friend Prakash has been gotten to, he may try to kill me while I'm under. In that event, or if the seed does start taking me over, it would be useful to have an insurance policy. As I can tell, you've already guessed that I'm talking about you. This is nothing you have to say yes to, and I hate the idea of putting you at more risk than I already have. The procedure isn't going to be for 4 more days, so you have time to decide in any case. My original plan was to help you finish sorting out your folks' stuff and then come have the procedure on my own. If I didn't make it, well, I got to spend some time with you and you would hopefully have some good final memories of your grandpa. But things never work out quite like you plan. Your knowledge and involvement today opens up a new possibility, but one that you need to seriously consider before you decide what you want to do. If you say no, I'll spend the time I have with you now if you're willing, and I can always look you up later if things go well. If things don't, well, we'll discuss contingencies before you leave if you decide you want out. If you say yeah, and for not only my sake, but yours, I can't have you in a dangerous situation that you aren't prepared for. What I'm saying is, if you decide to stay and help, you have to be ready to kill my friend. You have to be ready to kill me. You need to think about it for a while before you answer, because this hole only goes deeper and darker the farther in you go. I think I've done some good in my life, but I have no illusions about who it's made me, or more accurately, what it's brought out in me. I'm a killer, and that's not an easy thing to face and live with for a lot of people. It's up to you to go into your inner dark like I did, and find the person that's waiting there. See what they are and aren't capable of living with, and if you can embrace that. Just remember that when you really find them, past all the bullshit and self-deception, you'll have found something valuable and true. Whether they want to stay or go, kill or run, whether you love them or hate them, that inner self won't lie to you. Sometimes I think that's the worst part. They're so goddamn honest. My grandfather's going to die, and it's my fault. That's the thought that keeps pushing to the surface as I pound on the lab door, screaming for Prakash to let me out, to not do this. I try to force the idea back down. It's a distraction and I need to focus, but it keeps working its way through me like shrapnel driven by some inexplicable need to harm. I step back and slam against the door with my full body weight once, twice, and on the third time I feel my collarbone give way when I hit. Fighting back a sob of pain and rage, I beg again through the door for the doctor to leave him alone. But the only answer I receive is silence. I had gone to pick up Prakash from a department store parking lot over an hour away. He was a small and fidgety man, standing next to his car with a small duffel bag in hand. When I identified myself as Dr. Barron's grandson, he greeted me warmly. And when I handed him the black sack to put over his head and asked him to get in the back so he wouldn't be seen, he nodded without complaint or any sign of surprise. Whether that was because my grandfather had already told him he could know the location of where he was going, or because he was just that compliant, I wasn't sure. bag, but it was just a collection of medicines, syringes, and a few other medical supplies that I supposed he brought in case my grandfather had forgotten something that was needed for the procedure. We drove in silence for the most part, other than me periodically asking if he was comfortable enough. And when we arrived back at Jagger Solutions, I carefully led him inside the warehouse where my grandfather was waiting. After patting him on the back and thanking him again for his help, my grandfather led Prakash down to the lower level before finally removing the black sack from the man's head. Prakash had looked dazedly around at the bright lights and new surroundings before focusing on us and smiling. He said he was ready to begin whenever we were, and in less than an hour, my grandfather was in the vault and under anesthesia, strapped down to the same metal table where so many outsiders had lain. I didn't like the look of him on that table. In a hospital gown, asleep and tied down, he looked so vulnerable. As he had instructed, I was standing at the open door to the hatch, gun ready in a holster at the back of my belt. I knew that Prakash had seen the gun, and I had made no attempt to hide it, figuring its presence might serve as a deterrent if he was up to something nefarious after all. But I thought my grandfather was right. Prakash seemed to be a good man who genuinely liked my grandfather and deeply appreciated him saving Prakash's daughter years before. They had talked amiably for a few minutes as my grandfather had gone under, and it seemed natural and heartfelt. As he was fading into unconsciousness, my grandfather had waved me over. When I was close by, he gave my arm a squeeze and met my eyes. Remember everything we talked about. I love you, and I'm very proud of you. I saw tears forming at the corner of his eyes. I put a letter for you on my desk in the lab, too. Just wait and read it when this is over, however it turns out. Giving me another squeeze, his eyes began to flutter shut as his hand slipped away. Wiping my own eyes, I went to my post by the vault entrance. While my grandfather had described the procedure to me, I had only understood it at the most basic level, and I assumed it was going to be a fairly long operation. In truth, after Prakash started to work, it was all done in less than an hour. My grandfather had already shaved his own scalp around the surgery site, so after sterilizing the area, Prakash used a surgical saw to cut out a small piece of skull on the left side of his head, setting it aside on one of the rolling instrument trays in the room. He then inserted a thin metal rod that my grandfather had showed me was actually an endoscope, a small camera used in brain surgery. This was followed by a thin hollow tube when he said he had located the seed. A tiny red claw was inserted down the tube, with positioned at the other end to safely grab the seed and pull it back through the hollow tube itself and out of my grandfather's brain. As Prakash worked, I felt myself growing tenser and tenser, cool sweat pouring down my back and legs as I waited for it to be finished or for something to go wrong. I kept imagining my grandfather suddenly waking up and trying to attack us as the seed took him over. Or, perhaps worse, him just disappearing entirely if the seed became damaged during extraction. But nothing like that happened, and when Prakash finally removed the extraction rod, I saw the small metal claw at the end held something small and black. Is he okay? I blurted out, instantly regretting any distraction I might be causing while surgery was still going on. Prakash didn't turn, but nodded. He's very strong, and I think it went well. Like your grandfather probably told you. This isn't my specialty. But after I replace the skull door and bandage him up, he should be done. I nodded back before realizing he couldn't see it with his back turned. Good. That's awesome. Thank you so much for helping us. I thought for a moment I saw Prakash flinch, but he continued to work steadily, and I decided it was my imagination. A few minutes later, he was finished and washing up, and when that was done, he approached me with a small plastic tray. In it was the seed. He wanted you to store this, I think. In the lab, maybe. I nodded. In the days leading up to this, my grandfather and I had talked about a number of things, but much of the time was spent on showing features of this place and teaching me more lessons about hunting. Most of it would come out casually in the way of a story about this or that, but I knew he was trying to prepare me for if I decided to stay and help him, or if he didn't make it, prepare me if I decided to carry on his work. I wasn't sure I knew the answer to any of the longer-term questions, but as the surgery day, I knew that at the very least, I was going to see him through it and make sure he was safe. And what Prakash was saying was true. My grandfather had wanted to store the seed in a secure freezer in case it didn't dissolve this time. He theorized it was possible, since it was being extracted rather than disappearing from a corpse, and if it did stay, he wanted it safely confined and available for study. Seeing it held out to me in that plastic tray, it seemed like a physical manifestation of my relief that it was safely out of my grandfather. I smiled at Prakash, fighting the urge to give him a hug and reaching for the seed instead. I left the vault and went to the door of the lab, Prakash following behind. He was saying something about how impressed he was with my grandfather's setup down here, but I was hardly paying attention. Holding the seed, even in a tray, felt something akin to holding a poisonous snake, and as I carefully walked it into the lab, my eyes never left it. This was likely why it was so easy for Prakash to reach forward, yanking the gun out of my belt, holster and all, while shoving me forward with the other hand. I stumbled forward, my first panic thought of not dropping the seed, which rolled dangerously close to the edge of the tray's raised lip before setting back into the bottom. It then struck me what had actually just happened, and I turned to see Prakash slamming the door shut, his face looking sad as the slab of metal swung in and obscured him from view. I cursed and sat down the tray gingerly before running to the door. It was designed to lock from the outside in case there was ever a problem in the lab, and I knew of no other way out. I beat on the door with a fist, screaming for Prakash to let me out, but there was no response. I tried to calm down, searching the door for any signs of weakness I was overlooking. It was a sturdy metal door, and the hinges were on the outside as well. I looked around the lab for something I could possibly pry the door open with, but there was nothing I could see that would make a dent in the job. Finally, I went back to yelling and pounding on the door, slamming against it hard enough to break my collarbone. At this point, as I lay defeated and weeping at the bottom of the door, I knew at least 15 minutes had passed. Prakash could have easily killed him already or something even worse. He could be carrying him off to be tortured right now, and it was all because I thought it was over and let my guard down. I failed in the one thing my grandfather asked of me, to keep him safe. I beat my head with my fists as I cried harder. I could feel myself slipping closer to some dark nadir of self-loathing and despair, and I forced myself to stop. Now was not the time for this weak bullshit. I needed to think, to try and be more like him. I needed to be smarter and better. Wiping my face, I stood up and started looking for anything that I might have missed or that might be useful. I saw my cell phone on one of the counters, but it was useless at the moment. My grandfather had turned on a series of cell phone jammers before I arrived with Prakash to keep him from being able to communicate with the outside world while he was with us, and the controls for them were in the living quarters, not the lab. I jammed the phone into my pocket and kept looking. When I reached his desk, I saw the envelope he had left me sitting in its center. I hadn't even noticed it when I was looking for a pry tool for the door, but now it was hard to take my eyes away from it. I knew my time was limited, but I felt some dim hope that it would contain some solution for our predicament. That, like so many times before, my grandfather had outthought his opposition before they even knew he was there. I tore into the letter and saw it was written out in his deliberate but messy handwriting. Jason, you're a good man. You deserve to have a happy life, and you need to have your own reasons for what you do and how you live. I've asked a lot of you, and for the last few days I've been preparing you for this kind of life, but that's wrong and selfish of me. I won't ask you to sacrifice your happiness to continue my work after I'm gone. If you ever decide you want to, this place is yours, but I honestly hope that you don't. Hunting these outsiders is an important cause, but it's a very lonely life. I started out of pain and revenge, out of not caring if I lived or died. I've come to realize those aren't good reasons, or at least not good enough. And those aren't burdens I'd ever want for you. If I had to do it over, I'd have spent more time with you and your parents instead of pushing you all away. But life is a series of choices, and I can live with mine. I've managed to help those I could, and I got to spend the last few days with you. Hopefully I'll get to see you again, but either way, I'm satisfied with how things have turned out, and I hope you are too. I love you, Grandpa. Reading his words, I felt a swell of love for him. I also felt the resolute certainty that he was wrong. Looking back on the last few days, I realized I had felt a growing sense of purpose and rightness that I never had before. At times it had been terrifying, and I had no illusions I would be as good at it as my grandfather was. But I felt like I was capable of helping him, of helping others, and that it was what I was meant to do. Any last uncertainty faded away as I read the letter, my mind refuting his points as he made them. This could be a good and full life, and it didn't have to be lonely or done for the wrong reasons. And whatever my grandfather's reasons for starting down this path, I knew that he had stayed on it because he was a good and strong man that couldn't stand by while those evil things hurt people. And I was going to tell him that in person. I put the letter down, my mind racing as everything seemed to slow down around me. I had to be at 20 minutes now. If my grandfather was dead, time was less of an issue, but I doubted he was. Not yet. Assuming Prakash was taking him away from here and wanted him alive, he probably needed to stabilize him farther and then prep him for being moved. It was a guess, but that would probably take 15 or 20 minutes if he was having to monitor his vitals and keep him medicated enough to stay under without killing him. He then had to physically drag him up and out to a car, find keys for the car, and drive away. Another 10 minutes given how much larger my grandfather was than Prakash. That meant I might have 5 to 10 minutes before they were gone. That would have to be good enough. I ran to the refrigerator where he stored blood and tissue samples of outsiders. Looking through the blood vials, the most recent 2 were dated 3 months earlier. I had no idea if this was going to work and if freshness had anything to do with it, but it was the best chance I had at this point. I gave the vials a shake, uncapped the first one, and drank it down as quickly as possible. Immediately, my gag reflex tried to rebel against my plan. Punching my leg, I fought down the urge to vomit through gritted teeth and then uncap the second vial. Down the hatch. There left in my lungs, or in the world at all, it seemed. I fell onto my side, clutching my stomach with both hands as the pain rolled upward into my chest. I felt myself spasm once, twice, and then the pain was suddenly gone. God, I said, ragged breath slowly coming back to me. Okay, part 1 done. Ideally, I would have waited longer before the next step to ensure that the blood had time to take, if it was going to take at all. But there was no time, and I was just going to have to hope for the best. Leveraging myself back to a semi-standing position, I used the counter to shuffle around to where the plastic tray sat. I swallowed my revulsion at the sight of the seed sitting there. Its black surface reminded me of the dark surface of a spider's abdomen as it sat hunkered down and quietly dangerous. Not giving myself more time to think about it, I picked the seed up and swallowed it quickly, like the world's bitterest pill. It had almost no taste, other than being faintly salty, and I suspected that taste was coming from the bits of brain fluid clinging to its surface. I held onto the counter and waited, my worry building that ingesting it would either do nothing or just make it easier for it to take me over, blood or no blood. After a minute with no change, I walked slowly back over to the door and put my ear up to it, trying to hear any signs of what Prakash was doing or if my grandfather was still alive. At first, I heard nothing. Then I realized I was hearing something after all, a small popping sound, but it wasn't coming through the door, and as I turned and looked around the lab, I couldn't find its source there either. That's when I realized it was my collarbone knitting back together. Within a couple of seconds, the pain in my shoulder was entirely gone, and as I slammed my fist into the door again, I could feel the change immediately. My arms felt stronger, more solid, and with each blow, I felt the door starting to give way more and more. When I felt the first hinge pop loose on the other side, I shifted to kicking the door. 3 kicks later, it was down, and I was out. I looked around, but I saw no sign of anyone in the hall or across in the living quarters. Heading into the vault, I was terrified I'd find my grandfather's dead body laying on the metal table, but it was thankfully empty. That left outside. I ran upstairs and was heading outside to see if the cars were still there when I caught movement in the corner of my eye. I turned back to see Prakash hunting for a set of keys at the little corner workshop my grandfather had set up in the above-ground warehouse. When he heard me approaching, he spun around, his eyes wide. You stay back. I'm warning you, I'll shoot you. He glanced down and I could tell by his expression that he had left my gun in the car. It doesn't look like you will. Where's my grandfather? His eyes darted towards the cars outside, but he was already shaking his head. I have to take him. They found me. They found my family. If I don't take him to them, they're going to take my wife, my baby girl. I raised my hand. Stop. Shut up. Who took them? The cult. The House of the Claw. I think they had been looking for us since my daughter got away from them. But shut up again. Your daughter was part of the cult. He nodded weakly. She was brainwashed. Fell in with them through a college boyfriend, and when she wanted to leave, they wouldn't let her. She sent me a text asking for help after almost a year, but I had no way to find her. Tears were mingling with the sweat on his cheeks now. I love your grandfather. He tracked her down somehow and got her out of there. Got my girl back to me. She's so much better now. So happy. I can't lose her again. I felt anger flooding my chest as I advanced closer across the warehouse floor. You dumb asshole. Did it ever occur to you that she never really left, or that she fell back in with them? That she's how you got tracked down." He was shaking his head as I spoke. "No, that's not possible. She would never. How did they know you were doing surgery on him? Who did you tell?" I saw his eyes widen, and it was all the answer I needed. In the back of my mind, I knew that this rage I was feeling was more than I had ever known, more than I could ever really comprehend, but I didn't care. This stupid man and his daughter were trying to kill us. The house was trying to kill us. The outsiders were trying to kill us. And they were all gonna pay. As I reached the first workbench and started around it, Prakash tried to dart away around the other side, but he was far too slow. I snatched him back and threw him against a table, several wrenches and screwdrivers falling off their hooks and clattering to the wood below. Gripping his throat, I fought back the urge to squeeze harder as I brought his face up to mine. No more bullshit. Where's my grandfather? His nose was running with snot now, and it seemed to physically pain him to say the words when he spoke. In the pickup out there, passenger seat. He's sedated, but alive. I nodded. Good. Now when and where were you supposed to take him? He tried to shake his head again, and I gave his throat a hard squeeze. He croaked out, "I can't tell you. They'll..." I let go of his throat and grabbed his wrist, holding his left hand down to the table as I picked up one of the screwdrivers that had fell there. An hour ago, I couldn't have imagined ramming a screwdriver through a man's hand, but now it was surprisingly easy. After his hand was pinned, I slapped him hard across the mouth to stop his screaming. He gave out a wet sob and then told me he was supposed to be meeting them in a motel a couple of hours away at 10 o'clock that night. He told me the name of it and said he already had a room key in his pocket. I took it out and saw from the plastic keychain it was the room 609 at the Sunset Motor Lodge, just like he had said. "Look, I have told you everything I know. Please let me go. Let me get my family to safety." I stared at him for a moment, weighing my options. I felt the stirrings of what felt like sympathy for him, but I knew better. I had spent so much of my life confusing weakness and uncertainty with mercy and consideration. It was easy to do living a mundane life where the stakes were low and very little mattered. I was finding out now that when things really mattered, the right thing to do was usually the hard thing, but it was also the easiest to see. Sorry, but I'm not done with you yet. After I quickly gagged and bound Prakash and secured him back down in the vault, I ran to the pickup truck to check on my grandfather. He was just as the man had said, slumped over and heavily sedated, but still very much alive. Reaching under the driver's seat, I pulled the key free from where it was taped and started up the truck. To be safe, I drove an hour away to a hospital where I told them that my grandfather had been attacked by some unknown assailant prior to my arriving to meet him for lunch at a local restaurant. Luckily, I'd had the foresight to drive in the direction of his actual hometown, which the hospital was over 45 miles from. And I had Googled restaurants so I could name a real place. The local police were still called, of course, and I gave them an earnest but unhelpful statement. Both the cops and the doctor had questions about the shaved portion of his scalp and the surgically precise wound to his skull, but they could only listen to so many blank-eyed and shrill assertions by me that they needed to find whoever the maniac was that did that to my grandpa before solemnly giving up. The whole thing looked bizarre, but what could they do about it? 3 hours later, I was done with questions and knew he was in stable condition, so I left to finish what had to be done. By 8 o'clock, I was in room 609 waiting, and the evil cultists were punctual, if nothing else. at 9:59, there was a heavy knock on the door. Looking out the peephole, I saw 3 figures, meaning there was at least 1 or 2 more out there somewhere. I opened the door, staying behind it, figuring they would come on in and be distracted when they saw what was inside. It worked well, as the light from the parking lot security lights spilled across the room. 2 figures tied to motel chairs were illuminated, their forms and features a patchwork of amber light and shadow as the men entered the room in confusion. The first figure was Prakash. He was clearly dead, his arms broken and held at odd angles, and his throat cut almost to the point of decapitation. The second was Prakash's 30-year-old daughter, Gabrielle, or as one of the cultists called her, Gabby, baby, what are you doing here? The man was rushing forward to kneel at her side, trying to pull the gag off her tear-streaked face. Her eyes had gone to him immediately when the door opened, but now they were back on me, the shadow behind the door. She tried to scream a warning through the gag as it was yanked down, but it was too late. I slammed the door shut behind them, driving a knife into the neck of the closest one as they started towards me. He started fumbling for a gun, but he was slow, and by the time he started to raise it, I had already removed the knife from his friend and slashed it across his eyes, banishing any idea of attack from him forever. He clutched his face as he began to yell, but it was all short-lived. 5 fast stabs into his torso, and he slumped to the floor as his life seeped out onto the dirty orange carpet. By this point, Gabby's voice was free, and she was yelling for Keith to kill me. Keith had different ideas, as he had abandoned trying to free her and was running for the bathroom. They were all going to die. I was going to pursue Keith, but then the front door crashed open as the remaining members of the cell came barreling in. I jammed my knife into the smaller one's thigh, but my hand slipped off the blood-soaked handle, even as the larger of the 2 brought a ham-sized fist down across my face. I felt something give as my jaw shattered and the world went gray. I was only out for a couple of moments, but it was enough time for the pair of them to hit me again and for courageous Keith to come back in and start trying to explain to Gabby, baby, the merits of a strategic retreat. I acted as though I was nearly unconscious, taking the hits while trying to propel myself back to the front door. It had slammed back closed after their entry, and while the latch was broken, it seemed wedged shut pretty tight. I assumed they noticed it too, or they wouldn't have let me fall against it in the first place, laughing bitterly about how they were going to kill me for what I had done to their friends. They looked confused as I pushed myself up the door slowly and looked at them. My eyes cleared. My face felt swollen and lopsided, and I could feel my jaw itching. Keith looked at the other 2, the smaller of which was sitting on the floor now trying to tie a belt around his leg. What the hell is he saying? God, my jaw felt like it was on fire. Not thinking, I grabbed it and shoved, a bolt of pain shooting through my head as it snapped back into place. I said, "You haven't noticed the smell." Their eyes were wide, first looking at me and then at Gabby as she started screaming. Shit. I remember when he brought us in here, the room smelled like gasoline. I reached into my pocket and brought out the small flare I had brought from Jagger Solutions. I think I might survive it. I doubt any of you will. Lighting the flare, I tossed it down in the middle of them and watched as everything turned to fire. The newly freed Gabby and Keith ran back for the bathroom, but I had already been in there. The window was too small for a person, and I had soaked the walls in there too. They were already engulfed as they reached the doorway, their flaming bodies dancing together towards an escape they'd never find. The other two came towards me, intent on getting out the door. The small one's pants were already blazing from him sitting on the floor, and after a feeble dash forward that was ended when I kicked him in the chest, he decided that thrashing around on the floor screaming was the best way to go. The large one, the last one, put up more of a fight. He punched me, tried to choke me and shove me out of the way. Finally, when he saw he was burning, he wrapped me in a fiery bear hug as though to take me with him. I burned with him for a few seconds before his ligaments gave way and he slumped down, a layer of his molten skin sloughing off onto the front of my smoldering shirt. I turned and yanked the door open, dropping outside on the concrete walkway to roll away the few places I was starting to catch fire myself. Then I was up and running, around back to where I had parked the car. On the way to the hospital, I stopped and changed into the extra set of clothes I had bought, and by the time I reached my grandfather's room, the only sign of trouble I still carried with me was a sweet, smoky smell that still clung to my hair. I thought he was asleep when I entered the room, but then his eyes were open and staring at me. He didn't say anything at first, and as I approached his bed, he frowned. Who are you? I felt my stomach plummet. After all of this, his brain had been hurt by the surgery after all. But it was okay. I would take care of him, and hopefully over time, I realized my grandfather was laughing, and my jaw dropped open. Sorry, I couldn't resist. You old bastard. That's not funny. He grinned at me. It's kinda funny. He stopped and looked at me, his face growing more serious. Are you okay? I know things must have gone wrong somehow for me to wind up here. What happened to Prakash? I looked away at the wall. He made some bad choices, but it's dealt with. I dealt with all of it, and we should be okay. My grandfather frowned again. I don't want you having to deal with all this. It's not fair to you. I looked back at him, shaking my head. It's my choice. I want to help you, and I want you to teach me. We can do more together. I paused, and neither of us will have to be alone anymore. He studied me for several seconds before clearing his throat and nodding. I like the sound of that.
Alright. Next story. That was one long story. Holy crap.
Some time ago, my boyfriend had his car broken into while he was parked outside a small grocery store. His wallet got stolen. It had everything in it, from his ID to his credit cards. He filed a report with the local cops, but the officer pretty much said it was a dead end since a string of thefts had happened in that area. No one was looking into it seriously, and honestly, it felt like they just didn't care. Fast forward about 7 months, and out of nowhere, I get this phone call. The guy on the other end says he's a cop. He tells me they found a bunch of wallets and purses in a dumpster near a rest stop just off the state highway. He says my boyfriend's wallet was in the pile. Apparently, they tried to call my boyfriend using the number on his driver's license, but hadn't gotten through. I remembered he'd switched numbers about halfway through those months. The officer then says he found a photo of me in the wallet. a passport-sized picture I'd given my boyfriend ages ago that I absolutely hated. For some reason, he loved carrying it around. Plus, my business card was in there too, with my work picture on it, so it made sense the cop tried my number. He offered to meet me and give the wallet back since the police station holding it was a 2-hour drive from my town. He suggested meeting at a small cafe just outside the city, right off the main road. I recognized the spot he mentioned. It was a dingy little coffee shop that barely seemed open most days. The idea of meeting there immediately felt off. Why would a cop go out of his way to hand over a wallet at a random coffee shop instead of dropping it off at the closest precinct? And why reach out to me instead of my boyfriend? It didn't add up. I told the man I appreciated the effort, but if the wallet was found, he could just leave it at the police station, and I'd arrange to pick it up myself. His insistence made me uneasy, so I politely declined, hung up, and decided to double-check the whole situation. I called the police station he claimed to be from, explaining the story. They confirmed that my boyfriend's wallet had been found with a bunch of others in a trash bin near the rest stop. But when I asked about an officer arranging to meet me at a coffee shop, the tone on the other end of the line changed. The person I was speaking to sounded confused and a bit alarmed. He assured me that no officer would ever make such a request. In fact, he emphasized that only the owner of the wallet could retrieve it, and it would have to be directly from the station. As I hung up, a shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened if I'd gone to that quiet, isolated coffee shop. Was the caller really an officer bending the rules, or was it someone else entirely? Someone with far worse intentions? The realization made me sick to my stomach. Even now, when I think about it, I get this cold, sinking feeling. I'll always be grateful I trusted my gut that day. Whatever the man on the phone had planned, I'm glad I'll never know. When I was 22, about 4 years ago, I went on a date with someone I'd met through a dating app. I like to meet up with people pretty quickly after chatting, just to see if there's any chemistry in person. This time was no different. We decided on a small restaurant. Not fancy, not a dive either. For the sake of the story, let's call my date Chris. Chris seemed nice enough when we were texting. He was funny, respectful, and didn't come across as pushy or weird. So I thought, why not? But as soon as I saw him in person, I realized I might have been wrong. He was trying way too hard to be funny, and it got awkward fast. I'd arrived a few minutes early, and he was already there waiting. Everything seemed okay when he greeted me, though the fist bump he tried to give me was a bit much. Then, as we sat down, he grinned and said, "Wow, I'm so glad you're not catfishing me." I cringed but brushed it off. As the date went on, things got worse. Every time I said something, he made a joke about it. When I told him about my job, he smirked and said something like, "That's a big role for a woman. You must be one of the smart ones, huh?" My stomach dropped. I shot him a look, but before I could respond, he followed up with another comment that was somehow even worse. I calmly told him his jokes weren't landing, but he just laughed and shrugged it off, doubling down on his humor. By this point, I knew it was going to be a painful evening, but I was already there and hungry, so I decided to stick it out. He didn't stop there. He kept the jokes coming, about my job, my hobbies, even how I pronounced certain words. At one point, he randomly asked how many people I'd slept with and then said, "You don't seem like the type to sleep around. Good for you." I was stunned. I told him straight up that his question was inappropriate, but he just laughed and said I needed to lighten up. By now, I wasn't just uncomfortable. I was furious. He wasn't done being a jerk, though. He made fun of the meal I ordered, mocked the drink I chose, and even joked about me ruining my figure if I ordered dessert. I wasn't about to let his stupid comments get to me, but I was done. I skipped dessert, not because of him, but because I couldn't wait to leave. By the time we left the restaurant, I was beyond done with Chris and his non-stop nonsense. As we stepped outside, I turned to him, and with the fakest smile I could muster said, "Thanks for meeting up. It was interesting getting to know you." My tone made it pretty clear I wasn't into him. At least I hoped it did. He asked how I planned to get home, and I told him I was just going to walk. It wasn't a long distance, it wasn't late, and the streets were well lit. I felt confident making the walk alone. But Chris wouldn't drop it. He kept insisting on walking me home, saying stuff like, "It's not safe for a girl to walk by herself." I politely declined, saying I'd be fine. Still, he kept pushing. I even started walking to make it clear I didn't want his company, but he just fell into step beside me like we were suddenly best friends. My frustration grew, but I didn't want to make a scene. Finally, I sighed and said, "Okay, you can walk me part way, just to my street." That seemed to satisfy him. He lit up, like I'd just agreed to a second date or something. He babbled on as we walked, cracking more terrible jokes and trying way too hard to be funny. I gave him the bare minimum of responses, just enough to keep things civil, but not enough to encourage him. I already had a plan brewing. There was no way I was letting him know where I actually lived. When we were about 5 minutes from my real address, I turned into a random street, pointed down the block and said, "This is me." Chris looked pleased with himself, like he thought this whole night had gone great. He gave me a weird, overly long hug that left my arms pinned awkwardly at my sides. I grimaced through it, mumbled a goodbye, and waited for him to leave. He turned and walked off, still grinning. I stayed put until he was completely out of sight, then quickly headed toward my actual street. Relief washed over me as I neared my house. Unlocking my door, I was already planning to unmatch him and block his number as soon as I got inside. Just as the key slid into the lock, I froze. I heard footsteps, fast ones, closing in behind me. My heart jumped into my throat, and pure panic kicked in. I flung the door open, desperate to get inside. But before I could, I felt arms wrap around me from behind, shoving me into the door frame. The impact left me off balance, half inside, half out, with the door swinging wide open. I couldn't move, pinned sideways against the frame. Hot breath brushed against my ear, and my mind raced with terror. A low voice hissed in my ear. "You didn't think I'd figure out you lied about where you lived, did you?" My blood ran cold. My mind spiraled to the worst possibilities. This was it, I thought. This psycho was about to hurt me, maybe kill me. Just as quickly as the grip had closed around me, it was gone. The pressure lifted, and then I heard laughter, loud, mocking, and cruel. I spun around, my heart pounding, and there he was, Chris, standing a few feet away, bathed in the yellow glow of the streetlights, laughing like he'd just told the funniest joke in the world. A wave of emotions hit me all at once. Terror, rage, humiliation. I could barely form the words, but I managed to shout, "What the hell is wrong with you?" His laughter finally started to fade, but his smug grin stayed plastered on his face. He shrugged and said something about how he knew I'd lied about where I lived, that he could tell I wasn't into the date, and he thought pulling a prank would be a good way to break the ice. "I thought it'd make you laugh," he said, as if that made it better. My anger exploded. I started yelling at him, telling him how horrifying it was for a woman to be followed home, grabbed, and whispered to like that, how incredibly stupid and reckless he was. But he just stood there, looking confused, like he genuinely didn't get why I was so upset. I couldn't believe how clueless he acted. I pointed to the street and yelled, "Get the hell off my property and never come near me again." He tried to mumble some sort of half-assed apology, but I wasn't having it. "Leave!" I screamed. Finally, he turned and shuffled off, still muttering under his breath like I was the one being unreasonable. As soon as he was gone, I slammed my door shut and locked every bolt and chain. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone and immediately unmatched and blocked him on the dating app. Thank God I hadn't given him my number or any of my social media info. I called my mom and then my best friend, needing to vent and make sense of what had just happened. Both of them were horrified and furious on my behalf. They told me I'd done the right thing, but their reassurance didn't make the fear go away. I kept thinking about how easily that night could have gone differently. I felt sick knowing he'd figured out where I lived, even if he didn't come back. That thought kept me on edge all night, and I barely slept. My roommates were out of town, so the house felt impossibly quiet and empty. Every little noise had me jumping out of my skin. Even weeks later, I couldn't shake the unease. I was paranoid about being alone, constantly checking over my shoulder when I walked anywhere. Eventually, I moved out of that place a couple of years later, and I felt a weight lift as soon as I left. But the memory of Chris and his prank stayed with me. If by some chance he ever reads this, all I can say is, screw you. I hope I never see your face again. I want to warn you that this story has mentions of abuse, control, and unhealthy relationships. It's important to note that since this time in my life, I've grown stronger, started therapy, and now help others who face similar challenges. I met this guy, let's call him Liam, back when I was a freshman in college. He showed up in my life right when I was reeling from the end of a bad relationship. At first, he felt like a lifeline. We clicked immediately, and within a week or so, we were officially a couple. Looking back, I realize how foolish it was to think things could turn out well when, within 2 weeks, I let him put a ring on my finger. I was barely 19 and thought I had found the one. For a few months, everything seemed picture perfect. He was charming, thoughtful, and made me feel like I was living in some sort of fairy tale. But slowly, the fairy tale turned into something much darker. It started with small things, like him suggesting what I should wear or what to eat. He'd insist I spend time with him doing things I wasn't really interested in. I told myself it wasn't a big deal at first, that he was just being caring. But it didn't take long for his suggestions to feel more like demands. I'll never forget the first time he crossed the line. I was sitting at my desk, trying to finish a paper, and he barged in, demanding I go with him to some club meeting he thought was important. When I refused, he slammed my laptop shut, my fingers still on the keyboard, and glared at me like I was the one out of line. I was scared, but I brushed it off and went with him to the meeting. I didn't know how to stand up for myself back then. After that, his control over me tightened. Everything revolved around what he wanted. If he was in the mood for sex, it didn't matter if I wasn't. If he was hungry, we ate when and what he wanted, even if I wasn't feeling it. He dictated my wardrobe, my hobbies, even the way I talked to people. I lost count of how many times I gave in just to avoid an argument or his anger. It reached the point where I barely recognized myself. One day, after a long shift at work, I asked for something specific for dinner because I was finally trying to regain control over my weight. His eating habits had left me feeling sluggish and unhealthy, and I wanted to change that. But of course, my wants didn't matter. One day, Liam brought me something completely different from what I'd asked for. My coworker, trying to make a joke, asked him if he was trying to make me gain weight. Without hesitation, he shrugged and said, "Yeah, so no one else would want her." That line has haunted me ever since. It was one of the first cracks that led to my binge eating disorder. For years after that moment, I felt trapped in my own body, ashamed and unsure of how to fight back against the person who claimed to love me. After 4 years of this nightmare, I finally worked up the courage to end things. I told him it was over, but it didn't go as planned. When he came over to grab a few of his things, he lashed out. He wrapped his hands around my throat and squeezed until I thought I might black out. My instincts told me to freeze, to not fight back, and somehow that moment passed. But instead of walking away for good, I made the mistake of taking him back. That terrifying act opened the floodgates for more abuse. It wasn't just emotional or mental anymore. It became physical, and the sexual assaults became constant. If I ever said no, it didn't matter. He'd hit me and take what he wanted anyway. Eventually, I just learned to endure it. Pretend. Go numb. It wasn't just in private either. If I disagreed with him or tried to assert myself in public, he'd give me a look, a warning. Everyone else might think it was just a glance, but I knew what it meant. Keep quiet, or pay for it later. And when I didn't listen, the punishments grew worse. Sometimes, he'd lock me in the closet. The lights were outside, and I've been terrified of the dark for as long as I can remember. The hours I spent in that small, pitch-black space felt endless, and all of it was part of his plan to break me. He wanted me to feel worthless, to keep me looking as undesirable as possible so no one else would want me. If he even suspected another man or woman looked at me, I'd pay the price. last straw came on a night I'll never forget. He forced me to drink until I could barely stand, then violated a boundary I'd always made clear was non-negotiable, even during his worst moments. I trusted him to at least respect that one line. He didn't. I was tied up, gagged, and helpless. All I could do was cry. I knew then that if I didn't leave, I wouldn't survive. With the help of my now best friend, someone I owe everything to, I finally broke free. I never went to the police. I had no evidence, and I was too scared no one would believe me. He had stripped me of my confidence, my self-worth, and my voice. Since then, I've started therapy to heal from the anxiety, depression, and PTSD he left me with. It's been a long road, but I'm finally able to talk about what happened. I share my story in the hope that it might help someone else. If you or someone you know is in an abusive relationship, please don't wait. It's terrifying and it's hard, but you're stronger than you think. Watch for the red flags and don't ignore them. Stay safe. You deserve so much better. The first time I met this guy, something insane happened. We went from a casual dinner date to me being surrounded by SWAT teams, barking dogs, and at least 20 guns pointed in my direction. It felt like a movie, but I was the unlucky star. Let me explain how everything spiraled out of control. It was 2016, I think. We connected online, just casual messages at first. His name was Alex. We weren't hitting it off in a fireworks kind of way. No sparks flying, no butterflies. But we had a decent rapport. It turned out he knew someone from my circle, my cousin's friend or something like that. Facebook does weird things like that, doesn't it? Anyway, he wasn't blowing me away with charm, but he wasn't boring either. He talked a lot about his family, his work, his friends, stuff that made him seem normal. Still, it wasn't exactly the kind of vibe that makes you count the hours until your next chat. Over a month went by before Alex finally asked me out. It wasn't a grand gesture or anything romantic. The message just said, "Wanna hang out?" Nothing more. I remember laughing at how bland it was. Still, I agreed, because why not? It took us another week to actually plan the date. We decided on dinner at this little restaurant in the city, a walk afterward, and maybe, just maybe, we'd head back to my place. Nothing too fancy, just simple and relaxed. Or so I thought. Dinner started out fine. We ordered wine, shared a couple of appetizers, and it felt like things might actually work out. He wasn't blowing my mind, but he was nice enough. Then, midway through dessert, Alex excused himself to the restroom. No big deal, right? But then, this random guy, dressed in plain clothes, sat down in Alex's chair. At first, I thought he was a waiter or someone needing the table, but no. The guy leaned forward, reached inside his coat, and pulled out one of those cop badges you only see on TV. You know the kind, tucked inside a leather flip case, like something straight out of a crime show. I froze. What was happening? Why was this guy at my table? And where the hell was Alex? The badge looked ridiculously official, the kind you'd expect to see in a movie about crime lords. It had the Chicago Police Department emblem on it, but the guy wasn't in uniform. Instead, he was dressed like he could have been anyone. A random dad grabbing dinner or maybe an accountant. My mind instantly jumped to detective or undercover cop. I've heard enough family stories, both my grandparents were in law enforcement, to know the drill. But this was next level weird. Alex, meanwhile, was still in the bathroom, blissfully unaware. The cop leaned in close and said quietly but firmly, "You're not leaving here. The man you're with is being taken into custody. Stay calm. Don't tip him off." His voice was steady, but his words made my heart drop like a stone. I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He straightened, gave me a long look, then left without another word. I watched as he walked out, turned left past the restaurant's big front window, and disappeared like a ghost. I sat there frozen, trying to process. Was this some elaborate prank? Maybe Alex set this up to mess with me? Or was he actually hiding something? Some huge secret that was about to explode? My head was spinning, but I tried to keep my breathing steady. If nothing else, I figured I hadn't done anything wrong. At least I hope not. About 5 minutes later, Alex wandered back to the table like nothing had happened. He sat down, picked up his fork, and dove right back into his dessert. He even smiled at me like we were having the best time. It was surreal. I couldn't stop staring at him, trying to figure out if this was a man with a secret past or just some poor guy about to get blindsided by the cops. He must have noticed because he gave me a confused look like, "What's up with you?" I forced a smile and took another sip of wine, willing myself to act normal. When the waitress brought the check, I jumped at the chance to focus on something else. I offered to split it, and though Alex protested, I didn't give him much of a choice. I slapped down some cash while he paid the rest with his card. By the time we stood up to leave, my nerves were in overdrive. The plan was to walk back to my place, but all I could think about was the cops' warning. As we stepped outside, the chilly air hit me, and I felt like I was walking straight into a trap. My mind was racing. Should I tell Alex what the cops said? Should I warn him? Or would that make me an accomplice to whatever he'd done? None of it made sense. Instead, I tried to play it cool, convincing myself it was all a mix-up or maybe one of those prank videos people post online. You know, the ones where fake cops show up to mess with strangers just for laughs. Yeah, that had to be it. Right? It's wild how much power a badge, or even the idea of a badge, has over your mind. That's what I kept telling myself as we left the restaurant. Maybe the whole thing was a joke, some YouTuber outside trying to catch reactions. I scanned the area, looking for cameras or anyone suspicious, but there was nothing. The street was quiet except for a couple of people having a smoke. Alex held the door open for me, completely unaware of the storm that was about to hit. We walked out, turning left down the same street where the undercover cop had disappeared earlier. The air was chilly, and I focused on keeping my breathing. The first 10 minutes of the walk back to my place were uneventful, just the usual small talk. Then, everything changed. Suddenly, headlights flooded the street, and a black Mercedes screeched to a stop inches behind us. The tires let out an ear-splitting squeal, and before I could process what was happening, two men jumped out, guns drawn. "Hands where we can see them," one of them barked. My heart stopped. A second later, more cop cars swarmed the street, tires screeching and sirens blaring. Within moments, we were boxed in, shoved against a tree in someone's front yard. I could barely think. There were at least 20 officers surrounding us, rifles pointed with 3 snarling K9 units snapping at their handlers' leashes. It was pure chaos, and I was in the center of it. We didn't have a choice. We dropped to our knees as they screamed instructions, hands behind our heads. Then we were ordered to lie flat on the cold pavement. My face was pressed against the ground, my body trembling uncontrollably. I could barely breathe as officers swarmed over us, patting us down and checking for weapons. My mind kept screaming, "This is it. I'm going to die." They pulled out IDs next. Alex was processed first while I stayed pinned to the ground, every muscle in my body stiff from fear. Then came the bombshell. They had the wrong guy. Alex wasn't who they thought he was. He wasn't the armed robber they'd been hunting for the past 20 hours. The resemblance, they said, was uncanny. I couldn't believe it. Even I started second-guessing myself for a split second. The cops weren't messing around. They were certain he was the suspect until his ID checked out. As soon as they realized their mistake, the apologies started pouring in. They must have said sorry 100 times. But the damage was done. My heart was still racing so fast that I thought I might pass out. They called for medics, and it turned out I'd had a panic attack, not a heart attack, which honestly felt just as bad. Alex didn't say much afterward. He looked shaken, and who could blame him? Sure, he could have sued, but honestly, I doubt it would have gone anywhere. The cops had acted in good faith, just really bad luck for him. So yeah, that's my first date story. I know plenty of people have had bad dates, but being seconds away from possibly getting shot because your date looks like a fugitive, that's a level of terror I wouldn't wish on anyone.
Oh shit.
This happened back in February 2023. Let me set the scene a bit. My name's Sophie, and I'm 23. I'm originally from a small town in Oregon, but I've been living in Seattle for school. I was at that point in my life where I felt stuck. Every relationship seemed to go nowhere. After overthinking for months, I decided to have my first real intimate experience with a close friend. Later, I started seeing someone casually, and everything felt easy for a while. But after 3 months, they ghosted me, leaving me crushed because, stupidly, I still loved my ex. That was when I hit rock bottom and tried something reckless. It landed me in the hospital, then a mental health ward. For months before all this, I'd been spiraling, drinking too much, staying out late, and ignoring. One day, I matched with this guy named Lucas. He wasn't good looking, overweight, scruffy, but I wasn't, so I swiped. We chatted a little, joked about dumb stuff, and realized we both liked weed. Perfect, I thought. At least we could chill and get high
Okay, I've got to
together.
get off the road. The road's getting bad.
Lucas shared some basic details about himself, his address, his last job. He'd just been let go. I didn't care much about his work situation since I wasn't planning on anything serious. I told him outright about my depression and my hospital stay, just to set the tone. I needed him to know I wasn't in a place to deal with games. I also made it clear that I wanted something casual but meaningful, like fun, conversation, and affection. None of that hit it and quit it nonsense. He assured me that he was all about cuddles and companionship, which sounded perfect to me. Within a couple days, we set up a date at my place, a mojito and movie night. He promised to bring joints too. When Lucas showed up, it was underwhelming. He looked worse than his pictures. Oily hair, a stained hoodie, and the vibe of someone who hadn't tried in years. I wasn't thrilled, but I felt too lonely to send him away. I had him mix drinks while I picked out something to stream. We settled on the couch with our mojitos, and I quickly realized he wasn't much of a conversationalist. He was dull, almost blank, but I kept sipping my drink, thinking maybe the buzz would help. That's when everything started to blur. What happened next is mostly pieced together from what Lucas told me later. Apparently, we drank, smoked, and watched the movie for a while before heading to my room. I vaguely remember lying in bed, naked, and seeing him standing there fully dressed, staring at me. Then he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. My phone was completely dead, so no alarm went off. I had a group project meeting that morning, but I didn't show up, which immediately made my friends worry. They tried calling me repeatedly, but when they couldn't get through, they reached out to my older sister. She tried to get a hold of me too, but all her calls went straight to voicemail. Feeling uneasy, my friends decided to come over to my place to check on me. They rang the buzzer over and over, but I didn't answer. At this point, they called the fire department for help. The firefighters
People are
managed to
starting to have
open the building's
accidents.
front door, but couldn't get into my apartment
Time to
itself.
play it safe and get off the road.
They banged on my door, yelling my name, and eventually, I opened it. I was wrapped in a blanket, looking totally disoriented, and clearly naked underneath. I had no idea what was going on, and my confusion seemed to reassure the firefighters, who assumed I was just hungover. They left while my friends came inside to help.
28 degrees outside.
As they started
Roads are
gathering my
getting slick.
things, they noticed something weird. My arms, legs, and stomach were smeared with a yellow antiseptic, the kind hospitals use. I mumbled something about burning myself the night before and treating it, but there were no burns on me. What really freaked them out? I didn't even own any antiseptic like that. My friends decided I wasn't safe to be alone and took my cat and me to one of their places. I was basically in a daze the whole time. My speech was slow and jumbled, like my thoughts couldn't connect. Even my sister, who picked me up the next day, said I looked like I was completely checked out. She brought me back to her house, worried I might try to hurt myself again, thinking I had overdosed or mixed alcohol with medication. But that's when things got worse. I started complaining about sharp pain and bleeding down there. Alarmed, my sister rushed me to the ER. I was terrified and mumbled something about possibly needing to file a report because I'd been unconscious. I didn't know if anything had happened, but the possibility of something unprotected made everything more horrifying. The hospital staff ran a ton of tests on me and advised me to contact the police. I was sent to see an OB specialist that same night. By the next morning, my head began to clear a little. My family noticed right away that I seemed more alert and connected to what was happening around me. But the doctors ordered more tests, swabs, preventative treatments for STDs, and blood work. Over the next week, I had a string of appointments for follow-ups. Meanwhile, I finally filed a police report, backed by statements from my friends and sister who had been with me through this nightmare. As I spoke to others about it, friends, older folks, and even medical staff, I started hearing the same word over and over: organ trafficking. The idea made my stomach turn. People suggested the guy might have panicked and backed out at the last second. Still, despite filing a report and all the strange evidence, my bed covered in antiseptic, my ripped underwear, the dried blood smears on my apartment door, the police said they didn't have enough to go on.
Well, looks like I'm going to be finding
I
someplace
don't
to
know
get
what
the hell off
happened
the
during
road.
those 3 blank days.
Wind's really picking up. The
I don't know
roads
what that guy wanted or what he planned to do, but I know one thing for
winds are
sure.
really picking up.
I've never
Friggin'
had a
roads are
blackout
getting
like that
icy.
before. I've
Yeah,
mixed
that's
alcohol
a
and
bad
medication before.
recipe.
I've never lost time like that. I'm almost certain he spiked my drink. Talking about
Yeah,
it
like
doesn't
I've got
change the past.
124 miles to
At
go.
least I'm not
Well,
holding it all
the rest
inside.
area that's up ahead of me is closed,
Thank you
but
for
there's a truck stop up ahead. I'm hoping there's a parking spot. I can just call it quits for the night.
When I turned 20, I finally got into dating.
Yeah, I
To
just
explain
had,
a bit,
I
I'm a
just
girl,
as soon
pretty new to it all.
as I
matched
realized
with this
roads
guy
are getting
on
icy
Facebook
and
dating.
eventually it's getting
He was
bad.
some distant
Yeah, I
connection
realized
with a
it's
friend's friend.
time to get the hell
His
off
name
the
was
road.
Ryan. He
As much
was
as I
tall,
want to keep going.
had messy brown hair and tattoos covering most of his right arm and hand. From our chats, he seemed pretty chill, so we planned to meet at a coffee shop not far from my apartment.
Yeah, you're
I live in a mid-sized city, but the cafe we picked wasn't super crowded that late. Ryan was right on time, and when he arrived, he went straight for a hug.
yeah, like
Didn't feel
I said,
forced or anything.
like I said, I'm going to be finding
We
someplace to
grabbed
pull
drinks
off,
and a couple of pastries
then I'll get
before
going in the
finding a
morning
table by
when
a big
the
window.
weather's better
The
and the
lights
roads are in
streaming
better
in made
condition.
everything feel cozy and calm.
I mean, you know me, you know I'll
Ryan,
bust
who
my
said he
ass.
was
I'll
23,
basically keep
looked a
going
bit
if I have
bulkier
to.
than I expected
The
in
roads are
person,
getting bad, so
but
it's time to
I
get off the
didn't
road.
mind. I'm not picky about that stuff. He wore a snug t-shirt.
Yeah, I just
couldn't
remembered our
help but notice
conversation
how much
from
he
last
showed
time
off
when I
his
got
arms.
off the road and shit happened.
When I
Like,
asked
yeah,
about his
time to
tattoos,
inform
instead
Brandon.
of explaining them, he smirked and asked, "Want to touch one?" I
Alright,
laughed
so
awkwardly.
as soon as
but
I
ran my
find
fingers
someplace,
over the ink
then
on
you'll
his
know I'm
forearm.
safe.
They're cool, I said, trying to keep it casual.
Alright, thanks, Brandon.
That's when things started to get strange.
Alright, bye.
Ryan flexed his arm suddenly, which threw me off. I nervously pulled my hand back, but he caught it and pressed it firmly against his bicep. "Feel how strong I am?" he asked,
Yeah, so as soon
grinning
as I
like this
find
was
someplace
supposed to
to call
impress
it
me.
quits, I'm off the
For a
road. I'm
second,
done for
my
the
mind
night.
scrambled. Should I make a scene?
The roads are starting to
Stay
get
calm.
bad.
My gut was screaming something was off. I took a breath and firmly told him to let go of my hand. His laugh after that still haunts me. It wasn't normal. It sounded fake, almost like someone pretending to be human. When he let go, the air between us turned cold and uncomfortable. I sipped my coffee, pretending like I wasn't completely on edge. To steer the conversation back to normal, I asked again about his tattoos, but he dodged the question. Instead, he launched into a rant about his love for working out. I laughed nervously, trying to go along with it, and said, "Yeah, I can tell you're into fitness." He beamed at that and went on about how being strong was everything to him. On the surface, his words weren't alarming, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The way he'd grabbed my hand earlier still lingered in my mind, like some strange warning sign. When he stopped rambling, he looked me in the eye and asked, "So, what do you think of my muscles?" His tone was almost demanding, so I mumbled something like, "Yeah, it's cool that you're into working out." That wasn't enough for him, though. He leaned in closer and repeated the question, this time with a strange intensity. Feeling trapped, I just nodded and said, "Sure." His smile stretched a bit too wide, and he took a long sip of his drink, leaving me squirming in my seat. By then, I was desperate to get out of there. I kept glancing at the clock, willing time to move faster. I even caught myself fantasizing about those fake emergency calls people pull in rom-coms. You know, the ones where someone urgently needs to leave because of some made-up crisis. But this wasn't a movie, and I had no easy way out. I tried shifting the conversation to something safe, work, hobbies, anything, but he wouldn't let it go. Instead, he leaned back and casually said that he was into girls who worship his muscles. His exact words. It wasn't just that he said it, it was the way he said it, like he expected me to be thrilled. Now, I'm all for people being into what they're into, but this was our first date, and he'd already grabbed my hand and made things super awkward. Not exactly first date material, you know? Trying not to panic, I forced a laugh and asked, "How'd you figure that out about yourself?" Big mistake. That question opened the floodgates, and he launched into a way too detailed explanation. By the end of it, I was itching to escape. I stood up, grabbed my bag, and said I needed to use the restroom. He noticed me taking my stuff but didn't say anything, which was both a relief and unsettling. Once I was in the bathroom, I locked the door and called my mom. Her advice? Be honest, say I wasn't feeling it, and leave. Simple enough, right?
Wrong.
Except I have this awful habit of not wanting to seem rude, even when I'm uncomfortable. I ended up hiding in there way too long, overthinking everything. When I finally made up my mind to fake being sick, I stepped out and found him staring straight at the bathroom door, like he'd been keeping watch the whole time. That sent a chill down my spine. I forced a sheepish smile and told him I wasn't feeling well, blaming an upset stomach on the wrong kind of milk in my coffee. I even threw in a line about being lactose intolerant, hoping he'd buy it. The irony of that excuse wasn't lost on me. He didn't call me out, though. He just nodded like he believed me, or maybe he didn't care. Either way, I wasn't sticking around to find out. He walked me to the bus stop, and just as I thought I was in the clear, he leaned in for a kiss. I turned my head so fast, it probably looked like I was dodging a punch. Once I was safely on the bus, I blocked him on everything and vowed to steer clear of anyone remotely connected to him. Looking back, it's not the most terrifying story ever, but there's something deeply unsettling about how normal people can seem online, only for their true selves to surface in the worst ways. Ryan wasn't just weird, he was obsessed with himself, with control, with making me uncomfortable. The red flags were there from the start. I just wish I'd seen them sooner. You'll want to hang on tight for this one. I'm a woman, and for simplicity, let's call me Mia. About 12 years ago, I dated a guy. Let's go with the name Jake. We were in our early 20s, and the whole thing only lasted about half a year. Friends had warned me about Jake's controlling and manipulative side, but he seemed so sweet around me that I ignored them like a fool. He had his quirks, though. Whenever we went out, bars, clubs, whatever, if anyone even glanced at me, he'd tense up, gripping my hand or sliding his arm around me like he was claiming territory. I shrugged it off because honestly, I wasn't a fan of random guys hitting on me anyway. But soon, he started demanding more and more of my time. He'd guilt-trip me for wanting a night to myself, making me feel awful for just wanting space. I've always been someone who needs alone time to recharge, and after about 7 months, that part of me was driving him crazy. He couldn't handle it. And now we're getting to the part that still makes my stomach twist when I think about it. I've had a best friend since 6th grade. Let's call him Alex. We were practically siblings growing up. Our families were close, and since he was an only child, I think he saw me as the sister he never had. Even before he told me, I knew Alex was gay, and I was there to support him when he came out to his parents in high school. Years later, he went off to college out of state, while I stayed local. Eventually, Alex got married to his boyfriend, and I was honored to stand by him as his best woman at the wedding. We stayed tight over the years. I even made him the godfather to my daughter. Around this time, one of our mutual friends passed away suddenly. I was devastated and told Jake I needed some time alone. I didn't want to talk, text, or see anyone, not even him. Alex, being the amazing friend he always was, dropped everything and flew back last minute to be with me. He stayed at my place since it was late by the time he arrived, and the funeral was scheduled for early the next morning. We'd always been close like that. Sharing a bed was no big deal. Even our parents used to joke about how nothing was going to happen since we weren't each other's type. When it got late, we both crawled into my bed, just like old times. No big deal, right? My room is at the very back of the house, tucked away in a dark corner. It's far from the front door, and the house itself is a decent size, so I didn't think twice about telling Jake he wasn't welcome. Plus, Alex had a flight back home just a few hours after the service, so I figured there was no point in starting drama. I drifted off pretty quickly. Sometime in the middle of the night, I felt something brushing against my face, gentle at first, like a whisper. It pulled me out of sleep, and before I could make sense of what was happening, there was this blinding light. Then, I heard his voice, Jake's voice. You know, I could kill you both right now, and no one would even know I was here. My stomach dropped. He was standing over the bed, holding a gun, his face twisted with anger. So, this is why you've been avoiding me, you dumb slut? His words stung, but fear overtook me. He turned to Alex and sneered. What about you? Do you like stealing other people's women? I jumped in, trying to keep calm. Jake, shut up. This is Alex, the friend I've told you about 1,000,000 times. But he wasn't listening. Jake's eyes flicked to Alex, sizing him up. Alex, who was barely 5'3", and maybe 125 pounds soaking wet, didn't flinch, even though Jake was a solid wall of muscle at over 6 feet tall. Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about, Alex said firmly. I'm gay. I'm married. But Jake just laughed, shaking his head like he didn't believe a word. Thinking fast, I blurted out, look at his phone. Check his pictures, his texts. You'll see he's telling the truth. Jake hesitated for a moment, then stormed over to the nightstand and snatched Alex's phone. He scrolled for a minute, his jaw clenching tighter with every second. Finally, he flung the phone across the room, shattering it against the wall. Guess what? He spat, his voice dripping with venom. You being a thug just saved your lives. My blood boiled, but I held it together. Get out of my house, I snapped, my voice shaking with fury. I stood in the doorway, the light from the hallway casting a sharp shadow across the room. Jake sauntered over to me, smirking like this was all some big joke. As he walked past, he leaned in close, planting a kiss on my neck while his hand gripped the back of my head. I froze, disgusted and terrified. Then he whispered, "It's handy, you know, having an uncle who's a locksmith." He stepped back, pointing the gun at me as if to mock shoot. "Pow," he said, laughing as he walked out, his laughter echoing in the dark. The next day, I filed for a restraining order. Jake violated it more times than I could count before the police finally put him behind bars. After he got out, he moved on to his next victim, leaving me in peace. I heard through the grapevine that his story didn't end well. He's now in a maximum security prison for attempted murder, several counts of assault with a deadly weapon, assaulting a police officer, which landed the officer in the hospital, and carrying an illegal firearm. They also found a ton of drugs on him. Sometimes I think about how close I came to being one of his victims. If I'd just listened to my friends, maybe I wouldn't have ended up in that mess. But at least now he's rotting where he belongs.
He's also
A few years back, when I was 23, I threw myself into dating. It wasn't so much about finding the one, as it was about having fun. You could call it my wild phase, my carefree era, or just a time of avoidance. Whatever the label, I was dodging reality. I wasn't ready to face getting older. The thought of wrinkles, thinning hair, or anything that screamed aging was horrifying to me. Even though I didn't have to worry about it yet, my fear of growing older bordered on obsessive. It wasn't healthy, and I knew it, but I was too deep in my denial to care. One of the guys I met during this period was a dude named Caleb. Caleb had a pretty unique living situation. He shared his house with his grandfather. At first it seemed odd, but when he explained that his parents were gone and he took care of his granddad, it made sense. Still, when we started hanging out, I had no idea the old man was even there. The night I found out was one I'll never forget. It was close to 3 a.m., and both of us were tipsy, giddy, and absolutely infatuated. We'd spent the night drinking and flirting, and now we were heading back to his place. Don't worry, we were responsible enough to call for a rideshare. Even so, the fare nearly drained my wallet. When we pulled up to his house, nothing about it stood out. It was an average one-story place in a quiet neighborhood. Caleb led me to the porch, rummaged around under a doormat for a hidden key, and unlocked the front door. Everything felt completely normal, until it didn't. The light in the hallway was faint, barely enough to make out details, but I figured it was just left on for convenience. Caleb's house seemed so modest, almost too small to imagine more than one person living there. The driveway was empty too, which lined up with what Caleb told me earlier. He didn't have a car because he hadn't gotten his license yet. It all felt very quiet, very ordinary. We went straight to his room, and one thing led to another. I'll spare you the specifics. You don't need that kind of imagery clogging your mind, especially if you're relaxing or eating. But let's just say it was probably the most fun I'd had in ages. Caleb had some serious skills, and I wasn't complaining. Afterward, as we lay there, my throat started to feel dry. I decided to go downstairs for some water. Caleb followed me into the kitchen, offering food like a good host. But it was so late it was almost early. I just wanted to chug a glass of water and collapse into sleep. I downed my drink, rinsed the glass, and placed it upside down on the dish rack. Caleb stayed in the kitchen, messing around with the fridge, probably making himself a snack. Meanwhile, I dragged myself back upstairs, where the house was even quieter than before. Most of the rooms were pitch dark. The hallway light was still on, like when we arrived earlier, and the kitchen light stayed on too, since Caleb was still down there. Besides that, the only other light came from Caleb's bedroom. It was strange, realizing how empty the house felt. It was just the two of us, or so I thought. Back in his room, I slid into the double bed. Thank God for that, by the way. I'd been with guys who only had single beds, and let me tell you, that's not cozy. Double beds are made for situations like this. I dimmed the overhead light and switched off the bedside lamp completely, settling into the quiet, dim room. Caleb could keep cooking his midnight bacon or whatever. I was done for the night. My head hit the pillow, and before I knew it, I was out cold. I'm not usually the kind of person who freaks out easily. Growing up, my mom always said I was too laid back for my own good. She liked to remind me how terrible my street smarts were, how I never seemed to spot danger even when it was right in front of me. That night, I guess I proved her right again. I'd only been asleep for what felt like a couple of minutes when a strange noise woke me up. It was this faint, shuffling sound at the foot of the bed. At first, I couldn't place it, so I just lay there, half asleep, assuming it was Caleb moving around, maybe getting ready for bed. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to ignore it, but the noise didn't stop. It got louder. Then, I felt it. Something cold brushed against my ankle. My heart nearly exploded as I bolted upright, pressing myself against the headboard. My eyes darted to the end of the bed, and that's when I saw him. Standing there, completely naked, was an old man. He must have been pushing 90, his skin pale and wrinkled under the dim light.
Now I'm backing up, so the audio is cut now.
Pulled off the bed, nearly tripping over myself as I ran for the door. I shoved past the man and darted into the dark hallway, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Before I could get far, Caleb came rushing up the stairs, his face a mix of shock and something like resignation, like he already knew what I'd just
Next to
seen.
this truck over here.
When we met on the stairs, I grabbed him instinctively, clinging to him as I tried to catch my breath.
And
I was
I'm
shaking,
sliding on
my
ice.
pulse pounding in my ears. Caleb didn't even need
I
to
can
ask
feel
what
it
had
slipping
happened.
on ice.
He turned and headed back toward his room, muttering something about his grandfather. I followed him down to the kitchen, needing a moment to compose myself, but by then I knew I had to leave. It took Caleb about 15 minutes to get the old man dressed and back to bed.
Damn, that's cold. bit more.
It was all clear. I didn't waste a second. I sprinted up to his room, threw on my clothes, grabbed my shoes and bag, and bolted. Before leaving, I downed another glass of water to shake off the lingering alcohol, then walked out the door without looking.
Once again.
I used to work at a small motel chain in the South as a night shift clerk. My hours were typically from 10 p.m. to 7
Just trying to
a.m.
scooch the trailer
So you can
over.
imagine I've seen some strange stuff.
Oh, fuck, that's cold wind. Got both my windows open. Now straighten the truck up.
We messaged back and forth for a bit until I told him I had to get ready for work. He seemed cool, so I didn't think much of it at the time. That night was also my first time working completely alone.
Close enough. Just to finish backing. Straighten up a little
Talking
bit
about
more.
fights he'd been in, and making comments about wanting to hook up with me. I was trapped behind the counter, unsure how to handle it.
Close enough.
It was him. I dug a little deeper into his Tinder
Roll
profile
the windows.
and learned he was an artist, apparently in town for some mural
Shut
project.
the truck down.
He wasn't a
Short
local, which made me feel even more uneasy. As we stood outside, he kept inching closer to me while rambling about where he was from and his wild past. Then he asked if he could smoke weed.
feet. Oh crap!
Desperate
that's
for
cold.
any excuse to get him away, I said sure, and pointed out a spot where there weren't any security cameras. Instead of walking off, he suddenly leaned in,
Well.
took a deep sniff of my neck, and grabbed my butt.
Or actually call it quits. I
I
want to.
reacted
I want to film this shit.
shoving him off and warning him not to touch me again. My hands were shaking as I stomped out my cigarette, grabbed my phone, and
Better
rushed
not
back
hit me,
to
boy.
my room. Before I could call my manager, he yanked the phone out of my hands and started fiddling with it. I froze as he texted himself from my number, giving him my contact info. My stomach twisted, and the first message he sent was a horrifying picture of his heavily modified private parts. I'd seen some odd things online, but this was on a whole other level. The messages didn't stop there. My phone kept lighting up with grotesque BDSM-style images, each captioned with something worse than the
Yep,
last.
the wind's pushing.
I can't wait to try this on you. One read, followed by, you know where to find me. At this point, I was shaking so badly I could barely stand. But the worst was yet to come. He sent a video, and despite every instinct telling me not to, I clicked it. I'll spare the details, but it was a violent snuff film with deeply disturbing sexual content.
Straighten out, stupid.
My breathing turned shallow as panic set in. I bolted to the back office, locked the door, and broke down crying. For hours I stayed there, my mind racing with what to do. By the time I pulled myself together, it was time to prep the hotel's breakfast bar. The texts didn't stop over the next few days, but I couldn't bring myself to block him or call the police. Finally, when I couldn't handle it anymore, I told my boss. To his credit, he acted fast, kicking the guy out and banning him from the property. He even flagged the man's company to prevent any future bookings at our location. Still, the whole experience haunts me. I should have called the cops, but at
Parking
years ago
lot's
when this
icy.
happened. Back then, I was in my 3rd year at college, still figuring things out. I was single and thought it might be fun to try a dating app. After swiping through more profiles than I'd like to admit, I finally matched with someone. She was stunning, slim, but curvy in all the right places. The kind of girl you don't think you'd actually meet. We started chatting right away, and she didn't beat around the bush. It was clear we were on the same page, so it didn't take long before we planned to meet. She picked a hotel for our first encounter, and things went so well that it became our go-to spot. I paid for everything, which was fine since I had a part-time job, but it wasn't like I was rolling in cash. A few times it got tight, especially when she hit me up just before I got paid. One time, I had to tell her no. That's when she invited me to her parents' house. That threw me off. I didn't think we were at the meet the family stage, and honestly, I wasn't ready for that. But she insisted, saying I could sneak in late at night, around 9 p.m., and no one would notice. I hesitated. It was a long trip, and her request felt strange. Still,
You got more
the
room,
memories of our
stupid.
hotel meetups nudged me into saying yes. She gave me her address, and I figured out it was about a 15-minute walk from the train station. When I arrived, the house looked normal, maybe even boring. Nothing felt off. The whole neighborhood seemed a bit empty, though. A lot of houses had that no-one's home vibe. The area was pretty isolated, too, way out in the countryside near Gunma. Getting into her room was like something out of a bad spy movie. I had to climb up to a second-floor window, but once inside, her room was exactly what I expected. Pink walls, shelves stuffed with plush toys. It was clear she'd grown up there. She met me with a whisper. My parents are asleep in the next room. Don't make a sound, okay? They wake up around 6 a.m., so you'll have to leave before then. Her voice was shaky, but I brushed it off. What came next was as good as ever. The added thrill of sneaking around making afterward.
I could be a jerk.
Climbing back out wasn't appealing, so I cracked the window open instead. She didn't like it. She hated smoking,
I could be
but
a
I
jerk.
promised to blow it outside. That's when I heard it. A voice, high-pitched and sharp, came from somewhere close. "I'll kill you," it said, clear as day. Footsteps followed, fast and angry, heading straight for us. She froze, eyes wide, and whispered urgently, "Hide! Right now! You'll die if they find you!" There were tears brimming in her eyes, and the fear in her voice made my blood run cold. The second I heard that voice, I knew I was in serious trouble. My heart felt like it was about to burst out of my chest. I looked around the room, desperate for somewhere to hide, and the closet was my only option. I slipped inside, gently closing the door behind me, and tried to calm my breathing. Not a second later, the bedroom door slammed open with a loud bang, making me flinch. Her mom stormed in, her voice sharp and angry. "Are you smoking again?" she snapped. "So what if I am?" she shot back, her voice defiant but shaky. "You know the rules. You're not even 21 yet, and your dad will lose it if he smells smoke in the house." "I won't do it again, okay? Just leave me alone," she replied, trying to dismiss her mom quickly. She was protecting me, and for a brief moment, I thought I might actually get out of this mess. But then, I made the dumbest mistake. My foot slipped, and I lost my balance for just a second. The back of my head lightly hit the wall with a dull thud. Everything went silent.
Alright, now I'm calling it quits.
Her mom's voice cut through the quiet.
If you want to join me tomorrow,
Who's in
you're
there?
more than welcome.
I heard her footsteps move toward the closet. My stomach dropped. For a moment, I thought she might leave.